until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Every day of my life, man, I gotta stay 100. That's just how it is when you coming where I'm from. Hey man, I rock my own clothes with my name on my shirt to let everybody know the L is the same and the B is for Blizzle. Yes, I make it snow, but just keep that on the lizzo. My bloodline is filthy, most of us is criminals. The jack of all trades, but the master counting decimals. Sticky situation, so I keep my heat accessible. I'd rather your peeps than my peeps looking pitiful. It's crunch time. Hey man, I do this for y'all, just in case you didn't know it, man, I die for my dogs. My only fear is counting too much money. The same cats that help me get it might try to take it from me. My deepest fear is goons pulling up beside me, ready to lick shots, pop, pop, and try to blind me. I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I came from a family where females were go-getters. Granddad was an alcoholic, grandma was a bootlegger. Hey man, that's where I got my hustle. Plus my Aunt Julia was never scared to bust ya. And Uncle Dan, he was a fool, he didn't care about too much. You smoke, you too. Taught us that drug dealers didn't last too long. That's why I put my all into each and every song. I see death around the corner. Lord knows, where will I be without Joanna? She helps me focus and keep my eyes on the prize. Man, your boy been hunted, man, I put that on my life. And I'm just trying to live right. I know goons that was killers that committed suicide. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. You can take my breath away, but I'll never sell my soul. And I'ma keep real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. Man, I'ma keep it real until the day that I die. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts, no need to ask why. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100. I can't lie, and man, you know I keep it 100.
Yo, what's going on, man? It's your boy OTK, man, and Sister Sharice up in this thing. You know, just thought we have an open panel, give some tickets away. You know what I mean? Probably be giving some tickets away from now into the debate Saturday. Debate is me and BAP. You know what I mean? The youngest master teacher, big Aboriginal power, man, and you know, thankful for that. You know what I mean? For him even letting me get that. But the debate title is: were American Indians hunter and gatherers before 11,000, or you say 11, 12,000 years ago? So that's the debate. Yes.
Yes, peace, y'all. Peace and love to the family. Hey, OTK.
What's going on, sis? What's going on?
Nothing. Getting my happy hour started.
Well, shout out to the chat, man. I see Lobus done came in here. That's the title, Lobus. YK the truth in there. Josephine, short, straight smoke. She popped through. Zoe with the locks. You already know, man. And Sister Dosey, she already done popped through too. You know what I'm talking about? Where? What's going on with y'all, man? Peace and love. The debate is Saturday, 7 o'clock on Big Aboriginal channel, but the tickets was $10, but they done going up to $15 now when you get them. But I got like two or maybe three that I'm giving away on this side. Plus me and Bap gonna give away some too also the day of the debate. So, you know, I had to definitely come on my side, and maybe my sister Sharice do a show maybe tomorrow or something too, or we do another one tomorrow and give some more tickets away tomorrow too. It's gonna be informative. You know what I mean? Very informative. I think it's a good debate. Um, ain't no personal attachment to it. It's all about information. That's the good thing about it. It's gonna be all about information. Nah, man. But sis, what's going on? How your day been?
Shoot, my day been copacetic, okay?
I ain't hear that in a long time. My day been copacetic. Yep.
Yeah, real life, okay? Just been enjoying myself, just been relaxing. You know, grandma get to come home tomorrow, so I'll be handling that, picking her up,
Right,
and
right.
she get to come
Hey,
on home.
Dosey, when y'all doing the show on Unscramble
Yeah,
Minds,
just
you and
be
sister,
all.
yeah. So we can go throw up some tickets. She want us to come through there and throw up some tickets too, sis.
Yeah, definitely. You know, shout out to OTK, man, for battling Big Bat, man. It's gonna be a nice debate right here. You know, I mean, you know, I got my feelings, but I'm trying to reserve those opinions, and we gonna see what's popping. That's all I know. You know, may the best person with the information bring it, and that's it. That's how I'm gonna leave it. But I do feel like, you know what I'm saying, some things is obvious. You know, some things is obvious. I mean,
Right.
you know, I don't. I think my whole thing was I don't understand how we weren't ever hunter gatherers. You know, I don't. But you know, that's just my personal opinion. Yeah, no. But we'll see what's popping. You know, I want to see what he's gonna bring out, and you know, I'm excited to see it. So
Yeah, definitely. Straight smoke up here. What's going on, straight smoke?
oh yes, what's the business, straight smoke?
How's it going, y'all? How's it going? Good to see both of you. Hey, like you said, it's been a copacetic day, you know? Oh man. I got my big Harvey smoker going right now, you know. I got an event on Saturday. But I should be back well before your debate. And I'm going to try to submit it, try to get a ticket that day. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Just let me know. You already know. Just let me know.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get a ticket that day, you know. Hey, cause
Mhm.
hey man,
Well,
this man,
you different, man. You know, you do a lot of work for the community, so you know how me and Bat feel about that. So all you need to do is just let Bat know. I need a ticket, bro. That's it.
well,
You know what I'm
I
talking about.
appreciate
You
it.
do a lot for the community, bro. For the
I
environment. You
appreciate
know
it.
what I'm talking about. Yeah.
But yeah, man. I gotta say this, man. Damn, Bap, you done fucked up.
that
Sorry,
mother-
man. Sorry,
hey,
not sorry.
that motherfucker slick as worm sperm too, though.
I'm not gonna put nothing past him, but
I
I'm
ain't
just
gonna
saying,
put nothing past that motherfucker. That
don't put
motherfucker
nothing
slick
past
as
him.
worm sperm.
Armstrong is
I'm trying
crazy.
to tell you, man. Hell no. I don't give a damn who it is. I never underestimated an opponent. You know what I'm talking
No,
about?
no, not at
Goodness.
all.
Where
Damn
Garrison
it,
just
son.
up in this thing, you know what I mean? Tahunga, you know what I mean? You know, that's our DC brother right there, Sister Sharice.
Yeah, I'm already hip. Hey, baby.
Mm-hmm.
See Lubis up in here. Lubis, I hope you ain't up in here trying to start no shit.
Bright Modizi. Nah, he's actually asking about the debate. And
Oh, okay.
he's
Yeah, he wants to know.
I
he's
see
He wants
you.
to
asking
know what the
what
topic is and
view,
stuff.
what's the opposing view of them being hunter gatherers or just hunters? You know
Got
what
it.
I mean? Right.
Yeah, I
Uh-oh.
see YK in the chat, of course. Oh, Dosey, I was about to shout you out. Dosey, you just hit the panel.
Yeah. I had to
Yes,
trip
I
with
did.
YK crazy ass. That motherfucker talk about uh talk about goddamn yo. I think my brother OT Khan got this one. Them boys crazy with that OT Khan.
That's YK. No, he's
Right,
terrible.
crazy. Well,
Hey,
I hit the
listen,
panel too.
yeah.
Terrible.
So I was like, "Are you gonna clip some of the stuff he said? You should
OT
clip it."
Yesterday, right?
Yep. Yeah. I'll tell you behind the scenes what you should clip, but let me know if you want me to clip it. Because yesterday he kind admit it. I was like, what's the debate gonna be? Because he kind of folded on the stand.
Word. I was like, yo, Bap, you know, like you agreeing with me right now, right? Or am I tripping right now?
Thanks.
No books was crazy. I come back, top of the dome. I'm here for it.
Like, damn, that's it. I was like, hold on. But I done known some crafty people to use that as a strategy.
Mm-hmm.
Good word now. I'm trying to tell you now.
Yeah, they might, but still, I would be like, it's in his own words. So if he tries to play it out or whatever and be like, well, they're not intelligent, boom, your own words. It takes intelligence, boom, your own words. So they can be crafty, but you can be just as crafty.
Yes.
Let him tell you himself.
Just like with the questioning yesterday. I'm surgical in this bitch, Jake. Word.
It got to be a level of intelligence there to do anything like that. Got to be a level of intuitive intellect too, to follow herds, know where they're going to be at, what time of the year. All that shit takes.
So sis,
Mm-hmm.
let me tell you like this. The way how I see it, this is my point of view right now. This ain't got nothing to do with the debate. This is my point of view. I think we came from a point to where we was eating all plants, but we had to learn what plants to eat. How did we do that? I think from observing nature and what was in nature. That's how we learn what to eat from the plant. I think the same thing happened as we learn to watch other animals hunt and kill. Like, oh shit, damn, they eat that meat right there. You know what? That motherfucker, they got some thick fur. We need coats and shit. We need shoes and shit. We need pants, clothes. How can you get these things without animals? And for one, this is the beginning of all of that, man. It's the beginning of all that. I don't give a damn. The beginning of all advanced civilizations started as hunter-gatherers. I wouldn't give a damn. Or what they call hunter-gatherers. I am not saying all of them was nomadic. I'm not saying that. That's what he's trying to say.
Terrible.
And then there's the idea of what they call nomadic and being like, okay, they use it as nomadic, or what nomadic just means. Like take what they add on to nomadic and throw it out the window. What does the definition of nomadic? What does it mean? Like, and just keep it on the basis. People trying to add in stuff. Oh, nomadic means they can't find permanent housing or anything, or they never have permanent housing. Like, no, that's what the ideas have been associated to nomadic. Nomadic is just your movement, your migration patterns. So what are the migration patterns?
But see, sis, the thing is, it's certain people, and we doing studying, you see who the certain people is that start coming out and being the ones that start calling these people primitive. But really primitive, prime, first. You the first to do it. So without primitive, you wouldn't be where you at now. It's a starting point. I know I ain't come out my mama.
I don't want to get too into it, because I know you're gonna present a lot of this stuff. But also, like, I think after the debate, we need to get into the why. The whys that they start putting primitive to mean like low intelligence to no intelligence. Why did they start attacking the hunter-gatherers and everything, and where we ended up today? Because it's a major reason of where we ended up today, where we're relying on them to provide us food, and their food is poisonous. It has all the worst things in it. Like, there's a reason why we've gotten into this mentality, and it starts here. It starts with this conversation.
Yeah, and
so I'm for it.
Oh, I'm sorry, sis. And I would.
No. That was done.
Yeah, and I would concur and back
Straight
that up
smoke said, oh
because
my
yeah,
God.
I say hold on, straight smoke, because I want let me get in there, then I'm gonna go ahead and pass it over. But I also
Yes,
argue
ma'am.
that the term primitive is like that shit is super outdated and it's misleading when we're talking about hunter gatherers. You know what I'm saying? Because we know that hunter gatherers lived in societies, you know, and we know that they were different from what a modern industrialized culture would be, but it does not imply in any way that they were primitive. So, you know, especially in terms of their intelligence, their adaptability, because I mean, that's still even in a sense, hunter gatherers had to socially organize as well. So I don't know, young. I just feel like that's wild work, but
Some
you know,
American Indian chieftains
oh,
were so damn big till they had a chief for everything. A chief of hunting, a chief of this, a chief of that. If they chieftain was that big, we got records of this shit.
Oh God.
yeah,
So
it's
we know, dog. They definitely created high societies, man. I don't give a damn what nobody say. But go ahead, on straight.
you go ahead straight.
Oh man. I'm a hunter.
Uh-oh.
I'm a hunter. Um, I grow my own food too. Um, the reason I do that is because of the wintertime, you know? So I might take down like 6 to 8 deer and process all my vegetables to be frozen, for the winter. So, me and my family would be cool throughout the duration of the winter time. And I just happened to pull up something, I'm not gonna read it, but I'm definitely gonna send it to you. Son of a bitch. I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
But
Hey
would
man,
you
you got
say,
this.
Smoke, would you say part of the reason why they've made it seem as if it's like the worst thing you can be is because they want us to be at these grocery stores? They want us not to be growing our own food anymore. They want us to rely strictly on the system rather than what we would have done in the past.
So what it truly boils down to is that you're looking at personalized or commercialized food. That's it. Because I know how to field dress a deer in the field, cut him down, take that skin, tan that skin out,
That would be
and then
gathering then after that, my brother.
I'm just hey, yeah,
Yes, sir.
I'm just
Listen,
hey,
Jeffrey, I got time for this.
Yes, sir. You doing all
I'm
by
just
yourself.
saying,
See, most people just
I'm just
kill and then bring the whole deer to somebody and let them make their sausage and all that. But shit, you saying hell no.
no,
I can
But
gut
don't
him
they
down
gotta
no, I
right
do
there.
everything right there on site though? Don't that
Yeah,
gotta be done
right,
right there?
no, they don't
yeah,
have to be done right there, baby. No.
That's
here
what I
in
saw with
Kentucky,
the apocalypse. They did it right there.
Yeah, you
here
don't
in
have to.
Kentucky,
Nah, they got like so after hunts,
Once
them
they kill
boys
it,
got
you
like
gotta pull the shit out of it.
yeah, like we done hunt and done bring deers home and then we clean them, you know what I mean,
right?
once they get
You
home.
dress them up
Yeah,
then when you get
yeah.
home. I do it
Got
in
Just
the
it.
once
field
you
That's
clean
about
it
that
and you get that meat off it, that got to go on ice.
immediately.
That got to go on ice for like 2 days, just ice, vinegar, water. Let it go
All
ahead
day.
and just and let it drain all the rest of that bullshit out of it. And then you can work with it. So it's a process with that now.
It's a process.
It's a
For
process
real.
with
It's a
that.
process. This
Word.
is not no easy work. And I'm gonna tell you the absolute truth. Like all the heart, lung, intestines, and shit like that, I get that to my dog.
The
I
most the
cook it
most the most rich part.
and I
See,
give it to my
a
dog.
deer don't eat no meat. That
Nope, it's a
motherfucker damn
vegetable.
near 98%
Herbivore.
muscle.
Y'all out there killing Bambi.
Nah,
Hey,
listen, they
listen
got
to
they got record. They listen. No, they got certain times of the hunt during the year where you can kill does, and they got times where you can't kill does because they need the does to keep the
right,
population growing.
right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's a regulation to it because they
it's
gotta
a
keep the
regulation,
live,
bro.
they gotta keep the population density at
Yeah,
intact.
So
at
you
all
get like
times.
5 tags. You get like 5 tags a hunting season. Three
Shit, we
bucks,
get 10.
two
Yeah,
gold.
because we've been over hunting and really been
Over
making
hunting.
the scarcity and extinction of animals.
Correct.
People don't understand there's a certain thing called overpopulation too, where you're not fishing enough, you're not taking out enough animals, so they're
Right.
overpopulated. There's a system to everything. Everything has to fit in where it fits in, and there can't be overpopulation or extinction.
Yeah, right. Like we have certain places. We have like fish offs in these places just so we can try to get some of the fish out of there. Because once you get so much fish in a place, they only gonna grow but so big. They're not even gonna grow to their potential. So man, everything should be regulated like that, man, in order to keep society right. You know, they even put certain fish in the water to help keep that. That's why they don't really kill gators like that, alligators down here, because alligators help regulate the fish too.
OTK, do you see what I just put in the back chat?
Hold up, let me look now. I just seen it pop up.
But I even still think like the idea that this hunter gatherer thing is not
Yeah,
a reality is really crazy to me because
just
shit, they still
Google
over
that.
there in Africa
Watch
hunting,
what you see.
ain't they? Shit,
Sorry,
they
man.
still ain't that how you eat in Africa? If you don't hunt, you don't eat.
Watch
What?
what you see off this, dog. You gonna trip out. I can't make
Hey,
this shit up.
Cosmo, you right. So some of my cousin, them boys. Oh, okay. Oh, go ahead, smoke my bag. Damn, you was kind of low. You say what? Wait till I see it. I think that's what you say. Go ahead.
Yeah, when you pull that up in your Google search, just type that in, just what I put. That's gonna kill everything that you need to know. Guarantee you. Guarantee you.
Man, the boy
All three,
already
all
said.
three of y'all.
The boy trying to say I got a research team. Them boys was in the chat last night with that shit talking about that OTK. You had your research team. I'm talking to your research wolf ass. And nigga, fuck that. Nobody want to hear that. Anyway, you know what I'm talking about? um, but yeah, though, man, like Cosmon, right? Like my cousin, them boys raise what we call hog dogs, like pit bulls, and they breed them with certain other pit bulls, so them some bitch can be big and strong and shit to take down a hog. They train them to take down hogs because, like in Florida, them motherfuckers tearing up their orange trees. So they'll pay you to come hunt them hogs for you on their property. And see, on their property, you can hunt year round. Only like government lands and shit like that, it's a certain time of year. But if you got your own land, you can hunt all year round.
Can I chime in on that right there?
Go ahead.
So just like you said with the hogs, people had rabbit dogs that hunt rabbits, drive rabbits out the bush. You see what I'm saying? There are so many different angles and aspects and levels to this that if you're not an avid hunter, you wouldn't know this stuff.
You wouldn't know this. Yeah, they call rabbit dogs. We got them too. Rabbit
You
time.
got them.
Listen, these
Yep.
boys hunt. They don't give no time to waste, dog. Wintertime, they hunt
No.
squirrel in our own woods, boy. Listen, when it's hunting
Yep.
season, them boy hunt everything that it is to hunt. Them boy even hunt doves, man. They hunt quail and shit. I mean,
Yep.
and they
Wild turkey.
pigeon,
I love wild turkey.
and they will fucking dove race. Like they'll go like damn near to Georgia and let they fucking birds go. And the birds will come back home. Who if they make it, if they don't get eaten or something like that, but they'll come back home. Motherfucker bet money on shit like that down here, bro. They do that type of shit.
Hey, OTK, I got this dude named Steve here, right? He owns 2 hawks. And they come home all the time. But they bring back all type of rabbits and stuff. I mean, the dude took hunting to a whole new level with me. I couldn't believe this shit. He was like, "Oh, hey, Smoke, watch this." He'd take their hood off their head, they'll fly off his arms. And they will come back with like one at a time. And they would just come back with them. Come back with these rabbits hard than a motherfucker. He got 2 hawks. Hey man, I'm telling you, people just do not understand the system of hunting. I just man. and I gotta say this real quick. If there were no hunter gatherers, would there be any kind of trade system amongst different people? Mm.
LTK, how you gonna handle this debate ticket giveaway? I know we still on this debate, and I'm excited
Oh,
about it.
all right.
How you handle that giveaway situation?
They're gonna have to come on the panel and give an email. But me and you, I can
How you gonna determine who you choose?
I'm
Like,
about to give you, me and you about to do a number like from 1 to
oh,
5.
okay.
And then you know what I mean? And when we do it, we get them chance to come up with the number. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
go
saying?
more than 1 to 5. Damn.
My bad. 1 to 100 then. I 1 to 50.
Yeah,
1 to
1 to
50.
50 is good. You know, they
1 to
gotta be overkill.
all right, 1 to 50.
We'll come up with a weird number in the but yeah, I don't know. I just don't see how. I mean, I feel like Shaw Sun made a good point in the chat. I don't know if y'all agree with it or not, but he said, OTK, the problem is AP and them been pushing the advanced civilization narrative so long, he'll look bad if he admit everybody is technically a hunter and gatherer.
Well, I don't got nothing wrong with that because you know what I mean? I believe in the advanced civilization. It's just that I'm going before that.
Yeah, I mean, there was a point in
That's all
time
it is. I'm just going before that. I agree with that. 100% agree with that. But I'm just going before that, like where it started from and what we came from to the point that we at, to show that we didn't evolve, but we adapted. We learned.
You said it the other day, cuz.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
You said it the other day, cuz. What was it called? Trial and error.
Trials and error, man. Word.
Can't make this up.
You try, you fail, you got to do it again. The next generation gonna do it better.
Come on, man.
And we see this today. I mean, we see this today. We wouldn't nearly as bad. We didn't even have cell phones. All right. I came out during the time the first cell phones came out. They still had car phones. I came out with the first Nokia that Radio Shack had.
Ooh, Radio Shack.
Yeah, I came with the wood grain. I came with the first cell phone. Bell South, fucking Singular, and all them boys like that. You understand what I'm saying? So now these motherfuckers got phones that's highly advanced. We had a game called Snake on that motherfucker or some shit. These motherfuckers got Madden. And also, back then, motherfuckers still used to have to buy a camera. Motherfuckers still had to buy a camera back then, y'all. Now, everybody got a camera.
But see, when we're talking about an advanced civilization, you know, I mean, we always combat, which I don't have a problem with, because I know obviously there was some type of intellect that took place to build all the wonderful things that we see, and even before certain time periods or whatever. But when I'm thinking about how often we are against the slave trade narrative, how often we are against slave boats, it's like, it makes me wonder about some things is all. When we speak of an advanced civilization that was here, so if it was so advanced, it wasn't advanced enough to transport millions, or it either was or it wasn't. I mean, not to throw a curveball in there on y'all, but it just make me think about this kind of stuff, because, you know, we gotta be careful.
Did anybody pull up what I put in the back and just Google that at all? Anybody, please? I think you're gonna love it.
Hey yo.
What's going on, JB?
Ain't nothing, bro. What's up, man?
What's up, my dog?
Nothing. I heard you got a little squabble coming up pretty soon here.
Yeah, man. Ain't just a squabble, boy. This motherfucker. Hey, listen. Hey. I squabble down there every night. I go on Smoke Channel or shit. I'm used to that shit. I'm a gladiator, B. You know what I'm talking about? But,
so y'all
this
putting
right
that show then?
Yeah, this right here. You know what I mean? This just for me to really show that I'm worthy enough to me.
And you've been that.
You understand what I'm saying? To the environment. More or less to myself too.
Shit,
You know what
the
I mean?
environment better hear you. You don't need to validate yourself. The environment, man. Just tell them what you got to tell them and move on.
I agree with JB.
Well, I want you to pull that up.
Now, Straight Smoke asked me to.
No, I didn't want you to pull it up. I want you to look at it.
Oh, just look at it. Let me remove it then.
Take that down.
God, what the fuck is this? Ryan, get your phone. Making me mad.
But that's pretty much what Bap is saying though, right there. Like, you know what I mean? When he hit a hunter gatherer, he think of nomadic people. Like they didn't have permanent shelters. They could not go to an advancement to a high another level. And Bap doing the show right now too, giving some tickets so you can get some tickets too. This nigga crazy.
Hey, go ahead.
This nigga say to be or not to be a sucker. That's my motherfucking dog.
Ain't funny as shit on the code.
Man, that's why I fuck with my dog, man. You know what I mean? For real, man. Like I you know, I'm glad people know that this ain't, you know what I mean? This ain't no personal thing, man. This is two brothers getting together. Like we had to tell them, like, shit, we talk, dog. Me and this man, we talk personally, like, you know. So, you know what I mean? We ain't talked personally since I took the debate, though. I've been waiting for a phone call, but I ain't get it yet. Oh shit. And that nigga got a serious ass fucking screen save up that bitch too, boy. That shit hard.
Did y'all see it though? You pulled it up. Did you read
it? Yeah.
Y'all read that, right? You see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's 7 sources in that substantiates that. There's 7 sources in that.
Right.
Can't make this shit up.
Correct. Sis Cherise, I'm about to send you your number, man.
Okay.
All
right, there it is.
Got the number, man. So Milestone, what's going on?
Hey, Milestone.
So officially right now, this will be the first ticket giveaway for the debate coming up against me and Bap. You know what I mean? Pick a number from 1 to 50. You pick a number from 1 to 50. 1 through 50. You know what I'm saying? And whoever picks the right number, we'll go from there. They have to come in on the show and drop their email in the back, and when we get their email, we can email them the ticket the day of the debate.
You don't go ahead and slide on mine real quick, you know what
I mean? Hey, John Gold. Hey, Bubba. John Gold. You can come on, man. You just got to show your face real quick to pass the restriction code. I guess my sister know you because she said y'all can do a show real soon, but you definitely welcome. You definitely can come on up, man. You just got to turn your camera on real quick, and then you can turn it back off. Yep. Okay. All right. You can turn it back off, my good brother, and I'll bring you right on up. I just have to make sure I got that test, man. You know, but man, people be doing crazy stuff to the brother and sister, man, out here. All right.
Be doing the
Brother
most.
John, go. All right. You can cut your camera off if you want to, and plus you mute it too.
He usually keep his camera on with his crazy stuff.
Okay. Hey, John, go. I can't hear you. We can't hear you.
You may be able to hear me now. Am I muted? You can hear me now?
Yeah, we definitely can hear you now.
Oh,
Peace
okay,
and you,
cool.
man.
Yeah,
Much love and respect,
I had the
man.
volume down.
What's up, John?
You can cut your
Hey,
camera off if you want to, but if you want to keep it on, then it's all good, man. Peace and love.
No, man. Shit. Always good to people see who they're talking to.
I know that's what's up. Yeah. Damn, Milestone, you gonna miss the debate? So check it. So right now, pick a number from 1 to 50 right now, and I'm gonna give away a ticket. Until then, let me do this real quick. Might as well give y'all time to throw y'all numbers in the chat.
What it look like, man?
Let's see what it
Real,
is.
man. I feel the same way you feel about
Word.
word. I just don't want to rush, man. I just want to take it one day at a time.
Me too.
That way we reach the highest point of friendship.
What's the highest
I
point? Let me know.
Then whether you know how far to take this flight.
That's what I'm talking
Word.
about.
You don't just jump in the plane and fly and don't know where you're going
Why
first.
not?
Just chill, baby. I got you. I got you.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you.
See, you don't have to rush. Baby girl, be patient. Anticipation of love making. Got your legs shaking. See, every time I'm next to you, I feel your heart beat faster. But yet you try to hide behind your smile and your laughter. See, money's what I'm after. So all I do is chill. I'm out here on the grind. I'm trying to see a meal. You never seen this good life. Well, come on, let me show you. You never had a real hug. Well, come on, let me hold you. This life I lead is troublesome. You win some, you lose some. You lost one, then gain one. You want some, come get some. See, everything you want, you need, I got you. Even though you don't know me, I don't know you, baby, I got you. That's just how it's supposed to be. Rather have you next to me, never in front or back of me. You look good beside me, but we take it there. It's some things you need to know. We don't have to rush, baby, we can take it slow.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you.
Say you like me, is what you want. I ain't about games, I'm trying to front. See something that you want, then get it. Ice cream man always deliver, never late. I come on time. Tell me, girl, what's your cool side? Sitting here, watch you visualize. I can't lie, see it in your eyes. Fantasize, I'll be you all day, all night. Let me strap your seatbelt on before we take this flight. You know I'm helicopter high. Baby, you know I'm on a wide, baby, we can vibe. And that's just how it is. El Blizzo keep it realer than all the rest is. And don't compare me to them other dudes. I act a fool with my tool. Lock it down, just for you. You got a man, you can keep him too. I don't want him, I want you. Got a couple friends, but I got a couple too. Just let me know, girl, what you wanna do. And we can keep it on the low, long as you know, baby, just take it.
We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know you. Never lived a good life, but come on, let me show you. We don't have to run, baby, we can chill. Just be patient before we take it there. See, you don't really know me, and I don't really know
Dosey wild as shit. Dosey's hammer start for 1, 2, 3.
I'm dead. Hey, where everybody go? They just dipped out on us. Damn.
14, 37, no,
Nope,
49.
nobody got it yet. Keep going.
No,
Y'all ain't got it yet.
27, 33, no.
Y'all hot as hell. Come on now. I mean, y'all cool. Oh, my bad. Cool, my bad.
Yeah. Look at Dosey. Dosey serious. She gonna stop. 5. Oh man. Hey, listen. This is the first ticket giveaway for the debate for Saturday, 7 o'clock, against me against Bat. We're American Indians, hunters, and gatherers before 11,000 years ago. No. Going down Saturday. BAP is a heavyweight, definitely. All respect due.
But it's gonna be a good one, young. But I don't think that you should sell your stuff short. You know, you gotta speak highly of yourself too, because you got something to contribute to this thing too. Because you definitely gonna be teaching.
I definitely ain't selling myself short.
Better not be. Better not be the fuck.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Dosey
crazy.
Dosey doing the fucking timetable.
Dosey jump from fucking 5 to 11 to 22 to 44.
Timetables. I'm gonna get her ass.
Ain't no shit, right?
Y'all still ain't got it though. Come on now. Y'all still ain't got the number. Just let y'all know. So the number is still on the horizon.
Yeah. And all we need is your email. I mean, I think highly of privacy. So you can hit the link, come on up, and then you can put your email inside the back. And only the people that's up here can see your email. And we will send you your email at the debate, the date of the debate. 12, 35. What's going on, Milestone? What's happening with
30.
Hey, sorry.
37. Hey, my stone. 38. 37.
Right?
See what Dosey, bro.
You know all about the Benjamins on us. 35.
How you doing,
Milestone?
Nothing much, chilling. How y'all doing today?
Good. Chopping it up. We decided to go live, and obviously in promotion of the debate and just supporting my big bro OTK. He is debating the heavyweight in the environment, so we just all giving our views on and what we think, and we excited about it.
Oh yeah, I already taught you the galactic clash. The galactic clash. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a good one. You know what I'm saying? Both of them got their style, you know what I'm saying? And both of them got good wordplay, so it's gonna be a good one.
It is gonna be one for the books for sure.
Yeah.
You got to be able to debate. Like I say, we can't live in an echo chamber, so we got to be able to debate and battle and have conversation, intelligent conversation around things that we may not always agree with. And long as you're able to defend your case in point, do so. Do so. Show the sources. Show what you got. Let it be known.
Right.
I'm excited for BAP and for OTK. Because I don't know. I remember the last time BAP did a debate. I was asking him that when we was over on Smoke Channel, I believe. I ain't seen him debate in a minute. So I know he got some debates under his notch for sure. But it's just good to see him coming back out. And sure, it's good to see OTK coming back out because niggas ain't been debating in a while.
Yeah, man. Definitely. I like it, man. It's fun, man, because it gives you the opportunity to talk to somebody one-on-one without all the ad lib around. Oh, Unscrambled Mind said, hey, Nisha, Sister Nisha said, yo, it's happy hour. What we drinking? Huh? What we drinking?
Shit, I got my hen doggy dog on deck today, man. I ain't on no summertime Riesling as of yet.
I got the other type of liquor.
Shit, it's happy hour. It's fucking 3. It's fucking 8 o'clock somewhere, 9 o'clock somewhere. I'm about to get this motherfucker going. That's why I wrote happy hour. This happy hour time frame that we was going live in between. So I just thought that would be a cool little title.
East Coast. Nah, man. No, that East Coast time frame.
Shit. What about you? What you say? You got the other type? What you got? The white? What you got? That white? See, that white make you want to fight.
No, I got the broccoli kind.
The what kind?
The broccoli kind.
The broccoli kind. Oh Lord, say less than that. I ain't even mad. I ain't smoked no broccoli in 93 days.
Woo.
I know.
I did it one time. I did it one time for like 2.5 years.
Mm-hmm.
For like 2.5 years, I did it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't because of nothing else. I just wanted to do it just to see how long I could do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I did it for like 2.5 years.
Because before that, I was a heavy smoker. But now I say, you know what? I'm going to step back off of it. And, you know, I just wanted to see what I can do, you know. And I'm proud of myself, young, because that shit wasn't easy. The bitch was shaking. I said, what the fuck going on here? Like that first week or so, I was like, what the fuck is this? But shit, I feel great, you know, and that's what it's all about. And shit, I mean, hey, that's what you're supposed to be able to do. You're supposed to try to want to stop for a little while, you know, just to see if you can. And if, you know, if you can balance and do what you gotta do, hey, all the broccoli you want. You know, do what you do. You know, I want everybody to do it. Do what you can. You know, if you're doing something a lot, you know, when you need to take a step back, you do that on your own time. No, don't let nobody force you. You do things the way that you can do it and manage it how you can manage it. Shout out to you.
Because your chest, you get your wind back for a long time too. That was another reason. You get your wind back. All that it clouds up your chest. You don't be noticing it. You start moving. When you start moving faster,
mucus build up, man. A bunch of mucus build up.
Yeah, when you start moving faster, you start seeing the difference.
Yeah, you start coughing all that shit up.
Yep.
Yeah, man. Y'all gave up on y'all number because I ain't see the number pop up yet. Y'all gave up on it.
Shit.
15, 30, 37, 38. Hey, where you at, Dusty 45?
Don't see jump from goddamn from going down the line of motherfucking jump from 5 to 11. 33, American Gal say 33. Nisha 17.
Come on, keep guessing. Keep guessing.
17.
Guessing the number shit do be hard. Fuck all that. I used to be mad about I used to do that shit all the time. Like, fuck, I never got the number. Shit, I never had luck with raffles, anything like that. Never. She used to piss me off too.
Milestone been throwing numbers out there too in the chat, but he said he ain't even gonna catch the debate.
No, I only threw out one 27. That was the other number was my cousin that just passed away at 53.
Cosmo say 7. Nah, God. Nah, God.
It's numbers 1 through 50. 1 through 50 is the number range. But y'all still ain't got it yet, though. I will say some motherfuckers is close, but y'all ain't got it yet.
It's close too. Yeah, it's close. Real close. Real off too. I already know, Kyle. Right here, I'm gonna give it to somebody else. 43.
I mean, not Bap. I'm thinking about Bap ass. OTK. Uh-oh.
Ah, Cosmon. You already know. Sample to the world, blow. You know that would be my first number. Dosey went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then jumped to 11.
11. Damn. Then she went to 22. And then 44. You know your 11 times tables. Yep, Cosmo got it. Number 6.
All right, I got Cosmon email, so that's easy work right there. Okay, so Cosmon got tickets, man. You know what I mean? Now Cosmon can give it out to whoever he wants. Oh, man. Oh, boy.
Yep.
Dosey head bad, man.
Shit, Nisha had 17 and she went all the way to 43. I get it. I get it.
Don't worry, I'm gonna give away another one today. I think I'm gonna shut the numbers down from 1 to 25, huh?
Yeah, kind of shorten it up.
Yeah, 1 to 25. Get it quicker for the second one.
So
I'll let you pick that number.
Okay. So the debate is set for Saturday the 26th at what time?
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock in the evening. Play your motherfucking Palm Pilots, motherfuckers.
Let me check my Palm Pilot. Okay, I ain't got nothing planned.
Okay, yeah, I'm on my goddamn Friday after next. All about the Benjamins. My movies, man. They big with it. Them jokes had me dying laughing. I'll still watch them joints now. I can't even lie. Hey, so what y'all think about Uncle Shay Shay, man? Y'all want to talk about that for a second?
Yeah,
Uncle Shay Shay out there.
Somebody who was he was a nat. Go ahead, Stan.
Out there frolicking with the snow bunnies. They said he had some people said he got fired from ESPN, but others were saying he was taking a temporary step back due to all the scandal and the allegations with this I think allegedly 19-year-old girl. 19-year-old snow bunny. Hey, y'all better leave them young girls alone. Y'all better leave them alone.
Yeah, he like the pink toes now. He like the pink toes.
Yes, he do. Out there frolicking in the snow.
We already know that.
Hey, what's good, my niggers?
Oh, hold up. Not the hard ER Slim.
I apologize.
Don't get put off the panel. Come on now.
I'm trying to be a good person. To me, it's a term of endearment. To me, it's a term of endearment.
Nah, not that, my man. Not that, my man. They gotta rethink it. Do it again.
That's not a term of endearment right there. What I did. That's an act of endearment.
What's that fat country singer? Here looking like that motherfucking fat white boy country singer. That's who the fuck he look like. Nigga, what's his name? Teddy Grahams? I forgot the nigga name. Anyway. Now please let me back up. Ooh. Now he trying to fuck with us. We ain't about to have it. Now what's up, my niggers? No, sir. No, sir. You do not have a black card, sir. I'm sure you probably got a black ancestor up in there. Don't get me started, but start what you doing.
I tell you. It's always one. It's always.
Trolled.
Huh?
I said, damn, we getting trolled already. Shit, we was trying to give your bitch ass a break, but don't come up here with the hard ER, my Slim. You crazy as shit. Oh no, we don't play them games. But anyway, what was we talking about before we was rudely interrupted? Yeah, Jelly Roll. There you go. That's his name, Jelly Roll. Nigga, you look like Jelly Roll. I was always talking about some Teddy Grahams. I guess that algorithm hitting today, OTK. Motherfuckers out here trying to play with the Aborigines of the land. Y'all better get it together. Shit, we ain't tolerating that bullshit. No. Yes. Where the fuck John go? John go make me text his phone. Bring your motherfucking ass back, John, because you be on some shit too, John. You
Oh,
and
what he
that
be on? What he be on?
his channel, he got an interesting little channel or whatever, about he's a landlord in DC. So he be
Oh,
doing little stuff on that, little shit be borderline like the black kind of thing. I mean, I was interested in what he might have had to say. Shit, I don't be tripping off him. I don't pay him no mind. You feel me? But just talking about politics, amongst other things, and obviously what he deal with in DC with his landlord issues and all that shit. So
okay.
interesting little situation. Shit, I know he came up with my joint before when we was talking about Dr. Umar and all them. When he wasn't out here taking care of his motherfucking daughter. But anyway, back to motherfucking Uncle Shay Shay. Uncle Shay Shay out here on some bullshit. Don't make me mad, Uncle Shay Shay. Out here frolicking with the snow bunnies. I ain't got time for it. Like I ain't
Miss
saying you can't.
Chicago, peace and blessings. Chi-town.
Oh yeah, shout out to her. Yes, Miss Chicago. Period.
Girl, I grew up in the Chi, Miss Chicago. Shout out to the Wild Hunteds. You know what I'm talking about? Yep. Hassan Tahir show, man. Peace to them too, man. I heard you mention them earlier too. Hey, sis, you want to drop a little information?
Shit. What you asked me to pull something out?
Nah, I got something now. I want to show real quick. Stop your screen. Take your screen all the way down.
Oh, let me stop sharing that shit.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right. Let's reiterate on a little bit of this. You know what I mean? Let's go. Since they say our people's them in the South, we didn't fight for the Confederacy.
Hello and welcome to my channel. If you are a subscriber to my channel, welcome back and thank you for your interest and support. If you aren't a subscriber but you'd like to see more, please like, subscribe, and click the notification bell so you don't miss any new interesting videos. The purpose of my videos are to rediscover the true history of people of color throughout the world. By understanding that truth, hopefully all people will be able to heal. I truly believe that remaining in ignorance helps no one, except for those individuals that thrive on deception, power, and dominance. One more thing before I get started, and trust me, you don't want to miss the rest of this video, but this has to be said. The word race and what it's supposed to mean is not a real thing. It was created to divide and conquer. It's a social construct which was scientifically debunked long ago, yet we still use the term day in and day out. Now, I realize that I've used the term race in some of my videos, but that was only because it's a term that people are most familiar with when trying to make sense of different skin tones. I will be producing a video addressing the peopling of the world in the near future, so please stay tuned for that. I produce these videos not to divide people, not to say one skin complexion is better than another, but to write the historical record, so we as human beings can move forward out of ignorance as a cohesive group, no one better than the other. All right, so without further ado, this video is titled The Black Southern Confederacy. We have been given 120 plus years of propaganda that the South was controlled by white men, and the few black men that fought for the South did so on behalf of their masters. This, of course, is a lie. In this video, I'm going to show you that the American Civil War was fought by black men and white men on both sides of the conflict. Okay, let me show you what I'm talking about. For those of you that don't know, the Confederacy included the states of Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Virginia. Regarding the hierarchy of the Southern Confederacy, Jefferson Davis was the president and Alexander Hamilton Stevens was the vice president. The Confederacy was formed in 1861. However, on April 9, 1865, General Robert E. Lee surrendered his Confederate troops to Union General Ulysses S. Grant, after 4 years of a costly and bloody war. All right, so I think this first article will blow your mind, so please pay close attention. I'm going to start off right at the top with the President of the Southern Confederacy, Jefferson Davis. Okay, so this article is from the newspaperarchive.com, Philadelphia Evening Telegraph newspaper, dated October 6th, 1886, page 8, column 1. All right, so the title of this article is The Davis Family, the Residents in Canada, How the Members Live. So the article starts, Ottawa, CW, September 27th. After the late war, the Davis family, excepting Mrs. Davis, went to live in Canada, and they still live there. At the head of this family is Mrs. Howell, the mother of Mrs. Davis, and with her is a younger sister of the latter who is unmarried. The Davis family consists of 2 boys and 1 girl, all young, the eldest, a boy, not being over 14 years of age. With Mr. Davis, there's a young child not included in the above list. Mrs. Howell is a tall, stately old lady of about 60 years of age. She has brilliant black eyes, good features, and looks a little sallow from her age. Her hair is gray and still thick, and she wears nothing on her head. This gives her an air of dignity and simplicity. In manner, she is very affable and plain. Miss Howell, whose first name is Margaret, is a tall young lady of about 20 years of age. She has dark eyes, good features, and a clear olive complexion, with dark brown hair. In manner, she is pleasing, and there is a strong resemblance between her and her mother. The looks of both ladies are quite Southern. Master Jefferson Davis is a fine boy of about 14 years of age. He is tall for his age and well made, with dark hair, dark eyes, and good features. His skin is a rich brown, like that of all his family. He is now in college in Lennoxville, Canada East. Miss Margaret Davis is a girl of about 8 years of age.
Hey sis, you getting this? Huh?
Yeah, what's crazy is I'm related to some Davises. That's my
What's
grandmother.
crazy is it's like, oh, the race thing was created from these motherfuckers who was up north against the people who was from the south. I'm not saying the American Indians now. I'm talking about these motherfuckers who came.
Yeah, the settlers.
You understand what I'm saying? But go ahead, sis. Will you say now you kidding some Davises? Yeah, me too.
I am. Yep. That's my grandmother maiden name. So, yep. That was her last name at first, and then she got married. So, you know it. Hey.
And see, all these people who they naming right now was considered white now. All these people was considered white. Or pictures of them was white. Or pictures of them was white. You understand what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
But here we go.
With eyes black as, I can't read that word because it's missing part of the first letter, and brown hair and good features. Her skin is a rich olive, like that of Mrs. Howell, her aunt. She is now at school in the convent of the Sacred Heart near Montreal. The last of the family to notice is who goes by the name of Willie. He is a boy of 4 years of age with gray eyes and light hair and features promising to be aquiline like those of his father. He is deaf, so that one has to shout at him in speaking. All right, so this is where I'm going to stop reading the article so we can go ahead and analyze it, although I must admit the rest of the article is very interesting. So let's break this down. Mrs. Howell is mother to 2 daughters, Mrs. Davis and Margaret. Mrs. Davis is Jefferson Davis's wife. As I mentioned previously, Jefferson Davis was the president of the Confederacy. Okay, so the Davis family consists of 2 boys, 1 girl, and 1 other child. We saw that Mrs. Howell is listed as being a tall, stately old lady of about 60 years of age. She has brilliant black eyes, good features, and looks a little sallow from age. Remember, sallow means a yellowish complexion. Her hair was iron gray and still thick. Then there is Miss Howell, whose first name is Margaret. She is listed as a tall young lady of about 20 years. She has dark eyes, good features, and a clear olive complexion with dark brown hair. Then the article says that there is a strong resemblance between her and her mother, and also that the looks of both ladies are quite Southern. So how I interpret the phrase looking quite Southern means many Southern women at that time had dark eyes, dark hair, and complexions that are sallow and olive. sallow meaning yellow, and olive meaning brown. All right, so let's get to the other children. The article says Master Jefferson Davis was a fine boy of 14 years of age. He is tall for his age and well made, with dark hair, dark eyes, and good features. His skin is a rich brown, like that of all his family. Folks, is that sinking in? I'm going to go ahead and repeat that last part, like that of all his family. So let's go ahead and look at the next child, which is Miss Margaret Davis. She was a girl of 8 years of age, with eyes black as unreadable, and brown hair and good features. Her skin is a rich olive, like that of Miss Howe, her aunt. All right, so let me reiterate what I just said. I said a rich olive, okay? They didn't say regular olive, a rich olive, which means it's an enhanced color, a darker color. All right, so looking at the last child, Master William Davis, he is 4 years of age with gray eyes and light hair and features promising to be aquiline like his father. He is also deaf. Wow, right? Weren't we taught that the Southern Confederacy was basically all white? Weren't we all told that only white people were in charge of the South? Aren't 99% of all the photos and paintings that we're shown in regards to the Southern Confederacy of white people? I'm not making this stuff up, folks, but there is a reason it's been left out of the curriculum. What I'm showing you here is that Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, had a black family. Let that sit with you for a minute. Remember, when I read the description of Master Jefferson Davis, the 14-year-old, it says he has a rich brown, not a light brown, not a
Pause it. Pause it.
complexion like that of all his family. Please.
OTK. Boom. See? And then when I bring up shit like this, then I'm being looked at like I'm wrong in what I'm saying. I don't feel like I'm wrong in what I'm saying. Like, I just think the destinies are intertwined a lot more than what we like to think and believe and feel. Can you rewind it back like 10 seconds, OTK? Because everything on looks. You know what I'm saying? And how you look, but that don't mean it ain't no nigga up in there. Go ahead, Milestone. You was about to say something?
All his family.
Yeah, I was saying people are too intertwined with that social construct of colors. That's what it is in them politic words. You know what I'm saying? And when you get down to the root of the word, it don't even really mean what you thought it meant. You know what I'm saying? It meant exactly what it said. The person looked and this the description of the people is the people that's coming by and that's seeing them. So they can only describe them in that certain type of color. You know what I mean?
Yep. But you know, that's why I be telling people, like, you can't look at a person and think some shit. You like, because you don't know their family history, you don't know their family line, you don't know their not even just their genealogy, but just none of us was there. And if you mean to tell me for 1 second it wasn't no mingling going on, man, then I mean, come on now. Like, they went, oh, it wasn't everybody. I mean, I get all of that, but it was about 90%. 90%. And I'll stand on that because he's even validifying it right now. But oh, I'm the one that's tripping. Go ahead, OTK.
And so he's saying that these people has been portrayed as white, but they really black.
Right.
All of these people in the Confederacy, we always known to be fucking white from all the pictures. But now he's showing you, no, they ain't fucking white. They black. The whole goddamn family. So the black, but now the motherfuckers got lighter. They got lighter. And now that's when they start getting, you know what I mean, into this race thing, and they start getting the white, which is what you were saying.
But see, that's true, OTK. But he also said that both fought on the sides of the Confederacy, both white and black, which they like to leave.
Yeah, definitely. But the story is only whites fought for the South, baby. That's what we've been taught. That's all we've been taught. That's all we've been taught. We ain't taught that the president was of the motherfucking Confederacy was black. We learned that later, after school.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's what this is saying. Like, so, you know, up north got their story. Remember, Abraham, the way their story go, Abraham freed the slaves and he had blacks fighting up north. So we ain't got to question that. But we always question, like, damn, y'all only motherfuckers fight for the South? Well, shit, my people's them got a different damn story. And we know our people's them got a different story because we know who our people's them that fought in these wars.
Yeah, but the idea that the Civil War was fought because of slavery, I think that, I mean, well, particular that it was fought because of black slavery is the bullshit.
Yeah, it was. Listen, we motherfuckers in the South was rich because we knew motherfuckers up north needed the shit that we produce. They wanted a piece of that. That shit wasn't about no goddamn slavery.
Shit, I'll argue that white slavery was the reason for the Civil War. But go off.
Listen, these motherfuckers who was white indentured, they wanted to do this because they wanted to have a better way of life. They was getting paid. They wanted to get work. But the ones that wasn't getting paid, we know, you know what I mean, what that situation was. They had to fulfill their role because somebody else paid for them to come.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you know what I mean? So they was volunteering over there to come over this motherfucker at a time too, in a point. And they was getting scooped the fuck up like in the 1900s. Man, them motherfuckers was going around over there in that Eastern world, dog, and scooping up every little boy and getting them boys, getting them boys to sign their life over, thinking they was about to come for a better life. They was coming into a life of indentured servitude, man.
But shit, that was shit. I would argue, big bro, that shit that was before the 1900s. Way before.
Yeah. I'm just letting you know how long that shit lasted.
How long is it going on? Yeah.
Shit. Yeah. Ain't nothing new up underneath the sun. If that ain't nothing happening now that ain't been going on. They just found better ways to do it.
And I also say this too, because I feel like I've said this before, but you know, for those who are coming in and probably don't know. I also feel like indentured servitude was just a blanket statement to cover up the real condition of what was really going on for them.
Yeah, because separate race too.
Own story, yeah.
Separate race too.
Cover it up like, oh, they was getting paid. They were only there for 8 years. No, bitch. They were slaves too. Cut the shit.
Word.
Cut the
That's
shit.
what it was.
Like,
it was the
it was
separate
equal playing field than what we like to believe.
Right.
But these motherfuckers that came into power somehow, and man, we done let this shit take place, man.
They was among other things too, but we ain't gonna talk about that right now.
Yeah, definitely. What's going on with the cut?
Peace, man. Peace.
Hey, Darvis.
What's good with you, baby?
Nothing much, just cooling. Just cooling.
That's the business. That's the business.
Our theme tonight, you know.
Shoot, I see y'all checking out the Davis family thing.
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm about to let some more of this shit play. I'm gonna bring it back just a little bit. And yeah, they let you know when they come in from Canada and all that shit right there. They came into Ottawa, Canada. Yeah, they let you know that
a lot
after
of
the late war. Hell yeah. It tells you that right there at the top of the article. Yeah.
They got an autobiography about him too.
See, I like my boy. My boy gonna show his sources now. He gonna show you where he get them shit from now. So you can go back and find these shit now. These are newspapers.
I could have sworn me and you argued about this one time a couple years ago about Jefferson Davis being white. Up top of the yard.
Jefferson Davis?
Yes, the president of the South.
Nah, bro. I don't think I ever argue about that. I tell you, I don't get into all that shit. Anytime you talk about them boys used to be all black, I'll be like, man, I leave that shit alone. All the time. I don't fuck with that because until I see some kind of proof. You know what I mean? But I don't fuck with that. I be believing you when you be saying that shit till I see otherwise. You know what I mean? But I don't think I never go against that shit there. Cause I know it was motherfucking black people heavily that own shit and was doing big shit.
And it was in the
Well,
government.
they call black, but we know who they was. You know what I mean? That descriptive term black, but we know who they was.
And
You
he
know
wasn't more.
Shit, these motherfuckers wasn't even using goddamn. They wasn't even using really. They ain't even using black for the complexion. They using black for the color of the hair.
That's what them boys try to say, man, because they trying to write themselves in history, trying not to fall out of history, because they finally got a little grip on history. But regardless, all the truth starting to come out, though, man, and it's gonna come out.
Regardless,
people try to say this shit like that meant hair colors and all that, but everybody know better than that shit.
Fact. I'm gonna play a little bit of this real quick, man. Run aside real quick. Go.
He is tall for his age and well made, with dark hair, dark eyes, and good features. His skin is a rich brown, like that of all his family. Folks, is that sinking in? I'm going to go ahead and repeat that last part, like that of all his family. So let's go ahead and look at the next child, which is Miss Margaret Davis. She was a girl of 8 years of age, with eyes black as unreadable, and brown hair and good features. Her skin is a rich olive, like that of Miss Howe, her aunt. All right, so let me reiterate what I just said. I said a rich olive. Okay, they didn't say regular olive, a rich olive, which means it's an enhanced color, a darker color. All right, so looking at the last child, Master William Davis, he is 4 years of age with gray eyes and light hair and features promising to be aquiline like his father. He is also deaf. Wow, right? Weren't we taught that the Southern Confederacy was basically all white? Weren't we all told that only white people were in charge of the South? Aren't 99% of all the photos and paintings that we're shown in regards to the Southern Confederacy of white people? I'm not making this stuff up, folks, but there is a reason it's been left out of the curriculum. What I'm showing you here is that Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, had a black family. Let that sit with you for a minute. Remember, when I read the description of Master Jefferson Davis, the 14-year-old, it says he has a rich brown, not a light brown, not a sallow, a rich brown complexion like that of all his family. Please remember, words are key. That's why I'm emphasizing these important descriptive words so that it really brings home what this family looked like. Folks, this war was not about black and white. This war was a fight about cultures, money, and power. Southern black men, men and white women were fighting for their way of life. Of course, I think it was disgusting to fight to keep the institution of slavery. These people and that part of their culture were sick, but that was part of the Southern culture at that time. What I'm saying to you is we have been lied to regarding who these people were and who had the power at that time in history. The reality was the South was full of families of color that were wealthy plantation owners, statesmen, bankers, doctors, preachers, teachers, soldiers, farmers, etc. This is not to say the South was not overrun with Negroes that were enslaved. However, as I will explain later in the video, and I'm sure I've touched on it in prior videos, Europeans of color at this time were not to be confused with American Negroes, aka Indians. I have over 25 articles of accounts of wealthy colored people and families in the South and Midwest, and that's not including families of color.
Okay, rewind that back.
The country. I will have to do a video on those wealthy families of color in the very near future. Also, these photos we are shown are not legitimate. These photos we are shown have been substituted by photos of white people. I think some folks watching my videos believe the photos and paintings of white people that I present are of people of color passing for white. That is not the case. The reason I show you these photos are to highlight and emphasize the contradictions between the descriptions that are written and the photos we are given representing these various historical figures. I believe the original photos and paintings, etc., have been destroyed or hidden away. Maybe that's one of the reasons why many Southern states passed laws against Negroes learning to read. I just wanted to clear up this issue about photos I'm presenting going forward. Okay, I'm going to move on to another article, and this one is about Verena Davis, the wife of Jefferson Davis. This article is from the Army.mil website. Basically, it's the U.S. Army's website. Anyway, this article was published on January 30th, 2015 by Eric Durr, New York State Division of Military and Naval Affairs. All right, so this article reads, Saratoga Springs, New York, October 8th, 2014. a university professor who is also a former government codebreaker and a retired college financial aid director, teamed up to transcribe and decode the secrets in a 150-year-old Confederate diary discovered in the collections of the New York State Military Museum in Saratoga Springs, New York. The Military Museum is administered by the New York State Division of Military and Naval Affairs, the state agency which oversees the New York Army and Air National Guard. Written in 1863 and 1864 by Confederate Army Lieutenant James Malbone, an officer in Company B, 6th Virginia Infantry, the diary records information about soldiers in his unit, items he's bought and sold, his African-American slaves, the faithfulness of other officers' wives, Confederate deserters, women, and military movements. You know, before I go forward reading this, I just wanted to comment where it says African-American slaves. Obviously, back in 1863 and 1864, the term African-American obviously was not used, but it also indicates that these folks writing the story want to portray that the people of color at that time were all from Africa, and that is far from the truth. As we are witnessing by all the videos that I'm producing, as well as other videos being produced that pertain to the same subjects. In essence, it's a way of disassociating European people of color from their heritage and American Negroes / Indians from their land. To keep some of this private, Melbone used a code of letters and symbols. Among that coded information is Melbone's speculation about race of Verena Davis, the wife of Confederate President Jefferson Davis. Encoded in his diary, Melbone recorded that he saw her and that she was dark complected and had a very, very brown skin, dark eyes, and high cheekbones, wide mouth. This was undoubtedly a reference to African-American features and possibly ancestry, said Dr. Kent Boakland, who broke the code. Again, you can see that reference to African-American. All right, so it goes on to read further. In the slave-owning Confederacy of 1864, these musings would have been explosive statements, said Boakland, a Queens College associate professor of computer science and National Security Agency trained cryptographer. Boakland, who has decrypted other historic documents, said people use codes in their diaries to keep military information, gossip, and ruminations about sex a secret from prying eyes. Malbone's diary contained a little of each. So I'm not going to read the entire article. I just wanted to read the section on Verena Davis because the first article I read to you didn't specifically describe her appearance. But now you know how her children got their looks. All right, so back to this article. Do you see where it says Malbone recorded that he saw her and she was dark complected and had very, very brown skin, dark eyes, high cheekbones, and a wide mouth? Now, they're saying that this was a reference to her African-American features and possibly ancestry. However, I hope if you've been watching my video series, you realize that she probably came from a European family of color. There is also a possibility that she was mixed with Indigenous American blood, aka Indian blood.
My bad, sis. I had to step off for a second. What you want me to do, baby?
My
you want
bad.
me to rewind it back?
Yeah,
Did you got the time frame?
I put it. Nah, we a little too far now. But I just wrote it on a screen because he wrote American. He said American Negroes, aka Indians. So I was just like, damn, he cooking. But it's all good. I just wanted to kind of rewind.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he do a lot of good work, bro. He do a lot of good work. I like this brother.
Yeah, you ain't got to go back now because, you know, it's too far now. It's too far ahead.
Okay. All right, I bet. Sorry about that, y'all.
No worries.
You realize that she probably came from a European family of color. There is also a possibility that she was mixed with Indigenous American blood, aka Indian blood. So
listen, a European family of color too, y'all. Now, Black Europeans. Shout out to my nigga Top Cat.
Let's take a look at what photos Google has for Mrs. Davis. Let's see if they portray her with this very, very brown skin. These photos aren't even close to matching the description. So let's take a look at the Davis family children. I sure don't see a rich olive or rich brown skin on any of them. Maybe it's just me, but do you guys see it? All I see are very pale complexions. Let's look at a painting of Verena Davis in a pendant from the Smithsonian Museum. Again, do you see a very, very brown skin? How about a brown skin? How about a light brown skin? This is what I'm trying to reveal to you. These paintings, photos are all bogus. All right, so let's look at one more example of what Mrs. Jefferson Davis looked like. This page comes from the book, The Davis Memorial Volume, Our Dead President, Jefferson Davis, The World's Tribute to His Memory by J. William Jones, D.D., copyright 1889. All right, going to page 313. This page goes on to read, Mr. Davis was received here with distinguished honors. DD, copyright 1889. All right, going to page 313. This page.
Damn, I was muted all that time. My bad. Hey, y'all, go get this. You can get the PDF or you can get it in Internet Archive. This right here is heavy right here too. Bunch of information in here about his family. You know what I mean? So you don't have to do no speculating, no guessing, no nothing. You don't have to take OTK word.
Jefferson Davis, The World's Tribute to His Memory by J. William Jones, D.D., copyright 1889. All right, going to page 313. This page goes on to read, Mr. Davis was received here with distinguished honors, and quarters were assigned him at the Spotswood Hotel, which then stood at the southeast corner of Main and 8th Streets, but was destroyed by fire December 25th, 1870. Here speeches were made, welcome after welcome extended.
Hey, Bucky, you said you two white man get an ear when they hear shit like this. Yeah. Hey, listen, let me tell you something like this. I've done found records where a lot, not only was it what they call Negroes or black people claiming Indian descent, it was an ass of motherfucker, what we call so-called white too. And they really got that shit in them. Big facts now. They grandmamas. Big facts. I seen a couple of cases like that, dog. I ain't even lying to you, bro.
And crowds pressed forward to be introduced to Mr. Davis and the members of his family.
We some fucking motherfuckers. That's all we say. Human race, some riding ass motherfuckers. We love sex.
And strongly marked characteristics which lie chiefly in the mouth. With firmly set yet flexible lips, there is indicated much energy of purpose and will, but beautifully softened by the usual sad expression of her dark, earnest eyes. Her manners are kind, graceful, easy, and affable, and her receptions are characterized by the dignity, suavity, which should very properly distinguish the drawing room entertainments of the chief magistrate of a republic. So again, we can see that the author describes Mrs. Davis as tall, with dark hair, eyes, and complexion, 3 separate categories regarding her appearance. Well, there are many more written examples of what Verena Davis looked like, but now I want to move on to some more Confederates of color. All right, so let's look at the Vice President of the Confederacy, Alexander H. Stephens. And this article comes from the Athens Weekly Banner, dated January 24th, 1908, page 3, first column. This article is titled Civilian Leaders of the Confederacy by John Good of Virginia, sometimes member of the Confederate Congress of the Virginia Session Convention of the Congress of the United States and President of the Virginia Constitutional Convention of 1901-1902. The article subheading reads Alexander H. Stephens, and the article goes on to read, the first I ever saw of Mr. Stephens was on the 22nd day of April, 1861. He had been sent as a commissioner by the government at Montgomery to negotiate a treaty of alliance, offensive and defensive, with the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I had the honor to represent the convention as a member of the committee appointed to receive him. It will be remembered that Virginia was, for a short time, an independent nation. She had seceded from the old nation, but had not accepted the new one, nor could she do so until a vote was had by the people upon the ratification or rejection of the Ordinance of Secession. Mr. Stephens impressed me at the time as a most remarkable man. In personal appearance, he was very slender, his complexion was swarthy, and he weighed less than 100 pounds. He had a metallic voice of far-reaching power and a wonderful penetration. All right, for the sake of time, let's just get to the heart of it.
Now, that's a Virginia delegate now. He's coming from Virginia. Wherever he's going, he's coming from Virginia. This is 1861 also too, y'all. Huh? This supposed to be slavery too now, y'all. Let's go.
Of course, this account takes place before.
Remember, slavery ain't in the 1865, so they say.
So John Good, the author of the article, states that he met with Mr. Stevens and he described his personal appearance as very slender and his complexion was swarthy. In my opinion, the author didn't mention his hair color or eye color, but went right for the distinguishing feature, which was his complexion, aka skin color. All right, so let's look at a photo of Alexander H. Stevens. This one was found on Google. Not seeing the swarthy complexion? Don't you all find it weird so far that these descriptions are published in many sources, but as I mentioned in previous videos, no one talks about these people's descriptions, only their deeds. Although if they did happen to mention their descriptions, for some reason, and I say this facetiously, they generally talk about hair color and eye color, failing to mention their complexions, skin color, or hue. Maybe it's just that they don't want to get into a discussion about it. All right, I'm going to take us away from these articles for a minute so I can show you real quick that Mr. Stevens' swarthy complexion, and basically all swarthy complexions, generally refer to complexions assigned to people of color. Let me show you real quick what I mean. Again, I'm going to preface this. I'm not speaking about white people with tans. There's a huge difference. And as Judge Judy says, let's not play with each other. Now, I have plenty of viewers commenting on various videos stating that swarthy complexions are not assigned to people of color. They believe that swarthy complexions refer to either white people with dark hair and dark eyes or white people that have tans from being outdoors. I'm not blaming these commenters for believing as they do because they have been subject to the same rewritten history we all have been taught. However, I'm going to debunk that false narrative right now. I'm going to go through a couple examples real quick. Let's look at this article from the Indianapolis Journal dated July 12th, 1895, page 4, 5th column, under the title, About People and Things. Beginning in the third paragraph, it states, Mrs. Anna R. Woodby of Omaha, described as a swarthy colored woman, has been named by the prohibitionists as one of the candidates for the regents of the state university. Now, this next article is from the Indianapolis newspaper dated September 10th, 1891, page 2, 4th column. The title of this article is The Asphalt Colored Hands Demand $1.75 per day for their labor. So the paragraph begins, at 1 o'clock today, about 100 swarthy Negro laborers employed to lay concrete work on the Virginia Avenue asphalt pavement threw down their tools and quit work. Okay, moving on. You'll love this one. This article is from the Savannah Morning newspaper dated February 21st, 1904, page 30, second to the last column. The title of this article is The Romantic Story of the Douglas Family. I'm going to skip down to the 5th paragraph where it reads, being desirous of seeing the one who had done so signaling a service, the man was pointed out to the king by his color or complexion. In these words of the Gaelic tongue, Sholto de Glass, or behold the swarthy colored man. Hence he was named Sholto the Douglas. The king royally rewarded him with grants of land and created him Lord of Douglas. Well, that was interesting, don't you think? Keep in mind, this is a major southern newspaper in Georgia, and it's 1904. Okay, so this next article is from the Durham Daily Globe, dated October 23rd, 1893, page 1, 3rd column. The title of this article is People Who Come and Go, Brief Brevities of Interest to All Readers of the Globe. Skipping down to the 3rd paragraph, it reads, Solomon Justice, another swarthy African, was charged with violating a city ordinance, but was not found guilty, so went on his way rejoicing. Again, this is another southern newspaper, this one from Durham, North Carolina, in the year 1893. Here's the last example I'm going to share because I want to get back to the main subject of this video. This article is from the New Albany Daily Ledger, dated May 19, 1860, page 2, 2nd column. This short article reads, it appears that the contest for vice president in the Republican convention was between Hannibal Hamlin and Cassius M. Clay, and the former succeeded. This was natural, we suppose. Hannibal of old, in whose honor Hamlin was named, was a swarthy African, while Cassius was nothing but a Roman and a white man. So let's look at this. According to this editor, and I've read this before, Hannibal Hamlin, Abraham Lincoln's vice president, was named after a swarthy African. Why would you name a white man after a black man? Well, if you've seen my prior video, I assert that Hamlin was a black man. You also saw where the editor states, this was natural, we suppose. I believe he made that statement because Hamlin was black, but also because black men were numerous in the Republican Party at that time. So basically the editor jumps to a conclusion thinking that Hamlin was only voted in by the Republican Party at the convention because He not only is he a black man, but he has a black man's name, where his opponent was named after a white man. So of course they're not going to choose him. So why would this editor have this sarcastic view? Well, here's an interesting fact, and I did a little digging. According to the Carnegie Center for Arts and History, they state that this newspaper editor sided heavily with the Southern cause, yet he still assigned the term swarthy to an African man. So my whole point here with these particular articles is to point out that the term swarthy was used to describe dark-skinned people, whether they be Africans, Europeans of color, or any dark-skinned individuals. Okay, as always, I have plenty more examples of the term swarthy describing people of color, but the video must go on. Okay, so let's move on to the next article. And this one is from the Cincinnati Daily Commercial Newspaper dated October 20th, 1865, page 2. The title of this article is Alexander H. Stephens, the ex-rebel vice president, and John H. Reagan in the Metropolis, Mr. Stephens' appearance, future movements of the party. This article starts out, Alexander H. Stephens, ex-vice president of the Confederate States, accompanied by his brother, Judge Linton Stephens, who remained 6 weeks imprisoned with him in Fort Warren, and ex-Postmaster General John H. Reagan arrived in this city last evening on the 8 o'clock train and put up at the Astor House. Okay, I'm going to skip down to the next paragraph that reads, John Reagan, his companion and fellow sufferer in the same cause, in appearance is the real type of true Southern gentleman. He is tall and commanding in form, we should say 6 feet in height, with an uncommonly well-built frame, and head well balanced on shoulders that Apollo might envy, with dark brown hair within a shade of black, a full beard and mustache of the same color, a dark complexion and flashing black eyes that set off admirably by their brightness their dark surroundings. Reagan is what the world would call a handsome man. Unfortunately, this article describes Alexander H. Stephens in every way except his complexion. Fortunately, we've learned that his complexion was swarthy from the previous article. And might I add, we have now confirmed who swarthy pertains to. Okay, so what I've gleaned from this article is that John H. Reagan was the Postmaster General for the Confederacy under Jefferson Davis. We also see that he is described as the real type of Southern gentleman. So in my mind, that means he looks like the typical Southerner of that era. So let me get back to his description that makes him the real type of Southern gentleman. The article describes John H. Reagan as tall and commanding in form, 6 feet in height, uncommonly well-built frame, head well balanced on shoulders that Apollo might envy, dark brown hair within a shade of black, a full beard and mustache of the same color, a dark complexion, and flashing black eyes that set off admirably by their brightness, their dark surroundings. Reagan is what the world would call a handsome man. Now, look at the photos I found for him. Where is the dark complexion? How are his eyes set off by the dark surroundings? What I do hear is that Southern gentlemen have dark complexions, something that I was never told in school. Now, there is one more person in the article. His name is John Linton Stephens, Alexander H. Stephens' brother. He was a Supreme Court justice for the state of Georgia. Let's take a look at his description. All right, so this paragraph starts off, Judge Linton Stephens, brother to the late vice president, is a very fine-looking man of full habit and ruddy complexion, and the last man who would be taken as the brother of Alexander. One would take him to be a well-to-do New England farmer rather than a Southern gentleman of leisure, with plantations by the 100 acres. All right, so looking at this, Judge Stephens has a ruddy complexion, who apparently resembles a New England farmer rather than a Southern gentleman of leisure. Okay, real quick, ruddy is a reddish-brown color. I think that in modern times, we have been led to believe ruddy complexions are of white people with some rosacea issues. That is not a complexion. Look at this photo of what I mean by rosacea. And remember, the term complexion denotes the skin on your entire face and generally your body. I had several people comment on previous videos regarding the definition of a ruddy complexion, saying it was like a reddish brown color. I would tend to agree. However, just like the word brunette, the meaning was unofficially changed in the early to mid 1900s to validate the rewritten history we were all taught. Now, I hate to go off on a tangent again, but I feel like we're going to have those same commenters that believe white people are swarthy use the same rewritten history to say that the term dark complexion always pertains to white people. Let me quickly dispel that notion. So this first article comes from the Milledgeville Confederate Union newspaper dated September 6, 1864, page 1, second column. The ad states, "Stop the runaway. Runaway from Macon, Georgia on the 14th day of July instant. a Negro boy named Charles, age 20 years, 5 feet, 10 inches, dark complexion, flat nose, and weighs about 165 to 175 pounds. I will pay a suitable reward for his delivery to me at this place or his confinement until I get to him. All right, so this next article is from the Augusta Weekly Chronicle and Sentinel, dated March 5th, 1856, page 6, last column. The title of this ad is Public Sales, Burke Sheriff's Sale. And as you can see, it's a long list of Negroes for sale. I'm not actually going to read the whole list because that would take too long, but feel free to pause the video and you can read the list for yourself. All right, so it goes on to read, will be sold on the first Tuesday. Unfortunately, I can't read that part because it's messed up, but it picks up in said county within the legal hours of sale. The following property, to wit, one Negro man slave named Stephen, about 25 years old, of a dark complexion, one Negro woman slave named Viney, about 22 years old, and her 2 children, all of light complexion, one Negro boy slave named Gus, about 11 years old, light complexion, one Negro boy slave named Boston, 9 years old, dark complexion, one Negro slave named Fanny, about 25 years old, dark complexion, one Negro woman slave named Harriet, about 30 years old, and her 3 children, names and ages unknown. Bill, a boy about 8 years old, Carter, a boy 6 years old, both of the last mentioned of a dark complexion. Charles, a man about 32 years old, dark complected. Aaron, a man about 45 years old, light complected. Abraham, a man about 45 years old, dark complected. Nicholas, a man about 45 years old, light complected. Millie, a woman about 44 years old, light complected. Harry, a man about 34 years old, dark complected. King, a man about 30 years old, light complected. Western, a boy about 5 years old, dark complexion. Clay, a boy about 12 years old, dark complexion. Taylor, a boy about 10 years old, dark complexion. Doc, a boy about 8 years old, light complexion. Nick, a boy about 6 years old, light complexion. Moselle, a girl about 1 year old, light complexion. First of all, this turns my stomach. This is what we refer to as human trafficking today, but a lot worse. Unfortunately, history is filled with the good, the bad, and the ugly. Okay, so looking at this list, we can see 2 main complexions attributed to these people referred to as Negroes, dark complexions and light complexions. Do those complexions look familiar? They should, because they mean the same thing, Black people, aka people of color. I want to bring your attention to another point that's quite obvious to me now. After researching for several years and listening to other researchers, generally, when I see the word Negro in literature from the 1600s to the late 1800s, the term Negro was assigned to the indigenous population of America, aka Indians, or the indigenous.
Did y'all hear him? When I see the word Negro during what?
To as Negroes, dark complexions and light complexions.
Say that again for me.
Do those complexions look familiar? They should, because they mean the same thing, Black people, aka people of color. I want to bring your attention to another point that's quite obvious to me now. After researching for several years and listening to other researchers, generally, when I see the word Negro in literature from the 1600s to the late 1800s, the term Negro was assigned to the indigenous population of America, aka Indians, or the indigenous population of the Caribbean. Most often, Negroes were given first names or they assigned themselves a first name. This is how you will most often see them referred to. They generally did not have last names. They obviously had indigenous names, but of course, those.
Can you hear me, OTK?
Yeah, that's why I paused it.
So let's be clear about something. Let's be very clear about something. He said that these were names that they were assigned, or they assigned themselves, right? Right?
Correct.
Why is he not bringing up if they were enrolled in any kind of Catholicism? Because majority of those names he read off were of the Christian faith.
Yeah, he don't have to say that shit. We already know that.
Well, I'm sorry.
That's anybody who do any kind of research shit. They should already know that. That motherfucker was taking names out of the book.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm
they
good.
we yeah,
You got me.
you know, yeah, shit. I hope everybody know that shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, but that's why you have names like Shoemaker. You know what I mean? Because motherfuckers wanted to choose a name because that they was leaving out of their indigenous language. You understand what I'm saying?
Assign themselves a first name. This is how you will most often see them referred to. They generally did not have last names. They obviously had indigenous names, but of course, those were probably too hard for Europeans to pronounce. Plus, psychologically, I'm sure it was an attempt to break them mentally from their culture. So, in my opinion, to facilitate that mental break, they were only given first names. I will tell you this, Europeans generally felt that the indigenous, aka Negroes, were savages, no more than animal. Of course, there are always the exceptions to the rule. There were plenty of marriages that occurred between the two cultures. However, this loathing Europeans had after the late war, the Davis family, accepting Mrs. Davis, went to live in Canada, and they still live there. At the head of this family is Mrs. Howell, the mother of Mrs. Davis. And he has a black man's name where his opponent was named after a white man. So, of course, they're not going to choose him. So, why would this editor? Europeans prided themselves. I'm sure it was an attempt to break them mentally from their culture. So, in my opinion, to facilitate that mental break, they were only given first names. I will tell you this.
That's heavy. That's heavy.
Did you stop it?
Yeah, I stopped it. Y'all see all this Indian Negroes? Indian
Yeah.
Negro, Indian Negroes. We talk about Florida. You know what I mean? Alexander Gazette. My dog throwing Washington. You know what I mean? Come on, man. I mean, like, what are we saying here? I thought they say Indians were Negroes.
Yeah, that's why I was asking to rewind it back a little bit, not now, but earlier on when we were having
Oh,
speaking because he was like American, what do you say, American Negroes, aka Indians. I said, uh-oh.
yeah. He said it
Uh-oh.
again just now, not too long ago. Yeah, he
Yeah.
said it again. He said, when I do my research from the 1600s to the late 1800s, when I see the word Negroes, I know that name was applied to the indigenous people, aka the Indians, and to the people in the Caribbeans. He hit on that shit again, sis. He doubled down on it again. And look, he throwing his sources up there. 1836. Now we talk about before the war now. I mean before slavery ended or whatever. But shit, it's like right after Seminole Wars, pretty much. During the time too, you know. But yeah.
Negro
Right
savages.
now,
That's
yeah.
taking me out.
Go ahead, sis.
Now I say Negro savages is taking me out. Okay.
Uh-huh. But
Shut up.
that's what they called us. Because you gotta think when we started fighting back. See, we was fighting back against these motherfuckers. So that's why I would say, damn, the shit that we was doing to them boys, scalping them boys and that shit, them boys like shit, these motherfuckers. Hey, whoo, they something different, boy. For real. Dog. I'm trying to tell you, they was like, shit, that motherfucker is wicked. Word. Let's go.
This, Europeans generally felt that the indigenous, aka Negroes, were savages, no more than animal. Of course, there are always the exceptions to the rule. There were plenty of marriages that occurred between the two cultures. However, this loathing Europeans had was evident in the countless literary works published over the centuries. Europeans would never give Indians their last names. This was a ridiculous notion. Europeans prided themselves when
And in case y'all don't know, these are coats of arms and shields and family crests now, what he's showing right here on the screen. Do y'all family genealogy and look for these family crests and these shields and stuff. Good word. That's what these are right here that he's showing. Word.
Came to their family names and family crests over the centuries. Europeans would never give Indians their last names. This was a ridiculous notion. Europeans prided themselves when it came to their family names and family crests. When you do read about a Negro with a first name and last name, generally it was because they were a runaway, posing as a freedman or a European of color. Often when seeing runaway ads, you will see it say something like, runaway Negro, calling themselves, insert first name, insert last name. Or there were plenty of instances where free Europeans of color were kidnapped from a non-slave state and forced down south and sold into slavery. So please wake up and smell what's cooking. The reason this propaganda was put into the rewritten.
Did y'all hear him? Free Europeans of color was getting captured. You hear me? They was runaway slaves, indentured servants. They supposed to have been right here.
From a non-slave.
Let's see what he said.
Last names.
Let's back
this
up.
was a ridiculous notion. Europeans prided themselves when it came to their family names and family crests. When you do read about a Negro with a first name and last name, generally it was because they were a runaway, posing as a freedman or a European of color. Often when seeing runaway ads, you will see it say something like, runaway Negro, calling themselves, insert first name, insert last name. Or there were plenty of instances where free Europeans of color were kidnapped from a non-slave state and forced down south and sold into slavery. So please wake up and smell what's cooking. The reason this propaganda was put into the rewritten history was to again validate why so many Black people have European names. All right, I hope you start understanding the sheer magnitude of this research. All right, are you saying WTF to yourself yet? If not, you might after this next article. Let's take a look at one of the most exalted Confederate generals, Robert E. Lee. So for this gentleman, and I say that loosely, we go to the United States of America.
I wanted Robert Lee to be here for this one. Since he think he take that name because he a cracker. I really wanted him to be here for this one. You know what I mean? To let him know you're dumb. You think you're a cracker? Well, here you go.
That's a dumb fuck.
It's titled Proceedings and Debate of the 90th Congress.
Yeah, I wouldn't go say it, sis, but thank you.
Part 7, March 28th, 1968 to April 9th, 1968, by the Government Printing Office, Washington. Okay, so why did I read you that long title? I read it to you because this is the Congressional Record, an excellent primary source, and they are discussing Robert E. Lee's family line. So on page 8727, they are speaking about Richard Lee, who was the first Lee in America. He was the 6th generation ancestor of Robert E. Lee. Now, turning the page to 8728, it goes on to read, Richard's descendants prospered through the following century until the time of the Revolution. There were no more illustrious names in the annals of the new republic than the Lees, except that of Washington himself. Such Lees as Richard, Henry, Arthur, Thomas, William, Francis, and Lightfoot were men of station, ability, wealth, and integrity. 2 were signers of the Declaration of Independence. The list of members of Congress, governors of Virginia, and other holders of public office was endless. Young Robert E. Lee grew up in the midst of this tradition. Robert E. Lee decided on a military career at a very early age. In fact, as a young boy, he decided he would go to West Point. He finally ended up there when he was 18 in 1825. When he entered West Point, he had brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes. He was 5'10" and weighed 180 pounds. Robert E. Lee was the son of Henry, Light Horse Harry, Lee of Revolutionary War renown. It was he who coined the patriotic phrase with reference to Washington, first in war, first in peace, first in the hearts of his countrymen. So we can see here that Robert E. Lee was described as having dark brown hair, a dark complexion, gray eyes, and he was 5'10" and weighed 180 pounds. So we can see that he is described with 3 main categories: dark hair, dark complexion, and gray eyes. That said, looking at photos of General Lee, where's the dark complexion? I don't see it. The real question is, where are all the real photos of all the people that I'm presenting? As I've said in other videos that I've made regarding people of color, Robert didn't develop this dark complexion on his own. It was obviously passed down by his father, mother, or both. All right, are you guys ready to continue down the rabbit hole? Here we go. Now, let's take a look at Alfred Lee. This article comes from the Chicago Tribune dated July 20th, 1868, page 2, column 4. All right, so this paragraph starts off, Alfred Lee, the wealthy colored man who lately died at Georgetown, D.C., was the half-brother of General Robert E. Lee, the leader of the rebel armies and the president of Washington College. So, did that get your attention? Not only was this man colored and wealthy, he was General Lee's half-brother. The Civil War ended approximately 4 years prior to his death. Folks, I'm trying to tell you something here with these videos. The information is right in front of us. We have been lied to. I know it's hard to digest, but it's in black and white. No pun intended, of course. Okay, heavy stuff, right? So let's keep going on to the next Southern Confederate of color. All right, so this article comes from the Philadelphia Inquirer, dated August 23rd, 1889, page 4, column 5. And this article goes on to read, a light, wiry, gray-haired little man with gray chin beard and a brown complexion, registered at the Lafayette yesterday with his wife. The name he signed was James All Chalmers, Sardis, Mississippi. General Chalmers is pretty well known to the people of this country. He was a Confederate brigadier and a fire eater of the old regime. His connection with the Fort Pillow Massacre is historical and has often been a subject of congressional debate. General Chalmers represented the celebrated shoestring district of Mississippi for several terms as a Democrat, though the white voters were outnumbered by the colored 5-1. When he was left out by his old party, he managed to get the Republican nomination. He claims to have been elected, although his opponent got their certificate. The general will contest. So this article is describing James All Chalmers, who was a Confederate brigadier general from Sardis, Mississippi. The article describes General Chalmers as a light, wiry, gray-haired little man with gray chin beard and a brown complexion. Okay, so this man had gray hair and beard, yet his complexion is still brown. I hope you're hearing me. Again, he had a brown complexion, not light brown, not tawny or sallow, brown. Okay, there was one other thing in that article that I thought was very important. It mentioned that white voters were outnumbered by colored 5-1. To me, it sounds like a real motive for white supremacists to try to take over, because guess what? Colored people had the right to vote after the Civil War, and they were going to get outvoted every time. So what do you think they did? And this outnumbering in Sardis, Mississippi was not exclusive to them. It was all over the South. So in response, they formed the White Leagues and the KKK. Now, unfortunately, I can't get into this right now, but I will be doing a video addressing this very issue. All right, so let's keep marching on to the next Confederate general. All right, so this article is from the Cumberland Daily Times, dated May 18th, 1887, page 3, column 5. This article is titled General Joe Wheeler, His Reminiscence of the Fall of the Confederacy. And the article starts off, I had a chat with General Joe Wheeler the other day. He now represents one of the northern congressional districts of Alabama in the House of Representatives, and he is one of the most striking characters in the South. He is short and slim, nervous and wiry, and he does not weigh, all told, over 125 pounds. He has black hair, a dark complexion, bright black eyes, and a full black beard, into which the gray is fast creeping. He dresses in dark clothes and wears his Prince Albert coat buttoned tightly around his little frame, making it look smaller than ever. He apparently does not care much for dress, and he wears a soft hat which he now crowds upon his head, now sticks in the pocket of his overcoat, and now carries about under his arm. He is a very popular man among his fellows, has nothing of the snob about him, and is as pleasant a conversationalist as you will find among public men. So, as you can see, General Wheeler was described as a short and slim, nervous and wiry. He weighed 125 pounds. He has black hair, a dark complexion, bright black eyes, and full black beard. The author was very descriptive: black hair, dark complexion, black eyes, and beard. Note that complexion is in its own category. All right, so this next piece of evidence comes from the book A Long Shadow, Jefferson Davis in the Final Days of the Confederacy, page 38. This book was authored by Michael B. Ballard. And the paragraph reads, Judah P. Benjamin, the only cabinet member who had not been at church services that morning, was probably the first to arrive at the meeting, for he was already in his office, only a few feet from Davis's, when the president arrived. He had spent most of the previous evening packing documents to be shipped south in case of an emergency. Adjutant General Samuel Cooper, who considered the threat to Richmond no matter of levity, had been outraged to find Benjamin singing and whistling to entertain those who worked with him. The Secretary of State had an irresponsible sense of humor and a keen mind. Now 53, he had had a successful legal and political career in Louisiana before the war and was the first professing Jew to be elected to the United States Senate. Benjamin had served the Confederacy as Attorney General and Secretary of War before becoming Secretary of State in 1862, and his actions had often been controversial. Yet there was probably no one in the government that Jefferson Davis trusted more. Benjamin was short, swarthy, and stocky. Well, we can see a few surprises in this selection, right? First of all, Judah sounds like he was Jefferson Davis's trusted advisor. However, he was also his Attorney General and Secretary of War. Secondly, he was a Jew. Now, some of you know the Jews in literature are always being referred to as being black in the past, prior to the 1900s. I have had several subscribers ask me to create a video on Black Jews, and I plan to do so. And finally, we can see that Judah Benjamin was described as short, swarthy, and stocky. Actually, there's a fourth element I want to highlight. Isn't it ironic that the president of the Confederacy's closest confidant was a Black Jew? Just saying. Because aren't the white supremacists today always hating on blacks and Jews? We've been misled, folks. Alrighty then, moving on. Now I've shown you the black leadership of the Confederacy. I hope you don't think the troops they commanded were all white. So let's take a look at some of the troops. All right, so this article comes from the Daily Intelligencer, dated December 25th, 1862, page 4, column 5. This article talks about the 1st Virginia Volunteer Infantry by company. It goes on to read, the following soldiers are reported absent without leave. They will return immediately to duty, or if arrested, they will be treated as deserters. Major and Provost Marshal General for Virginia. And just as a side note, I like military roles because they tend to be very descriptive. As you're going to see, the soldiers that deserted are described in detail. Why? Because they want to know exactly what they look like, especially their complexions. Obviously, you could have 2 or more people with the same name, so telling them apart is much easier when you know their complexions. Have you ever?
Yeah. Y'all needed me to stop or anything like that? I see Kaz said, wait a minute. And yeah, Dosey, I told you them Wheelers, them boys where I'm from out here, they was pastors and masons, some of your first Indian pastors and masons in Moncks Corner, Colesville area, yep. Good word. Go ahead, sis. My bad.
I just like how you breaking it down and showing people, you know what I'm saying? Because we think one thing, you know, like I said, I just be feeling like it's just more intertwined than what we like to believe. And, you know, I mean, I feel like he's doing a good job of highlighting that, like these people that they are claiming are these white people are in fact colored people or so-called colored people or however way they want to put it. And it's real sick what they've done with the history. It's
real sick. It's real sick. It's real sick, sis, because now when you go look at some of these census and you see your people's them classified as mulattoes or whites, now you're wondering, damn, are they really white? Because now you're going to be like, old girl that you like to show, that white girl who grandmama was fucking black, considered black, or it was really black, but you know what I'm saying, sis? This shit is fucked up. And all we can say is nobody knows. But we trying to find out what all happened. But dog, it seems like every time you think you getting down to the motherfucking, you getting to the bottom of that shit, that motherfucker take another rabbit hole turn. You know what I mean? But it's all good, sis. That's why you keep doing your goddamn work. You know what I mean? And you know, because you're looking for answers.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with looking for answers, sis.
Yeah, the whole identity thing is what's really messed up in this whole situation. The identity politics, everything surrounding it. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what's so messed up about it all. And it's like, damn. So it's like we know what they've done to cover up history. You know what I'm saying? You know, and I don't think anyone here denies the plausibility of European settlement or whatever, but you know, we was a good majority on this motherfucker and still is, for real.
For real, for real. Remember the first narrative, sis, and Milestone probably can attest to this, and everybody in the chat. When we first started hearing about American Indians, the story was told that they all died and deceased because of disease and war. But now we saying, well, hold up, how these motherfuckers still here in 1900s, 1800s? How the fuck we still here if all that happened? So you don't even hear that narrative no more. When the last time y'all heard that narrative?
Hey, I haven't. Then they want to pin the center of the universe. They want to say, oh, everybody came from Africa naturally. No.
Yeah, but that was part of that was Darwin them boy cousin. You know, and Lewinsky them boys, and eugenics. That was eugenics. That was pseudoscience, baby. That created that narrative. And pseudoscience was created within the science realm.
And I'm only saying that because a lot of the textbooks that I got, even from on a university level, definitely always want to pin everybody back to Africa. They don't give a fuck who you is. They feel like that's how society, that's how humanity was started.
Yeah, but that's the curriculum.
That's such bullshit.
Yeah, because that's the curriculum.
Everybody could learn that and truly believe that. And that's why a lot of people stand 10 toes on it.
Yeah, and that's why it's a curriculum, though. But you got to think for how long we've been taught that, baby. Everybody ain't going to just snap overnight. If you've been indoctrinated for over 20 years, 10 years, shit, they say anything you do for 30 days is a fucking habit.
No, I'm just saying, I'm just pointing out how they love to mislead us.
So you gotta work it. You gotta work it. You gotta work it in there, sis. You gotta put it on the easy. Some people can't take hardcore stuff. You know what I mean? You gotta just work it easy because you know what I mean. I'm still getting indoctrinated with some things. for real. Sometimes I don't even know I was indoctrinated that way until certain things I read or I come across or other people bring across to me. You understand what I'm saying? Because the question that you have is because of the indoctrination that you've already been taught. That's why when somebody brings something new to you, you have questions about it. If you wasn't indoctrinated by something else, you wouldn't even have questions. You would just listen because this is the first time you're hearing it and it's new to you and you will learn it. Just like how we was indoctrinated. If that make any sense. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I just think people that have one way of thinking is crazy, you know. And I don't know, it's like that great awakening that comes, and then you're like, "Fuck, that shit is not even true."
Right. And sometimes it has to happen like that. Yeah, it has to happen like that sometimes, sis. Sometimes it has to happen like that, and some things don't have that. So in other words, let me tell you like this. When they was pushing let's say inside the Caribbeans, when they came with the dumb diverses in the Caribbeans, they was pushing that shit. It's either this or dog. When they came over here with that shit and try that shit, they said, oh no, these are motherfuckers. Here's something different. We can't do that. So you know what they did, sis? They learned how to ease it on to us. They start incorporating our spirituality with theirs and start writing new systems. This is how they did it. Because that harsh way, you trying to force this on our throat? Nah, fuck no, you better chill out. But then, after they see that wasn't working, they was like, you know what, boy, the French and the English and the British, they learned from the Spanish. Like, oh, nah, these motherfuckers get decimated down there. We ain't fucking it with it that way. Hey, we ain't even got to use the Bible, y'all. Let's just use spirituality, period. Let's find out what their spirituality system is, and let's see if we got some similarities, and let's attack that. What better way to get to you, baby, than to attack your spiritual? Once I attack your spiritual, I can damn near control your mind.
Yep. And they did a good job of it.
Yeah, because they had a bunch of practice in the Caribbean and in South America. They had a bunch of practice, babe. And in Africa, and in Europe, and in Asia, and in India. They had a bunch of practice. By the time the motherfucker been done coming over here, they've been done masters at it, baby. They was masters at their craft. They just, you know what I mean? They just had to figure out how they was going, how they had to do it. They didn't know what to expect. But once they got all that together, you know what I mean? Hey, that's how I believe it went down. From what I've researched. How about that?
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's different in different places. It's definitely different in different places. You know what I mean? It was a different way in different places. Facts. We all know that. We all know that. But shit, Carolina was crazy, sis, because they didn't come in with the book. They came in fighting against each other. Like the British and the English was fighting in Carolina. You know, you understand what I'm saying? And then at the bottom of Carolina, they was fighting the Spanish. Some of their own peoples who was coming from Barbados. So they say that was white. They say they was white, but they was coming from Barbados, but they fighting against the fucking English and the British that's occupying Charleston, and they fighting against the Spanish in the South. So who are these people? The Carolinians. They don't know, but I know. Where? But I'll save that, sis. Let's say some more. This shit heavy though. Milestone, you want to say something real quick, bro?
Yeah, Woo. Hold on, man. I just hit this thing, and you know. But anyway, they the colorism, the color scheme thing. That's the only thing that get people. You know what I'm saying? That's the main hook. Is the colorism scheme. Like they throwing different colors at you, and people gravitating to them colors and trying to understand that part of it, and not knowing that a color is really a hue. You know what I'm saying? So when that's how you properly supposed to say it, a hue of color. You know what I'm saying? So and people gravitate to the wrong ones, and then try to pinpoint it and say it's that person. When you got to pay attention to the original hue and how they spoke the original hue.
Right, right. That's heavy. What you think about that, sis?
Definitely. I don't disagree. I know that that's the problem with all of this is looker shit.
Ain't no scholarship behind it, dog. Because if they was doing scholarship, they would have been researching shit like this. All they do is looker shit. You said it right, sis. Looking without shit to back it up.
Exactly.
A good word.
Ain't anything.
You enjoying this shit though? Y'all enjoying this? It's informative though. I mean, you know.
It's definitely fire because it's definitely a lot of evidence out there that proves that a lot of these people were so-called Negroes, or they were calling Indians Negroes. That whole thing, the things that we've been saying forever, you know, it's just that it's good that it's some physical evidence to show for it too.
Right. What you think, Milestone? Informative?
Very informative. Very, 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 very much so. informative.
Bet. That's what's up. Let's go then. We ain't got that much longer. Let's go. Y'all just let me know when to stop.
Noticed in modern times, government driver's licenses, IDs, passports don't have complexion as a descriptor. That's because they have color photos now that show someone's complexion. Okay, so back to the article. These soldiers I presented thus far in the video are all of European heritage, some colored and some white. Some of these soldiers may be listed as having a light complexion. That's different than a fair or pale complexion. Light complexions, as you've seen, refer to people we call light-skinned Black people today. Remember, it's all about the complexion. All right, so under the first company, Company A, we have William Maxwell, private, age 34 years, eyes gray, hair black, complexion dark, height.
All right, so remember now, this is the bullshit where they try to bring up on me because I was showing a war record where they didn't have no race. They only had complexion. Just like this right here. Now, this is an infantry, a voluntary infantry, meaning they first line. Now, infantry is the first line. You know what I mean? Definitely. They live in the woods. That type shit. They down for combat. That's what their main priority is in the military. And they complexion. That's what they got, not race.
5 feet 9 3/4 inches. Occupation, a mariner. Under Company C, the first soldier is white. Henry Brooks, private, age 22 years, eyes brown, hair black, complexion fair, height 5 feet 11 inches, occupation farmer. So from this point, I'm only going to read off the soldiers of color. All right, so still in Company C, we have Samuel Chase, eyes brown, hair brown, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Samuel Stillwagoner, eyes blue, hair light, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Henry Stillwagoner, eyes brown, hair brown, complexion dark, occupation miner. Those last two are probably brothers. Both have dark complexions. All right, moving on. Company D, George W. Howard, eyes gray, hair black, complexion light, occupation farmer. Martin Birch, eyes black, hair light, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Company E, Benjamin Ryan, eyes gray, hair dark, complexion dark, occupation steamboatman. Perry Baldwin, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Patrick Aho, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation boiler. Thomas Gardner, eyes black, dark hair, complexion dark, occupation farmer. David Householder, eyes gray, hair light, complexion light, occupation laborer. James Cahoe, eyes brown, hair brown, complexion dark, occupation boiler. Henry Farnsworth, blue eyes, hair auburn, complexion light, occupation cooper. Company H, Jeremiah Ney, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. William Shepard, eyes gray, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Joshua Hickok, eyes, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Jonathan Barker, eyes black, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Abner Miner, eyes brown, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Company I, William Bednell, eyes dark, hair dark, complexion light, occupation coal miner. Company K, George M.V. Pierce, eyes blue, hair dark, complexion dark, occupation laborer. William Kirkland, eyes black, hair black, complexion dark, occupation farmer. Okay, that took a little bit of time, but as I mentioned, complexion tells the story. There were 34 soldiers listed in this article. 21 of them are men of color. That tells me something. These soldiers were from Georgia, and a majority of these men were of color. That gives me insight into how many soldiers of color were fighting for the Confederacy. Again, please hear me. The Civil War was not about oppressing people based on complexion. It was about culture, power, and money. All right, let's take another look at the list of soldiers. And this list was published in the Athens Southern Banner newspaper, dated January 14th, 1863, page 7, column 3. This article reads, $990 reward, headquarters, Camp of Instruction, Camp Randolph, Decatur, Georgia, December 9th, 1862. A reward of $30 will be paid for the apprehension and delivery at this camp of any one of the following named deserters. For the sake of time, I'm just going to go down the list faster than I did on the first one. I'm going to read off the name and then their complexion. All right, first we have James Massey, dark complexion.
Paintyville.
James
What?
S. Ayers,
Let's go.
dark complexion. Lewis Walker, ruddy complexion. Thomas B. Powell, pale complexion. Michael Spain, dark complexion. Thomas Townsend, ruddy complexion. J. Madison Brownlee, dark complexion. Michael Hoynes, dark complexion. Michael Sullivan, florid complexion. Thomas E. Ballou, dark complexion. E.B. Ridgway, dark complexion. J.N. Johnson, dark complexion. William G. Cannon, fair complexion. James D. Walker, ruddy complexion. Hannes W. Fuller, dark complexion. James W. Dooley, ruddy complexion. William Bennett, dark complexion. James P. Shirley, light complexion. Azara Fuller, light complexion. F.M. Eaton, dark complexion. Alexander Ugly, dark complexion. Andrew J. Apington, light complexion. John Webb, fair complexion. Neil McCannon, dark complexion. Benjamin Franklin, light complexion. George W. Arnold, dark complexion. Michael Conway, ruddy complexion. George Sullivan, light complexion. James Cummings, light complexion. John Briggs, dark complexion. David Norris, dark complexion. J.W. Rucker, dark complexion. Okay, so we have 32 soldiers listed. Of the 32 soldiers, 17 have dark complexions, 6 have light complexions, 5 have ruddy complexions, 2 have fair complexions, and 1 has a pale complexion. And then there's another one with a florid complexion. So that means of the whole list, only 4 of the soldiers were white. Now, you might say to yourself, these soldiers of color were deserting in much higher numbers than the white soldiers. They must have been afraid to fight. If that was the case or not, the numbers were higher for them because they were the majority of the enlisted soldiers. Okay, so now I'm going to make a comparison. Stay with me now. Keep in mind all of the soldiers' complexions that I read off to you. I have just shown you the same complexions assigned to enslaved people from the same state, the state of Georgia, at approximately the same time period. Why am I showing you this? It's to prove to you that these complexions assigned to these soldiers that rewritten history has told us are white is BS. These soldiers with the same complexions as Negroes were black, aka colored people. Something else that stood out to me while researching these Confederate soldiers was that we were all taught, as I mentioned previously, that people of color were regulated to fight in their own separate units, and I'm speaking exclusively about the Union soldiers. When it came to the Confederacy, we were taught that there were very few people of color that fought for the Confederacy. However, the few that did so at the behest of their slave masters. This, of course, was another lie. Okay, so let's quickly look at these 2 ads regarding Negroes from Georgia. All right, so this first ad comes from the Atlanta Weekly Intelligencer newspaper dated February 10th, 1859, page 7, column 4. The title reads, Fulton Mortgage Sheriff Sale, and the ad begins, will be sold on the first Tuesday of April next before the courthouse door in the city of Atlanta between the legal hours of sale, the following property, to wit, a Negro woman of dark complexion by the name of Isabel, about 16 years of age, and her child, a boy named John, about 10 months old, of dark complexion. Now, as you can see, both the Negro woman named Isabel and her child, John, are listed as having dark complexions. All right, so moving on to the second example, and this one is from the Augusta Daily Chronicle and Sentinel, dated November 6, 1860, page 2, column 5. All right, so the title is ad is $20 reward, and it goes on to read, Runaway from the plantation of the late Edmund Beaudry of Columbia County, 2 Negro boys, Henry and Gary. Henry is about 20 years of age, 5 feet 10 inches, well built, and is very active, of a dark complexion, is probably lurking about Augusta. Gary is about 16 years of age, 5 feet 10 inches high, rather slender in his build, and of a dark complexion, no other mark recollected. So we can see 2 Negro boys, Henry and Gary, both listed with dark complexions. As I always say, I have many more examples. However, I'm doing my best to condense these videos down to a digestible amount of time. All right, so I hope you're seeing what I'm trying to explain to you regarding dark complexions, light complexions, swarthy complexions, and ruddy complexions. These are all complexions that describe people of color. Okay, so let me wrap up this video with some quick insights to help you get a better understanding of where I'm going with my video series. All right, so I'm going to give you the 1,000-foot view of this video I've produced. The United States of America prior to the late 19th century, meaning the late 1800s, went into high gear with white supremacy. This was not by coincidence. This was a plan. There was a white supremacist group called the White League, which formed starting in Louisiana, along with the Ku Klux Klan, that sprang up and started taking hold all over the South. Why? Because many whites were poor and tired of people of color running things. Now I realize if you haven't seen my other videos leading up to this one, the statement I just made regarding people of color running things will not make any sense and may even sound foolish. But that's only because you haven't seen my previous video. Please do me a favor before you start commenting saying things like, this guy's crazy or this guy's a few sandwiches short of a picnic. My videos build on each other, so go check them out. Okay, so back to what I was saying. Because of Reconstruction, not only did Europeans of color retain power, the other people of color, i.e. the Negroes, meaning the Indigenous and the Indigenous from the Caribbean, now were able to vote, acquire land, sue white people in court, and have protections under the Constitution. People of color outnumbered whites in many of the southern states. You might be asking yourself, how could people of color outnumber white people? Well, it was the combined populations of Europeans of color and Negroes, aka the indigenous populations. Because of these large majorities, voter suppression tactics were developed and utilized. The poor white people did not plan this takeover. The wealthy white people did. The poor whites just executed it and provided the muscle. They used violence, intimidation, and corruption to make it happen. The white elite no longer considered white a status. Now it was all about skin color. If you even looked like you had the blood of a colored person, or you were known to have come from a family of colored people, you were colored and considered the enemy. This takeover happened over a 25-year time period. Based on news articles, I estimate the timeline to have occurred towards the end of Reconstruction, around 1875 to approximately 1924. This takeover included the reclassification process that was spearheaded by Walter Plecker in Virginia with the Racial Integrity Act, categorizing into two categories, white or colored. This way of thinking was pervasive and spread among the states. I will be producing some videos on the creation of the White League and the KKK in the future so that you can see that I'm spot on with my theory. Of course, as I've mentioned in previous videos, Woodrow Wilson and his administration put the final nail in the coffin for people of color. If you've seen my video called Prominent Americans You Assumed Are White, towards the end of that video, I touched on some of the damage Woodrow Wilson did to millions of US citizens of color. I also showed how Princeton University remarked on the serious and long-lasting systemic damage Wilson did to people of color in the United States. I personally believe that historians at Princeton and other institutions of higher education understand to what extent Wilson and his sycophants went to suppress not only Black people as a group, but their wealth and their role in European and American history. If this is the first video you've watched on my channel, please check out my other videos so the information will make more sense to you. One last thing, I didn't cover all of the Confederate leadership and soldiers of color in this video due to my own self-imposed time constraints. Also, I'm sure many of you are wondering, what was the deal with the Union Army and did they have any generals or soldiers of color? The answer is, of course they did. If you study the Civil War, you will come to understand that frequently there were members of the same family on both sides of the conflict. I'm going to produce a video on the Union Army in the very near future. I encourage you to start conducting your own research. Now that I've explained to you which complexions are attributed to people of color, you will start to understand who people of color were and the huge role they played in our history. Well, I would like to thank you for watching this video. I have many more coming your way, so please like and subscribe to my channel so you will not miss any of my new videos. And thank you for watching.
Listen, man, like I always been saying, man, that was fire, man. I appreciate that. There go that short window of time I was talking. Yep, definitely. And listen, man, I've been telling people, like, we have family up north that was fighting against family down south because they didn't know what it was about. They didn't know what it was about.
That's called privileged information, sir.
Right. Right. And like most wars that we go at, you don't find out till after it's over. You know, it has repeated itself. But yeah, Milestone, go ahead. Elaborate on what you were saying, man. That short window of time, bro. Go ahead.
the time period in between Reconstruction and the time period of the time that they so-called start whitewashing the history and bullying certain people, but it wasn't even the large towns that they was trying to make it seem like it was the smaller towns. You know what I'm saying? They started incorporating little smaller towns and bullying the people in them towns and trying to make them push out, you know what I'm saying, so they can move in. Because a lot of them small towns had all the money though. It was a lot of them that had all the money, like Rosewood,
Fact.
and
It,
and
it, plenty of them, man. Rosewood was a baby Wall Street, if you want to call it. All these was booming towns. It was a bunch of baby Wall Streets that led up to major Wall Streets. You understand what I'm saying?
yep.
Good word, my
Yep.
dog. Just whenever you see a Wall Street, that's where you see like a multitude of people come. You understand what I'm saying? If that makes sense. It's like where everybody come at, like Times Square or some shit, like where everybody come at.
Yeah,
You understand what I'm saying?
like out there with y'all, like out there with you at Myrtle Beach. How
Right,
Myrtle Beach used to be turned. Like how they
right,
had that, how they had it
right.
laid out there, man. It was beautiful, man.
Beautiful, bro. Everybody from all states came, man, all the way from up north. Man, it was so beautiful. Like that was our week. That was our week in time right there, dog. Like you understand what I'm saying? Yeah,
Can I jump in the
cousin.
car with you?
Yeah, go ahead, man. We all in the car, man. This is a Stendo limo.
So so what like where I'm at right here in Kentucky, right? It was established in 1865, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we are what I come to find out is that a lot of these towns got established because they was running good hooch.
Facts. Tennessee, Kentucky. Listen, man.
Good
Listen,
hooch.
dog. Y'all motherfuckers. Excuse my language. Not like that. Y'all was some of the first that I've known to make shit to run a car back in the day. Ethanol.
Yeah, yeah.
That shit
Corn
like
whiskey, bro.
that alcohol that they was producing out there in Kentucky and Tennessee. That some bitch could have ran a car.
And that's why that's why I don't understand why people just don't understand how the trade is God. The trade was so magnificent back in these times is because
Right,
it was the
right,
value of it was the work you
right,
put into it.
right. And you got to think about it though, too, Smoke. Shit, we already
Yes,
had
sir.
these routes of trading. It's just that the
Right.
industry got bigger, things got bigger, and things got more
Yeah.
advanced. But we still travel these same routes. We still trade
Same
with
route.
these same people still to today.
And the only thing it was that the government wanted to take over the routes. That
That's
was it.
it. And most of the routes and how they did it smartly. They 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 said, "Hey, y'all American Indians, let's make these some highways.
Just as long as you
Put some
pay the tax.
let's put some train tracks. Yeah, let's dig up them
As
old
long as you
train
pay the
tracks
tax.
that y'all had. Let's rebuild them old train tracks that y'all had. Let's rebuild them. How y'all did it? How did y'all do the iron? How did y'all get that together? Can y'all show us that? And come on, let's build this industry. Ain't shit happen without our help and without our say so.
Because it's like, OTK, I gotta say this, man. It's like, who else would teach them the land? They don't know the land. They don't know nothing.
These some bitches
Nothing.
still
They
don't know
had
the land. That's why they
right,
still.
but they
That's why they still hiking to this day to find out the land. Hikers ain't nothing but the same surveyors like Lewis and Clark. After they hike these areas, they document it, they format it, they try to put it in history to say, yeah, I went to that area. That area is like this and right here. They ain't doing no different, cuz. It ain't no difference. It is the new land surveying, bro.
And that's why I was alluding to. You know, a lot of these booming towns and everything, what they had some good hooch. They had some good crop. You understand what I'm saying?
Facts.
I'm not just delving into the negative aspect of it. I really need you to understand. Every community has something different. Somebody might have had wheat. Somebody might have had corn. Somebody might have had cotton. Somebody might have had hooch. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta think them fucking Europeans. What they was making, they lick out of a fucking wood bark. The wine was out of the vegetables or fruits that they had, but that liquor that they had over there, that shit was made out of what? Pine bark and barley leaves and all kind of shit like that. That shit that they tested when they got over here, they was like, holy shit.
That's why they ales over there is like stupid strong.
Right. That's why we still today we call it domesticated and we call it lager.
Import. Yeah.
Or
lager.
Lager, lager, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Right.
I can't drink that lager, bro. I can't drink that shit.
I got a cup into that Jamaican shit for a minute, man. That's snaps. I think red snaps or with a red stripe or whatever like that. Red stripe.
Oh, you talking about? Oh, okay. Look. Yeah. I tried it, but I couldn't.
It was all right as long as it was cold. Then we used to drink private stock for a while too. You know what I mean? Then Heineken and then Corona, all that shit started coming later. But that shit is more like Italian shit though. But that Heineken was I think one of the last strongest shit I fuck with. That Guinness, I think I fuck with Guinness a couple of times too. I fuck with Guinness a couple of times too. But that shit gotta be super cold. And that gotta be the only thing left to drink.
I like that Modelo.
Word. Yeah, Modelo's all right.
I call it Modelo.
Yeah.
But
I'm just check it out though, man. But
my bad.
But no, you good. But see, when I brought this right here out, the prostrate state, South Carolina underneath Negro government. You know what I mean? During this same time period of what they're talking about. You feel me? It's crazy because when I brought this out, motherfuckers were like, well, name them. You know what I'm saying? So this is why I say it's way more deeper than what we think. It was a race war, but it was a race war because these whites was mad, like they say about how much the blacks or these blacks, what we would call blacks, because back then they thought all blacks was from Africa. So they thought they were superior over the African. They call Americans savages. So they thought they were superior over the savages because they're so goddamn sophisticated. You feel me? So this caused a major problem. So when they went up north and said, yo, man, we got a problem in the South. We need y'all help. How you think the North responded? They was getting their ass kicked, though, until they started bringing in soldiers from other places, other countries. The North was getting their ass kicked.
Not fucking with our trade, dog.
You know what I mean?
Bottom
line, man. So let me show y'all real quick. Let me find this real quick. Hold up. Let me show y'all the cover of this book. Because I guess they don't show y'all the original cover. They don't give me the original cover of this book that I got up right now. Let me see if I can find the cover of this. Yes, I can. Here we go. So y'all check this cover out. This is the cover, the original cover of the book that I'm showing y'all. Huh? Let me see. Can I blow this up some? Blow this up some, money. Blow this up some, money. Okay. Y'all see that? This is the cover of the book that I'm reading. The Prostrate State. South Carolina underneath Negro government. Nigga, them Negroes up in there I'm running government. Look at them. Y'all ever seen this before?
Peace. Yeah, they use that same image on that when the boy had the little vote to find out who want to go to Liberia and all that shit. When everybody was like, fuck that. They use
Yeah.
that same picture. Yeah, that's the picture.
They use the same picture, but you know what I mean? Trying to say this Paul Cuffey them boys, but it's not.
No, but none of them niggas been in the picture. But they just
Yeah,
wrote
I
about them
know.
all. Yeah.
Yeah. You ever seen this before, Milestone? Straight Smoke? Y'all ever seen a cover like this?
No, I ain't seen this before.
Yes,
Straight,
sir.
you seen this before?
Yes, sir.
No, I never seen it before. My bad.
There's if I could say this, there's I want to say this wholeheartedly. There's almost one in certain. It's almost one in certain states.
No,
It's
I'm not
almost
saying
one in
that.
certain.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying this particular one.
Oh,
This is
you got
South
it.
Carolina right here.
No, you got it.
Yeah.
You got
I'm
it.
not saying that it's not one for every state now, because I know North Carolina got one too. Remember, North Carolina was up underneath Negro rule too. And so was parts of Virginia, from what he just said too. We know Georgia was, because the people who left out of South Carolina started Georgia. The people who left out of South Carolina started North Carolina. Those people came out of Virginia and South Carolina to start North Carolina, and they came out of South Carolina and Florida to start Georgia. Intermediate states.
Hey, OTK, can I say this one time?
Go ahead, bro.
The reason why it was under them orders is because of the Confederate flag. And you know what the Confederate flag, the original, who it stood for, right?
Us.
It was the Choctaw, the Seminole, and I forgot the other three that was all a part of the original Confederate, because it's on the flag. You know what I'm saying? They changed it from the original, how the original color was and how the original stance of it was, because in between every one of them triangles, it was the tribes that was originally part of the Confederate.
Okay, yeah. Let me see something real quick.
Like I said, brother, where I'm at here in Kentucky, it got established in 1865. You know what I'm talking about? What no all the extra didn't happen. This wasn't that. We talking about Negro rule for real. OTK, that's the next fucking thing we need to do.
So
Negro
bro, is you
rule.
talking about this flag, or you talking about the one older than this? Milestone. This is one of the first
The third
Confederate
one,
flags.
the third one from the bottom. The third one from the bottom.
Third one from the
No,
bottom. See, this is
yeah,
one of your first original flags right here now.
yeah. That was
1861. You talk about this
that
one,
was
third.
yeah.
Which one?
No,
You
the
see my
second one. The second one. No, the
And how
second one
about
does.
how about I just pull up this right here? All of them. This is all of the flags.
One of the Confederate ones should say Choctaw on it. The original one.
I see this one say Cherokee Nation. This one say Choctaw.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got Cherokee. You got the Choctaw right there to the left, and then you got the Cherokee. All right.
Yeah.
So hold on. Let me see if I can find it smaller. I mean, not find it smaller. Try to find it individually at the bottom somewhere. Let me see. I see it right there. Let me blow this up a little bit for everybody. Let me see. I hope that's bigger. But yeah, the one right here to your bottom left, that's the Choctaw. The one right next to him is the Cherokee.
Yeah, that's the one who they stole the 5 civilized tribes from. What they called the so-called 5 civilized tribes. Them was the original 5. It was 5 of them that was on that flag.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Hey, Copper Goddess, you caught that, huh? At that at that book, right? She caught that too. She caught that. It was a woman. It's a woman at the top. I thought somebody else was gonna catch that, but you caught it. Yeah, it's a woman right there. Overseeing. Definitely. So, you know what I mean? Let me go into this real quick. Oh, shit. Damn, I clicked
What's
out of
going
that.
on, Darby? What's going on, Milestone Thoughts? Good to see you, brother.
Peace to the God, man. Peace to the gods, man. Peace to the queen.
Peace, straight smoke.
Yeah, I'm getting back in tune. Nigga went to school real quick, you know. Aboriginal school real quick. You understand what I'm talking about? Understand what I'm talking about. Sometimes you just gotta sit back and learn. Sometimes you gotta sit back and learn and see what applies. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, OTK, I have to say this, man.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Hey, man, I'm emphatically waiting on this. On the
debate?
Yep. Got to.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, debate Saturday, man, 7:00, man. Me and Batman were American Indians, hunters, and gatherers before 11,000 years ago. You know what I'm talking about? It's gonna be fire, man. It's gonna be fire. Let me get
Can I
y'all
ask a
tickets.
question real quick?
I got another ticket giveaway that I'm gonna do in a second. Go ahead, bro.
I gotta ask real quick, the brother Darvis, how do you sit on the topic? How do you sit?
For me?
Darvis. Yes, your name is
Oh,
Darvis.
hey. I think it could be an issue of semantics.
I'm sorry?
I think it end up being an issue of semantics. Between hunter and gatherers.
But that's why we pulled a definition up yesterday in the face off to see that they're not different.
I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that probably will come down to, but I don't know. I'm gonna find out though. I know it should be good.
Okay, I was just wondering where you sit on the actual topic at hand. That's all.
Oh, I thought you talking about the debate. Or how I feel about people hunters and gatherers.
Right on.
All right, cool. It depends on how you define the term hunter and gatherers. You know what I mean? Because you have some hunter and gatherers that I don't want to get in the middle of the board. I don't want to fuck up nobody's debate thing. I mean, top of the well, but that term can mean a lot of things. A lot of different. I
Right
mean,
on.
you got to make sure it's in context because somebody could be traveling, hunting shit. Hell, I go hunting. I got a fucking 11-point dead head on my wall right now, and I travel when we go
Right
hunting.
on.
We go hunt all over the fucking place.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from. Yeah, we're not gonna
Yeah, so it
dove into it.
depends
I
on
just want to know,
what
are you
context is
pro
in.
or con? Hold on, real nigga shit. Are you pro or con?
See, man, I can't really say because I'm trying to be neutral. See, when you go into shit like this right here, man, bias, you start picking and then releasing information. I mean, like you won't only want to deal with this side of information, or you got to be able to go into something like this and jot down all sources. It's all a game of sources that we get out of debates. Fuck who win or lose. It's about all the sources gathered, and you take the time going through these sources. At least that's how it is for
Okay.
me.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. I'm not about to do that with you like that on that. And what I was asking you, if you are when I said pro or con, I was really looking at from the aspect of what you know, how much do you know about it, and if what you know about it, what do you how do you sustain that ideology? How about that? Would that be better?
All right, cool. Say you're a people and you traveling, say, from one side of the Mississippi to the other side of the Mississippi. There's gonna be people with you prepared to hunt to make sure y'all can eat. You may not do much gathering, but then you got people, I mean, that still to this day got gardens, got farms. You got people that still go from here to here to here to here. If you leave them here to go to Mount Pleasant to the farmers market to get some fresh greenery, wouldn't that be gathering?
Absolutely.
Cool.
Because those
But
hold
no, but if
on,
you put
because
it in
those people
context, and you
don't,
put it in a
I'm
different
sorry,
context,
go
they
ahead.
can describe hunting and gathering as if, like, say, to nomadic people. Say we talk about the Etruscans. These motherfuckers decided they learned how they first learned how to farm, and they searching the earth, their areas looking for things to eat. They really ain't sure what's good to eat. I mean, all that they do the area, and they trying to gather food to stay alive.
But did they learn how to farm?
Yeah,
Hold on. Did they eventually learn how to farm?
but they were gathering.
Hold up,
So
but
they were gathering. They really ain't farming.
yeah, but did they eventually learn how to farm?
Yeah, but I was saying, but in that
So then that
context,
means they had to have a level of intelligence to say,
bro,
shit,
listen.
we can't keep hunting these motherfuckers. We need to go ahead and trap these motherfuckers, and we need to cultivate this right here. That's how
Yeah,
farms
I understand
became
that.
existed. That's how agriculture started. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Because people was
Agriculture been
tired of
started, man.
hunting.
But
Because a lot of people move because of climate. Let me stop.
Stop. Yeah, stop. Because I see the spring word in all of this is the one word that I don't think everybody understands. Well, I ain't gonna say that. The spring word is all in all of this is nomadic. And I think that a lot of people are taking.
Nomadic is not up for debate.
I understand OTK, but what I'm saying is that a person becomes non-nomadic once they understand what they have. Ain't no more moving around. It's just that simple. I mean, Jesus is my nigga.
Yeah, Jesus is my nigga. He's the son of the
Right.
original G.
He's the son of the original G.
Right.
Oh my
Right.
God.
Hey, Smoke, you can see that?
It's small, but I can see it. Yes. Yeah, you're gonna have to part it out half and half if you want to blow it up like that. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Right there. I might need to change the format, huh? One page, maybe change the
What does that say?
format.
Columbia. Oh, damn! You took it off
I
real
might
quick.
just change the form. Yeah, I changed the format.
so you can blow it up how you want to.
Yeah, and so the whole page can show now. Right there.
Yeah, keep going. Keep going.
Nigga say keep going.
Yeah. Keep going. You almost there. Keep on it up. Yep. Yep. Move it back up. Move it back up. Yep. Blow it up again.
Shit,
You
if I
bet,
blow it up,
man.
oh boy, you ain't gonna see it. Hold on, let me do this.
I'm trying to tell you. Oh,
Oh, I took it back out, huh?
right.
Hold up, why these pages big and those shit right there so fucking small? What the hell?
Because
shit weird.
how they took them. They have to take them how they can get them. You know. You got to take them how you can get them. Ooh, shit.
Yeah, that was everything.
Yeah, no shit. My dog. It's about to be a Debo day on Saturday.
You can see that first part now.
Columbia, the capital of South Carolina, is charmingly situated in the heart of the upload country, near the geographical.
Upland. That's upland.
Right,
I got you. Yeah,
right.
that's upland.
Yeah,
You good? You good? You good? You good? I'm here with you. You good? How about this?
there it
Boom.
is. Oh shit! Columbia, the capital of South Carolina, is charmingly situated in the heart of the upland country, near the geographical center of the state. It has broad, open streets regularly laid out, and fine, shady residences in and about the town. The opportunity for rides and drives can hardly be surpassed. There are good animals and good turnouts to be seen on the streets at all times. And now, in midwinter, the weather invites such displays. It seems there was a little real winter here at Christmas and New Year's when the whole country suffered such an excess of sudden cold. There was even skating and sledding for a week, but now there is no frost and no recollection of this dispelled by the genial spring weather that prevails. So y'all had a hard winter and they was able and nobody remembered it. That sounds like the winter of '85 in Chicago. Nobody
No,
remembers
what
that.
they telling you is when other places having hard winters, is very little winter here. Like you might get to skate and shit like this right here for about a week, but that's about it, motherfucker. That's
I get
about
you.
it. Yeah, yeah. And that's to
Yeah,
the
I get
day,
you now.
dog. And
Oh,
that shit happen ever so often.
that's like here in Kentucky, dog. We'll get a
Right.
poof of snow. We'll get a poof of snow, and everybody will lose their mind because
But
it's a
see,
little poof of snow.
Columbia, he's talking about Columbia now. So Columbia gets this snow. They will get snow from time to time because they're higher in elevation. That's going up north to us down here in the south. But check it out though. This is after they moved from the south, after the records got fucked up and all this shit down here in Charleston. This is when they moved to Columbia. They moved the capital. So now this is some of the first attempts where I see everybody starting to put their capital where they consider the meridian, the prime meridian of their state, the dead center of the state at this time. You understand what I'm saying?
Of
Just take
course,
what I'm saying. That's
yeah,
what they
yeah,
saying.
yeah, yeah.
Word. All right, bet. Follow me. Go ahead.
So what you looking at is that they want to say that this is where everything pretty much cultivated from. This is where
No,
how this is a
no,
place.
they're not saying that. What they're saying is they had to move upland because where Charleston and the capital was at first, when Charleston was the capital, they couldn't survive. Other people couldn't survive down these swamplands and the storms and shit like that. So after a major hurricane, so-called the library where all the records had caught on fire. And the shit that they was able to save, they took, then they moved to Colombia. This is their story, their narrative, bro. Just like every other state. You notice the library of records always the one catching on fire where all the ancient records at. All the historical records at.
They took the historical records from the lowlands to the highlands.
Right. The ones that they say that burnt.
Right. From the lowlands to the highlands.
Right. Right. Because now they're away from. So now when a hurricane come through, dog, the evacuation route takes us upland, off the coast, inland.
Correct. Always will.
All right. This is where they went at. But Colombia is special because it's not that far off the coast.
But the elevation level is higher up than everything around.
The level is higher. Exactly. There you go, my brother. There you go. We below sea level.
Right. So you're gonna get everything.
We dig 100 feet in the fucking ground. We got water to put a well.
Yeah. Okay. I see where you're going with this.
You understand what I'm saying? Right.
Yeah, because that's like here in Kentucky. So we have
expectancy. Plus, their life expectancy was only a year to a year and a half because of the conditions. And I ain't just talking about them. I'm talking about all foreigners.
Well, I was really looking at just like what you just pointed out, because that's important. That's very important, because if you have low level, like where I'm at right now, the property that we went and got, it's above a certain height in the land. Okay. So everybody that surrounds us is lower. So the rainwater and any kind of water of that nature that's coming from, it's flooding them out. But I am above above that.
Right. So all that shit comes down to us. And then we also got the ocean coming upon us.
Right. Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay.
There you go, bro.
There we go.
Hey,
dog, you know what I didn't tell you today?
What that?
I love you, man.
I love you too.
Sometimes we just don't say that to, brother to brother, sister to sister.
And I usually start the show like that too. You absolutely correct. And I absolutely start my show like that. I hope y'all told somebody out there that y'all love them. Somebody, someone, or something, because they need it. They definitely need it. And in case ain't nobody else tell you, man, OTK love you. No, I'm talking about no matter what. But let's go back into this, man, because this shit get a little heavy. And then I'm gonna jump in. Go ahead, bro. Start right there. Yesterday about 4 p.m. Now, this is somebody observing the state of South Carolina. Now, let's go, bro.
Yesterday about 4 p.m., the assembled, what is that? What? Excuse me. Yesterday about 4 p.m., the assembled wisdom of the state, whose achievements are illustrated on that theater, issued forth from the state house. About 3/4 of the crowd belonged to the African race.
Dodge the hijack. How can it be the African race when this is during the time of slavery? How do they possess what they possess? Anybody that's Negro, black, or dark. All right. But matter of fact, let me let the next part just go on, so I don't have to describe this, because the reason why I did this is because the dude in the video set this up for me. But go ahead, bro. Read the next sentence.
There were every hue, from light octoroon to deep black. There were such a looking body of men as might pour out of a market house or a courthouse at random in any southern state. Every Negro type and physiognomy. Thank you so much. Was here to be seen, from the genteel serving man to the rough, brawny customer from the rice or cotton field. Their dress was varied as their circumstance countenances. There was there was there was the stovepipe hat of, oh, you're killing me. Okay. Yeah, there was the stovepipe hat of many ironings and departed styles. There was also to be seen a total disregard of the proprieties of custom in the coarse and dirty garments of the field, the sub jackets and slouch hats of soiling labor. In some instances, rough woolen comforters embraced the neck and hid the absence of linen. Heavy brogans and short torn trousers it was impossible to hide. The dusky ties flowed out into littered and barren grounds, and issuing through the coarse wooden fences of the enclosure, melted away into the streets beyond. There were the legislators of South Carolina. Everybody showed up. You're just not gonna walk over these people. Everybody showed up. It didn't matter what they was doing, what field of work they had. Everybody showed up. You're not just going to brush over us. It wasn't gonna happen. That's solidarity in its best. You hear what I said? That's solidarity in its best. Man, I can't keep doing this shit. This shit is making my stomach hurt.
You know what I mean? But yeah, that's what it was saying, man. So
Do
you
you
know what I
got it
mean?
on cue? You got it
Yeah,
on cue?
it
You
said
got Bailey Elton on cue?
inconspicuous bas relief. Hold up, where he at? In the back? Oh no.
No. I'm talking about, because that's all I'm hearing right now.
Right.
Fuck a Pan African. Fuck a Pan
I
African.
don't
Fuck
got
a
that.
Pan
I
African.
don't got that no more, man. I don't got that no more, man. I gotta get it back.
Oh,
Uh,
say it again.
I ain't have it no more. I don't got that no more.
Please excuse me while I go do some clerical work. Watch this. You know I'm about to go get that, right? You know I'm about to go get that, right? Watch this.
Hey,
Yeah,
listen.
OTK, we are undefeated, man. We are the only and true Americans of this land. Ain't no need to keep on fighting it. Ain't no need to keep on hiding behind the black colored Negro, all that old jibber jabber politic talk. That stuff is dead, man.
Good word. I'm right here. Nah, I mean, come on. Also, put that thing in the back chat. Let me grab it. So check it at the end of that shit. Check this. Check this next thing out. What he said. He said they were the legislators of South Carolina in conspicuous bas relief over the door of exit. Now let me scroll back up to the next page. I'm sorry, y'all. Oh, come on, mouse. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. All right. Damn, why is when I mash it. Okay, I'm right here, y'all. All right. Why is this shit clicking like that? All right. On the panels, All right, Bellioso right there. So check it. On the panels of the stately edifice, the marble the marble vases or whatever. What the fuck? I hate when they split word like that. Visits of George McDuffie and Robert Y. Hayne overlooked the scene. So it's visions, you know what I mean, visages or whatever they call it. Could they veritably witness in it from their dread abode? Okay. What then? I tremble, wrote Jefferson, when depicting the character of the Southern slavery. I tremble when I reflect that God is just. But did any of that old band of Southern revolutionary patriots who wrestled in their souls with the course of slavery ever contemplate such a descent into barbarism as this spectacle implied and typified? My God, look at this. Was the unbidden ejaculation of a low country planter clad in homespun as he leaned over the rail inside the house, gazing excitedly upon the body in session. This is the first time I have been here. I thought I knew what we were doing. We consented to emancipation. I knew the Negro, and I predicted much that has happened, but I never thought that it will come to this. Let me go. Here then is the outcome, the right perfected fruit of the boasted civilization of the South. After 200 years of experience, a white community that had gradually risen from a small beginnings till it grew into wealth, culture, and refinement, and become accomplished in all the arts of civilization, that successfully asserted its resistance to a foreign tyranny, but deeds of conspicuous valor which achieved by liberty and let's go up all the way up first, and then I go over here, click the page. Liberty and independence through the fire and the tempest of the Civil War, and illustrated itself in the council of the nation by orators and statesmen worthy any age or nation, such a community as then reduced to this. It lies prostrate in the dust, ruled over by this strange conglomerate gathered from the ranks of its own civil population. It is the spectacle of all society, of a society suddenly turned bottom side up. The wealth is intelligence. Oh, the wealth, the intelligence, the culture, the wisdom of the state has broken through the crust of that social volcano in which they were contentedly reposing, and have sunk out of sight, consumed by the subterranean fires they had with such timidity brave and defied. So in other words, what he's saying is, hold up. All our goddamn belief of what Southern is fucking rearranged. This shit is preposterous. This can't be real. This shit is bottom side up. Hold up. How the fuck did y'all white motherfuckers fall from grace? The thing is, they white motherfuckers in the South never had all the grace. They had what we allowed them to have. Just like y'all in the North. You know what I mean? But that's what happened. We gave them permission. Word. But let's go right here. In the place of this old aristocratic society stands the rude form of this most ignorant democracy that mankind ever saw, invested with the functions of government. Hold on, I see somebody came in. Okay, Sister Reed. All right, functions of government. It is the dreads of the population habilitated in the robes of their intelligent procedures or predecessors, of the robes of their intelligent predecessors, and inserting over them the rule of ignorance and corruption through the inexorable machinery of the majority of numbers. He using all this fucking wordplay instead of just getting to the point. It is barbarism, overwhelming civilization by physical force. Now he's saying we just took it over. It is the slave rioting in the halls of his master and putting that master under his feet. And though it is done without malice and without vengeance, it is nevertheless none less completely and absolutely done. Let us approach nearly and take a closer view. We will, boom, enter the house. Back up. Enter the house of representatives. Here sit 124 members. Of these, 23 white men representing the remains of the old civilization. Let's go, y'all. Let's go. With 23 white man, please stand up. 23 white man of the old civilization. What old civilization the white man come from? Okay. These are good-looking and substantial citizens. They are men of weight and standing in the communities they represent. They are all from the hill country, hillbillies. Oh, not the hill country. Oh, now they done learned some ways from the real motherfucking Indians up there in them hills. Now they call themselves hillbillies now. You know, the frost of 60 and 70 winters whiten the heads of some among them. There they sit, grim and sullen. Y'all hear that? The frost of 60 and 70 winters. So they saying that they 60, 70 years old. Whiten the heads of some among them. There they sit, grim and silent. They feel themselves to be but loose stones, thrown into partially obstruct a current they are powerless to resist. They say little and do little as the days go by. They simply watch the rising tides and mark the progressive steps of the inundation. They hold their places reluctantly. They feel themselves to be in some sort martyrs or and y'all look this word up, because this word right here will take you deeper than what it is. That's why I'm glad he put the aura, the Y after the T. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you will see it without the Y. I mean, without the R. Trust me. All right. Bounds to locally to suffer. Make sure my mic's still on. Okay. Bounds to locally right here to suffer in behalf of that still great element in the state whose prostrate fortunes are becoming the sport of an unpitying fate. Grouped in a corner of the commodious and well-furnished chamber, they stolidly survey the noisy riot that goes on in the great black left and center, where the business and the debates of the house are conducted, and where sit the strange and extraordinary guise of fortune of once proud and haughty state. In this crucial trial of his pride, his manhood, his prejudice, his spirit, it must be said of the Southern Bourbon of legislator that he, let's slide over, boom, that he, boom, click one time, boom, that he supports himself with a dignity, a reserve, and a decorum that command admiration. He feels that the iron hand of the destiny is upon him. He is gloomy, desolate, or disconsolate, hopeless. The gray heads of this generation openly possess that they look for no relief. Now, he is giving you a description of what he's calling the white race that's in this state house. All right. Word. Let's go right here. The dense Negro crowd, shucks, come back. The dense Negro crowd they confront do the debating, the squabbling, the lawmaking, and create all the clamor and disorder of the body. Let's go. Huh? Let's go. I don't want to keep reading and keep doing that right there. But no, Lola, go back real quick. But I want to go to this next one. I'm going to start highlighting some stuff now. Let's go right here. All right. The blacks outnumber the whole body of whites in the house more than 3-1. I'm right here, y'all. Right here, page 16. Right here. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm right at page 16. Sorry. All right. Right here, y'all. I don't know why they ain't letting me. Yo, go ahead.
Hey, bro, don't get me wrong. I'm still here with you. You know me. I still got to do the family duty. I'm still here.
Yeah. You good? I'm just about to read this last page right here because this is gonna be serious right here, and maybe a little bit of the next one.
For sure.
All right.
For sure.
So the blacks outnumber the whole body of whites in the house more than 3-1. On the mere basis of numbers in the state, the injustice of this disproportion is manifest, since the black population is relatively 4-3 of whites. Okay? A just rectification of the disproportion on the basis of population merely will give 54 whites to 70 black members. And the line of race very nearly marks the line of hostile politics. As things stand, the body is almost literally a black parliament, and it is the only one on the face of the earth which is the representative of a white constituency and the professional exponent of an advanced type of modern civilization. Huh? Anybody got something to Oh man, damn, I ain't mean to move the screen on y'all, dog. I'm sorry, y'all. And I'm about to go into something again after that. But anybody want to say something to that? You know what I mean? Anybody up on the panel? Chill, whatever. Everybody else?
It's self-explanatory to me.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Hey,
I'm
Shah
listening.
Sun. Check it out though, right? Shah Sun. Yeah, he did say African, right? But at the beginning of this shit right here, the name of the book ain't African. It's up underneath Negro rule. So that the writer is saying African, but it's up underneath Negro rules, my brother. Plus, it's the time of slavery. Africans wasn't free yet. Okay. Okay. They ain't get free to 1865. So go ahead. Y'all boys go ahead. My bad. 1,000 pardon.
I'm still trying to figure out that 1865 slavery stuff too, because it was a lot of people with towns out here where this so-called slavery was going on too. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's another part of the game nobody talk about. It was really a lot of thriving cities, like like crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right,
St. Louis
right.
at the time they was talking about St. Louis was popping. St. Louis, East St. Louis, what's that other city? Rush City. You know what I'm saying? All them cities was popping at that time.
Yeah, but them boy wasn't
Yeah.
like Carolina though, man. We've been doing our own thing, King.
Yeah, I know my
We
people
the
from
jewel of the South.
Alabama. My people from Alabama, you know what I'm saying? One of my grandparents, he owned the import and export. You know what I'm saying? I be having his picture sometime on my picture when I come in. You know what I'm saying? I know it's a lot of things about history that people don't go into and find out about their family, but you'll find out a lot of interesting things, you know what I'm saying, about your family when you going for your family and not trying to find a fictitious story about a person that happened in history. You know what I'm saying? When you really follow your bloodline, you find out a lot of things, you know what I'm saying? You find out that you might got an uncle that was a Thundercat. You know what I'm saying? Or your granddaddy was a Thundercat. You feel what I'm talking about? And it
Right,
was written into the paper. You
right,
feel me?
right. Like, look at this right here. This lets you know that people just be coming in and don't be paying attention. He said, African race. This ain't the time of slavery. This is 1873. Smart guy. OTK. Stop lying all the time. Now, y'all remember the year when this shit started? Remember, I highlighted that. Like, hold on, y'all. This was the time before slavery. Remember,
Are we
before
serious
slavery
right
had
now?
ended. Remember that? I'm
Are we
just saying,
serious right now?
go back and go back. Go back and look at that at the beginning of this, man, at when I was reading. But anyway, though, Dobbs, Black
Oh,
Parliament, man. You know what I mean? In the South, Dobbs,
Shit, bro.
you know?
Yeah, again, my bad, man. We're talking to you know, you know what I'm talking about,
Yeah,
man.
right here. That's what's on the screen. You got it. You got this up on your side too, or you on the phone?
Yeah, we on the it's on the on the TV screen, but the
Okay,
problem is,
okay.
no, that got to be muted and it got a delay on the thing. So by the time you say
Oh, yeah,
something or
yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
I mean, you know how that go. It's like a minute or two with delay down there.
No. Just mute your other device. What you got showing this, and you ain't
Yeah,
gonna
that's
have
what I
no
did.
delay.
Yeah. No, the device of the TV has a delay because right now I'm on StreamYard.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so yeah,
So they ain't hearing what we saying until like 30 seconds after.
yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So yeah, man. So let me read a little bit more of this, y'all. If y'all don't mind, all hearts clear, man. I'm gonna read a little bit more of this real quick. That's cool. All right, bet. So, but the reader will find almost any portraiture or portraiture inadequate to give a vivid idea of the body and enable him to comprehend the complete metamorphosis of South Carolina legislator without observing its details. The speaker is black. The clerk is black. The doorkeepers are black. The little pages are black. The chairman in the ways of the means is black. And the chaplain is coal black. At some of the desks sit colored men whose type it would be hard to find outside of Congo, whose custom, visages, attitudes, and expression only befit the forecaster of a buccaneer, which is an Indian, Tampa Bay. Shout out to Tampa Bay. It must be remembered, pirates, American Indian
The
pirates too.
Moors,
Shout out to
nigga.
Tampa Bay. It must
Shout
be
out to the
remembered
Moors.
also that these men, with not more than half a dozen exceptions, have been themselves supposedly slaves and, let's go, have been supposedly, remember they say supposedly, oh shit, half a dozen men have been themselves slaves. Scroll up and click. Boom. Slaves that their ancestor was slaves for generations. Recollecting the report of the famous schooner, the Wanderer. And y'all please look up a schooner. A schooner is the name of a boat, y'all. That's what they say they brought the slaves on or whatever. The schooner, Wanderer, fitted out by the Southern slaveholder 12 or 15 years ago. Its abstentious defiance of laws against the slave trade, and whose owner and master boasted of having brought a cargo of slaves from Africa and safely landed them in South Carolina and Georgia. One thinks it must be true, and that some of these representatives are the very men then stolen from the African homes. If this is to be so, we will not not now have quarrel over their presence. It would be one of the extravagant coincidence or coincidence that would of itself almost seem to justify the belief of the direct interference of the hand of providence in the affairs of man. So in other words, he's saying, if this slave narrative is to be true, or this Catilda story, or this fucking this other story, damn, what's that other little story that they had? Not the Catilda, the story where the motherfucker had the language, but the motherfucker took control of the ship, but everybody ended up committing suicide. That story, or whatever like that. If it wasn't for, he's saying, because these stories, it's a bullshit. Because if those stories were to be true, if it was to be true, how the fuck can they achieve so much in so little time? How the fuck did they populate the whole fucking South in so little time? It ain't no way. So he's letting you know that Negro is also being used upon some other people. Not necessarily saying that they're the Indians. I'm not necessarily saying that, because we know Negro is a color at this time. That can mean American Indians. That can mean Black Europeans. You know what I'm saying? That can mean Caribbeans. Anybody with color pretty much was a Negro at a certain term.
You forgetting the Portuguese.
Yeah, you know, the Spanish and the Portuguese, definitely French too, bro. Yeah, all of them. That's why I say Black Europeans. Remember, Spanish, Portuguese, all of them still part of European, still part of Europe.
Yeah, the etymology of Negro is states all that. Who was all considered the Negro at that time.
Yeah, because they was the first to use it as a color. Yes, definitely. But you know what I mean?
I'm coming out of my shell, OTK.
Check out what these niggas was doing now. Check out what these niggas was doing. So in case people didn't know, I think it was President. Let me see, not president. Might have been President. I think it was President Jackson, or something. One of them presidents. This motherfucker raged war on the Ku Klux Klan, like label them as terrorists. So this is what this part of this article right here is. Like, motherfuckers was getting together. When an appropriation bill is up to raise money to catch and punish Ku Klux Klan, they knew exactly what it means. You know what I'm saying? So check it.
Yeah.
So the free school came right home to them. Then the business of arming and drilling the black militia. See, people don't tell you about this type of stuff. Let me stop right here. Let me take this shit down. Fuck that. Fuck that. OTK ain't no fucking teacher. I ain't no teacher. I'm just here to put something on your mind. God damn it. Hey, listen, and you will see similar shit in Wilmington, in other states too, bro. Word, no bullshit. You will see similar stories, not stories, but similar truth. Good word, good word, good word. So I'm saying, man, you know, link in the chat, man. If anybody want to come up, man, you know what I'm saying. Man, you text
All I'm
me.
just saying is we get rid of them social construct words and stop trying to make color the whole issue of everything. We can get past everything. Because the proof is in the pudding of who was the original people here. You know what I'm saying? You can go to towns and cities. That's why I be, me, I phenotypes in cities. I like figuring out all this stuff, man, because it's kind of strange when you see how other countries got the same structures of the buildings that we originally had and still got out here in this in United States. I mean in America. You feel me? And
Can I
You
it's
jump in
ever,
the
weird.
car
Like,
on that one?
hey, bro, you ever heard of the 6 Cherokee Kings milestone?
My bad. I'll wait.
Huh?
Those were the Vikings, nigga.
Nah, stop. You ever heard of the 6 Cherokee Kings milestone?
no, lay it on me.
I bet. Go ahead, straight smoke. I'm gonna see if I can pull it up real quick. Let me see if let me find it real quick. Go
I
ahead,
like
straight
what you
smoke.
said.
As I find this
I
real
like
quick.
what you said right there, Milestone. I like what you said right there. But here's my outlook on this. Um, it's not so much removing these social constructs. What it is saying no to the caste system.
I mean, it's the same meaning. You feel what I'm saying? It's like you using. It's the same meaning. I mean, we saying the same thing. I mean, it's the same meaning. Once you get past that stepping stone of thinking like that, everything else will just come to you naturally. You feel what I'm saying? You
So
gotta
the reason
stop.
I feel what you're saying, I feel what you're saying, but I'm a say this. Okay, so what they have said throughout the dawn of time is every single civilization had a caste system, higher, mid, and lower, right?
Right.
So to substitute using you're a serf or whatever, they gave you these what you would call a social paradigm. Okay, but it's still like you said, it's still the same thing, but it's a lot different because of the times that we're in. Okay, so what I'm alluding to is this: I don't want to hear that someone is a middle class or a lower class or upper class because all you're saying is that you think that you're better than somebody or you're trying to make somebody less than you. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, in the
Yeah,
way.
but it is though.
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Darby?
But it is still applied. It's still a caste system. There's people below you and there's people above you.
No.
According to society and sociology, yeah.
Okay.
But it
So
wouldn't.
can I hit you
But
with
it
this?
wouldn't.
Go ahead, Milestone. Go ahead.
It wouldn't be because when everybody know their place, like if everybody knew exactly who they was, when the caste system come in, is the deception because people don't know who they are. You know what I'm saying? So anybody can come in and deceive you and throw something at you and be like, you know what I'm saying? This is what it is.
Uh-huh.
You know what
Just
I'm saying?
like this,
That's
just like
basically how
this
a
shit
caste
right
system
here.
starts.
Yeah, just like this shit right here. So remember I told you the 6 Cherokee chiefs. So this is how they illustrate the 6 Cherokee chiefs that went to Europe. I can't make this shit up. These are the 6 American Indian chiefs that went to fucking Europe.
That's wild.
Yeah,
That's wild.
but they really wasn't. They really wasn't white. But listen though,
No, that ain't the real
right? Yeah,
fucking
yeah, I
picture.
know. But listen though, I
That
said
ain't the
earlier. I said
real
something earlier.
picture. No,
Now
I
listen though,
didn't
if you
have
write
it.
down the word, Viking. These are the 6 kings you're talking about. That went over to colonize the area. This didn't come from Norway.
No, it's not.
It's
It's
the
not.
same people.
That ain't what I'm saying. That's not what
I know, but I'm saying that they are the same people though.
Nah, that's not what I'm saying, bro.
I'm not saying what you're saying. I'm saying, but the 6 kings that was part of the Cherokee Confederation.
Nah, the 6 chiefs.
Yeah, I know, but it was 6 kings.
All they did was went to visit Europe. That's all they did. They went to visit Europe, and when they got there, I got their whole documentation. I got the whole shit, their whole conversation when they went there.
Well, check out the story of the Vikings.
Nah, I don't need the story of the Vikings. Does that mean
You
the
got
Vikings
to because they come from America.
That means the Vikings took it from them then.
No, that means they the same people.
No, that means the Vikings took it from them.
Nigga, check the story of the Vikings out. You can find out they came from the East Coast of Carolina. Not just Carolina, East Coast of the United States. They called them the 6 kings. Somebody later on called them Vikings, but he was the 6 kings. And it came from the East. You know what? You check it out. You run to it in a minute, man. Keep on building the game. Fuck it.
Yep. Fuck it.
That's why I be saying how people are deceived, right? That's how I'm saying how people are deceived. Y'all wasn't even peeping in the background. It was a darky hue dude in between them. You know what I'm saying? That's what he's showing you. Like it's the visual. It's the visual that people see. People catch on to the visual before the visual is given to them. You know what I'm saying? They don't really scope the landscape of everything that's going on.
But they changed these boys, man. Once they got there, they totally changed them boys. You know what I mean? They going from one way to a whole nother way when they got the you know what I mean? When they got the Europe. They repainted these boys in the image like in the European style. You know what I'm saying? And that was the European style. That was they dressed them boys up in European clothes when they got over there and everything. We got the story. Ain't been no goddamn wars. These were strictly motherfucking American Indians who went over there. You know what I mean? To start some kind of trade business and some trade route. I ain't finished the whole story yet, but they damn sure wasn't no fucking Moors. They was American Indians.
Man, I don't know. Listen, man,
They came back.
Y'all got an issue with that word more, like it's poison or some shit, man.
I ain't got no issue.
The term is the issue with the term more. That's what the problem is, man.
No,
like I said, people want
more only mean black to me. More only mean black to me.
Cool, and I don't have no issue with that either, man. All I'm saying is though, as we go further into history, you're gonna realize all you're gonna find is that term more. A so-called Indian. King, I'm trying to tell you, my nigga. A so-called Indian is a Moor. Whether you want to accept it or not. But these are the particular Moors that did not want to deal with this goddamn government that was being set up on the land.
Okay.
So they decided to sit out in their own little area, do their own little thing, self-govern. And a lot of Moors did that. A lot of Indians, so-called Indians did it.
Can we do this? Can we do this?
I'm listening.
Come on, Darvis. I respect you. I respect you and I love you as a brother. But I am not going to make this about the same thing that everybody wants to make it. No, bro. No.
Nigga, you have no fucking choice unless you lie about history.
Are you serious? Hold on.
And everybody was under that same paradigm.
Okay, hold on. You ain't got to yell, bro. You ain't got to yell. It's all good. It's all
Everything good. My bad. It's
wrong. All I'm saying is this. You have your interpretation or perception. I have mine. And from my standpoint, my viewpoint of my lineage, there was no such thing.
Cool. And I have no issue with that, your lineage, brother. I'm not talking about your lineage. We was talking about history. By studying these areas in history, the further you go back, you will find different terms. Now, if we decide that we be so emotionally attached to a term, where we become
There we go.
biased, then it's an issue.
Hold on. Wait.
But like I
Wait a
said, if
minute.
we once we get out of the
This
1800s,
Class says,
we start going deep into the 1700s and deep into the
okay.
1600s. You can run across
Slow
that
down.
term more and more.
Slow down.
All right,
Check this
go ahead,
out.
cut me off. Go ahead, cut me off. Go ahead, cut me off. Give me a reason.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I have to real quick. Not to cut your wisdom. I'm sorry. Because you keep bringing up this one word, term. That is a term that is implied or that is put onto someone to say lookership, correct or not?
Not.
Oh, okay.
And as you
That's
go further in history, you realize what I'm talking about.
okay.
The history is like
That's
a
still
glass of
lookership.
water, King. You take a sip of that
That's still
motherfucker, you
lookership.
good. So you dealing with history. You take another
That's
glass, you
still
take a little
lookership.
deeper into history, my nigga. No, it ain't got nothing
That
to do with
is
looking shit
still
because you can't
lookership.
see back then. The issue is
I'm
we
trying.
haven't gone back that far yet. We guessing them, but we're gonna see when we get back there. We ain't get that back there. I'm talking about you. You. Because if you went back
No.
that far, all you would run across was that term. That's I can tell you ain't go back
No.
that far yet.
No.
But don't worry about it.
No.
You're
No.
gonna
What
get
it
there.
is,
And when you get
it
there, my
shows
nigga,
me. What it shows me is that you have a serious bias
no, I don't
because
have a
that
bias
was
thing. I
not
know what
a
it is.
listen to me,
Let
bro.
me get back.
That
Let me
was
get
not.
back to this information right here. So these are how they painted these four. This is something different right here, y'all. This 1700s. This is how they painted the four Mohawk kings or chiefs when they got to London. So let's check it out, y'all. Let's read this. The four Indian kings, or four kings of the New World, were three Mohawk chiefs from one of the five nations of the Iroquois Confederacy and a Mohican of the Algonquian peoples, whose portraits were painted by John Vesterus in London to commemorate their travel from New York in 1710 to meet Queen Anne of Great Britain, who at the time was her or whatever. She was the Queen of Great Britain and Ireland, and the ratification of the Acts of Union merging the kingdoms of Scotland and England. So she was merging her bloodline. In other words, the three Mohawk were Sagath Yeth Quathpata of the Bear Clan, called King of Makwas, with the Christian name Peter Bryant, grandfather of the Mohawk leader Joseph Bryant. A Mohawk military and political leader. Now look at this motherfucker picture, y'all.
Yeah, but those.
All right. No, chill, y'all. Just chill, man. We know it's whitewash. That's what I'm showing them. Honith Yeth Tanoro of the Wolf Clan, called a king of the Kanajahari, Great Boiling Point, or John of Kananahari, and Teyi Hoganro, meaning double life, of the Wolf Clan, also called Hendrik Tahoko, where Teno Koha Karara whatever, or King Hendrik. Anyway, the Mohican chief of the Ottawa Hakun of the Turtle Clan, mistakenly identified in his portrait as Emperor of the Six Nations. Oh, hold up. The Mohican chief was Eto Okam of the Turtle Clan, mistakenly identified in his portrait as Emperor of the Six Nations. The Algonquian-speaking Mohegan people were not part of the Iroquois Confederation, which we know that because they split away from each other. All right. So it said the four American leaders visited Queen Anne as part of the diplomatic visit by Peter, Mayor of Albany, North Carolina, New York. They were received in London as diplomats, being transported through the streets in the city in royal carriages and received by the Queen Anne at the court of St. James Palace. The reason why I'm reading this because I'm going to get into something, y'all. They also visit the Tower of London, St. Paul's Cathedral, in addition to requesting military aid for defense against the French. This is what I'm saying now. This why I kept reading, y'all, because this is one of our major downfalls. In addition to requesting aid for defense against the French, the chief asked for missionaries to offset the influence of French Jesuits, who have converted numerous Mohawks to Catholicism Shout out to my nigga Straight Smoke. Nobody else don't have to tell him about the spirituality system, dog. I bring it up. Queen Anne informed the Archbishop of Canterbury, Thomas Tenson, a mission was authorized. The mayor Schuyler had a chapel built the next year at Fort Hunter. All right. So now we're seeing how these churches come in. We allowing this because not we, but these people are allowing this because they're asking for help against the French. An enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know what I mean? So now, communion set and read organ.
Let me go to bed.
That's what they get. What happened? All right. The Mohawk village, known as Lower Castle, all right, became mostly Christianized in the early 18th century, 1700s, unlike the Upper Castle at Kanajahara, farther upriver. No mission at the latter was founded until 1769 when William Johnson, the British agent to the Iroquois, remember now, the British agent, built the Indian Castle Church. Let's go. Y'all ever heard of Indian Castle Church?
Yes, man.
I ain't talking about you, Chill. Mute your mic
my
up.
Bad, you said y'all. My bad, you said y'all.
Nah, I'm talking about the chat too. I'm talking about the people in the chat.
All right, cool.
Not necessarily on the panel, bro. I know, no, we still got Indian churches today around here. True? Okay. It still stands. So y'all remember early when I tell y'all, man, they attacked our spirituality system? Well, not attack it. They found like this was the way. Don't force that shit on them.
They converted to it.
Huh?
They converted to it. We were forced to convert
right,
to Christianity.
Right.
Yeah.
Because
you
know what I mean?
They created a new one.
Yeah. And they help. Not only did they convert to it, they also helped change it. It got rewritten in some spots where they had to add this American Indian they had to add the American Indian thing spirituality system to theirs.
What's the American Indian spirituality system?
We didn't believe in deities. Some American Indians I'm not saying all, but not all. Like we believed in things that was tangible. We didn't have to believe. We knew. We believe in nature. That's what our spiritual system was.
Cool.
If we needed to know something or something like that, you know, them boys will try to tap in and ask the ancestors for info or for guidance. Same thing we do now.
Basically what they call black magic, what they call root no time.
That's what they call it, but not. But
that's what the law. The law is that.
Yeah, but they didn't even have to use. They didn't have to use no potion or no nothing like that in order to.
Listen, I'm a more understanding of better tradition.
In order to ask for a blessing from the ancestor. No.
Yeah, listen, I'm a more understand.
They didn't need nothing. They didn't need no additive.
I understand what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
What you're saying. The issue I have is those spiritual systems wasn't there during the time of this term. That's what I'm saying.
The time of what term?
Indian.
That's incorrect.
The spiritual system was there before the word Indian. What are you talking about? The spiritual
exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
The spiritual system was there before the word more.
Yeah.
All right then. So what is you saying? So what is you saying? I don't understand.
The authentic traditions. Listen, if you be quiet 1 second, my nigga, I'll tell you. Calm down, dude. This me you talking to.
I know you gonna tell me calm down.
No, these spiritual systems, like you speaking about, my nigga.
Man, because every time somebody asks you a
man, you let me talk, man, or what, man? We ain't talking to everybody. God damn. What the fuck? What was good, my nigga? I'm trying. You let me talk, and then I'll let you talk. And that's how our conversation goes.
Hey, hold on. You must be got a delay, bro. Hold up. You got to have a delay because I've been shut up for damn near 30 seconds just now. You got to have a delay.
All right, listen, man.
Yeah, you got to.
Anyway, though, what I'm saying is this, right? Those spiritual systems we talk about, like when we start dealing with the ancestors or whatever, they call different forms of, it was listed as black magic, ancestral magic, or dealing with the ancestors or whatever, seers or whatever. In the 1600s, they made that illegal within the jurisdiction of what they had then in the United States in the 1600s, those 11 colonies. But they were dealing with that shit there before Christianity came here, before so-called Islam came here.
Yeah, some people call it
So I
voodoo,
understand that. Yeah,
voodoo,
but
all
they call
that.
it, I'm a Moor, so
But
they call it
yeah,
authentic
but that
tradition.
wasn't everywhere though.
Yeah,
That was not everywhere. That was mostly in the Caribbeans. We see it in other places, but that
it was
wasn't
all over.
everywhere.
Yeah, it was all, I know it was all over the
That
place.
practice that they did, that wasn't everywhere.
It was. People been dealing with that
The
everywhere.
spiritual system I'm talking about is nature. Like I know this time of season gonna come. I know it's time to plant these crops to survive.
Yeah, I
That's
understand what
the
you're saying, but
spiritual
that's not
system
a
I'm
spiritual system,
talking
though, man.
about.
That's planting.
I'm not talking about no belief and no putting no root on no people or no doing none of that. No, I'm not talking about that
I know.
type of spiritual system. No.
Cool. You said talking to the ancestors. Don't got nothing to play with no saints.
No. I say they asked the ancestors for guidance or they asked them for a blessing. That means
talking to the
praying.
ancestors.
All that is now today is what they call praying.
Yeah, talking to the ancestors.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? That was something regularly that they did. Somebody, hey, you know what I mean? Because that was tradition. Motherfuckers love their ancestors.
I got you. Now, so you look at
Nobody
it right on
worship,
the wall.
but they didn't worship something. Praying to something is totally
I hear what
different
you're saying.
than
Listen, I hear what
worship.
you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Now,
Big
what I'm
difference.
saying is this, right? If we go in these temples, though, and these old mounds and shit like that, the shit they excavated these mounds, you can tell they were worshiping deities.
But we can't
They
say
gave
all
those deities
the towns
names.
are temples because somebody say that. We can't say that because we
No,
see
but the writings that's within the temple we going by. We talking about the writings that's within the temple.
No, we can't necessarily say they temples, man, because they was used for different things. Mounds was used by different people by different things.
Cool. Get
No,
rid
I'm
of the
not.
word temple. Get rid of the word temple.
They
Get rid of
didn't
the word
need no
temple.
place.
But there were writings on the wall all over the all over the Americas. And
So
the scriptures showing people worshiping deities. That's what I'm saying.
those wasn't
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Hold on.
I'm
Where's
not gonna
that
let
at in North America? Hold on, Straight Smoke. Where's
In
that at
Mexico.
in North America?
Grand Canyon, Ohio.
Hold on. Don't they credit the Grand Canyon to Native Americans? Hello? Mic check 1 2.
My bad, man. I was getting a phone call. My phone.
Okay. Yeah.
I said, now.
Fuck
I
your
was
mic
saying
up.
that they got these writings in Mexico and in the Grand Canyon, and I said Ohio. And it show people dealing with deities.
In Ohio?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't doubt that, you know what I mean, because we see that people that was dealing with the Algonquin and was having correlation and having contact with the Algonquin, they believed in a great spirit. That's why I say some cultures believed in a great spirit or whatever, but that's not everywhere. Not everywhere believed in a great spirit. A motherfucker, they didn't call the sun, but they knew when that sun rise, that sun rise. When that moon rise, that moon rise. They knew by the climate and the temperature, the weather, when the weather changes. That's why I say that's the spiritual system. What I see, I don't see nothing else about no deity until
keep on digging. Keep on digging. You run to it. You run to it soon too.
Nah, I don't think I will, bro, because I'm at the beginning now.
No, you ain't at the beginning. Can you still in the 1700s? It should have been
1700s.
around a long time. Yeah, we gotta go. We gotta go back a little further.
Well, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro. If you find me any writing before 1600s,
God, I showed you right before.
No, hold on. Listen. Can I finish my question? God damn. Show me something written about America before something written about North America at that before 1500s. And I believe you.
Cool. When you get a chance, swing by tomorrow.
I'm not talking about no myth. I'm not talking about no theory.
No, we talk. Listen, man. Listen, we ain't talk about theories. We talk about what's been documented. Can you actually?
I need some
Listen, man.
archaeological
Let me
evidence.
get out real quick. Can you do agree that we was writing before the 1500s, though, right? Because you make it seem like nobody couldn't write or something.
I ain't say none of that. I ain't say none of that.
Because during the time of the 1500s, that's when.
Bro, hold up.
Don't cool. So, let me get out, man. Come on now.
I said somebody saying something about America. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying.
I heard what you said. Nigga, I know what you're saying.
Hold up. Stop. Cause I'm saying somebody. When you know what I'm talking about. Somebody. I'm talking about over there. Name somebody that was writing about the peoples over here and talking about what the people was doing over here before the 1500s. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's all. I'm not saying that we wasn't writing over here. I'm saying somebody over there. Listen to my question, man, before you just flip. God damn.
My bad, I had a phone call, man. But listen though, like I was saying, there are plenty of writings that predates the 1500s. We've been writing way before the 1500s. The 1500s is a mark because Christianity was applied here.
All right, so you didn't hear nothing I said this time?
Man, come on, King. I ain't cut you off.
No, because I want to stop you. I want to stop you because you're going down the road.
It don't take but 30
going
seconds.
down the road that I agree with you with. Darvis, I agree with you with that. Listen, man, Darvis, I agree with you with that. You didn't even hear. Listen, hold up. Let me rephrase this real quick before you go out of hand.
No, man, let me get a goddamn question. I don't need to be rephrased. I'm not retarded, man.
I didn't say you was retarded.
Damn. I know, but every time you say something, I listen to what you're saying.
Dog, you did not fucking listen to what I said. You just took a phone call. And you just came back on here and said, my bad.
Nigga, if you fucking yell at me again, nigga.
You didn't hear that shit, Darvis. I just told you, look, I agree with that shit.
If you fucking yell at me like that, I'm fucking getting around these people, my nigga. We have a different issue. I'm talking to you like a man, King. Because you yelling like you talking to a fucking child, nigga.
You didn't listen to what the hell I said. I agreed with you with what you were saying. I was saying I didn't say nothing that we wasn't writing. I was asking you about over there. That was my question. Cuz my question was
I heard the fucking listen, I heard the question. I heard how you changed the question up and all. I got you.
No,
I'm a fucking scholar. I got you, King.
If you listen to what I'm saying, that's why you missed it. Because you was on the phone.
Shit, nigga. I wasn't on the phone. I said the phone was ringing. How you can tell me what I did?
You just came back on and said, my bag, I had a phone call.
No, the phone, and I didn't answer it. When the phone ringing, I started talking about stacking the mic. So I didn't answer the phone. I waited for the phone to call it in.
During that time, I thought you was letting me talk.
You know what, man? No. Islam, King. Do your thing. Because the YouTube thing, my nigga.
Nah,
I was listen, man. YouTube thing,
I'm not saying that we wasn't right, man. I don't want you to
I know, but you ain't letting me talk. Every time I start talking, you start talking. And
all right, go ahead, man. Go ahead. I did that mute up. That's what I'm saying. You was on the phone. I muted up afterwards.
Man, listen, man. Islam. Peace. I'm gonna go ahead into the conversation, man. Y'all go ahead and do your thing. Shout out to the goddamn peeps, man. Word. Shit, boy. Nigga be tripping, boy. What you send me to, bro? Granny, but see, I was on YouTube, so I couldn't answer the phone. Oh, okay. So I told Luke to call the phone. So when I came back, I thought you was like, dang, did this nigga send me to his mom?
Just like I said, he just said, man, he didn't hear what I was saying because he muted up because he had to take a phone call or the phone ring. Anytime your phone ring, that bitch will disrupt you. Conversation goes low. I agree with that we had writing over here before the 1500s. I wouldn't even pose that question. I said anybody over there writing about America before the 1500s. That's what I asked. No myths or no theories. That's all my question was. I ain't never say that we didn't have no fucking writing over here. I ain't never say that. That's why I was trying to say I agree with you with that.
You said, I know, but you said,
hold on, but you didn't hear that because you had took a phone call or your phone
I
that
didn't
ring.
take a phone call. You keep saying that. I did not take a phone call. I didn't say nothing because the phone was ringing. I didn't want my mic to static.
Well, listen, this is what
but
you said.
I still hear what was being said.
When I muted up after I said what I said about that, like, yeah, cuz I was agreeing with you with that. I muted up. We waited for you to talk. That's when you came back on, bro. And you was like, man, my bad. I was getting a call. My bad. My phone was ringing or something like that. You said.
That's what I said. The phone was ringing.
And you went into what you were explaining. And I corrected that shit. Like, no, I'm not saying that we didn't have no right. But you didn't hear me saying that. You came right back in saying, nigga, we had writing before 1500s. That's why I knew you didn't hear what I said. That's all I was doing.
Hear what you said, but you didn't say that.
All you got to do is go back and rewind it just a little bit, and you will see.
Man, exactly. you can go rewind. Rewind the tape right quick. Let's find out. Fuck it. Rewind it right now. Match rewind. Let's go back to the beginning. Let's get the bottom of this crazy shit, man.
It really ain't crazy, bro.
I was asking anybody. Still ain't get to get the damn point out.
But my question, all right. So my question was anybody over there writing before 1500s, not us. That's what I was trying to correct you. I wasn't saying us. I was saying over there. Those people over there, was they writing about America before the 1500s? That's my question.
Of course, we've been going back and forth to America, to Europe, to Ireland, matter of fact, that whole Europe, Asia, and Africa, and Australia for thousands of years. Thousands of years. If you go to their archive, they don't hide the history. Our history limited. Nobody else is doing like that. And yeah, I did hear what you said, Ken.
All right, repeat that one more time.
I said that people were going back and forth from the Americas to Europe to Asia to Africa, Australia for thousands of years. And I'm talking about doing business. For thousands of years, people was coming over here. For thousands of years. Of course they were writing. They were treaties. They were laws.
All right.
And that was before the 1500s.
I ain't gonna do it. I ain't gonna do it.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Because let me make sure. Do y'all subscribe to that there was no civilization in the world before the 1500s? Is that what do y'all subscribe to that? There's a question.
No.
Right,
no.
Cool. So, all right, cool. I got you. So you do agree that there was civilization. There was civilization all over the world before the 1500s. We agree with that, correct?
All over this motherfucker.
We agree that people been traveling all over this motherfucker before the 1500s. We agree with that too.
So you all right? Yep. I'm just gonna play along. Yep. But tread carefully on what you saying. I'm gonna play along, but tread carefully.
My nigga, listen, man. What I got? Okay. I'm just talking about the facts, gang.
Come on. Hold on. Whose facts are you talking? How about that? Whose facts are you talking?
All right, cool. You can talk about the tons of more sources, all different kind of goddamn Christian sources. You can talk about the conquistadors. We can talk about what's going on around the Mediterranean during those times. That place they call Egypt during those times. The place over here, how we were connected back and forth. They're going back and forth building things, writing on their walls. They're bringing writings from there over here. Not writing, but like I would say writings like antiques or things that them boys may have over there. We may get through trade, whatever. We bring it over here. We have libraries all over the world, and these citadels, there was information on every civilization, or just about every civilization, and that was before the 1500s. That's what I was saying.
Okay. Hey, Dark, can I ask you a succinct question?
What?
Somebody grab me something to fucking eat, man.
What can I ask you a sincere question, Dark?
Man, I told you already. Can't go ahead and ask the question.
Okay, so are you sitting here saying to me that throughout time, the navigational understanding was concurrent through all civilizations?
Basically.
Is that a yes
Basically.
or no, sir?
I said basically. You may have some people that didn't, well, whoever drew their
No.
maps wasn't quite
That's
accurate,
a
whatever.
yes
I mean, but
that's a
basically
very
all,
simple
basically
yes.
people that were people in
Darvin,
all
that's a
lands.
very simple
Man,
yes or
listen,
no.
King. Man, listen,
Come
I'm
on,
trying to
you said
qualify what I'm trying to
basically.
say,
That's
brother.
not answering my question. Slow down,
Nigga,
bro. Calm down.
nigga, be
Pump your
quiet. I'm
brakes.
answering.
Do me a
Man,
favor.
listen,
Answer
man,
my question.
man,
Every
listen.
hold on. All right,
Man,
you
how
don't
the
want
fuck
to
I'm answering
listen?
the question you talking, King? You
Again,
asked
I'm
me a
gonna
fucking
say it
question and then you
again.
ain't gonna let me answer the motherfucker?
You did
You would
answer
tell
it.
me
Now I'm
what to say?
asking you, could you not be so vague and just say yes or no? It's just that simple.
Listen. It's not as simple as that.
All right,
You have
fuck
people,
it.
you
Never
got people
mind.
here in Americas that understand how to navigate, but you got people who don't. So everybody didn't have the same basic understanding of navigation. But most people did.
El Capitan.
You know, that's simple, bro.
Hey, Darvin, can I ask you a question?
God damn. Well, that's the
Oh
question, King.
shit, how's mine? What's happening?
What up?
Peace of God.
Your Darvin's up here bullshitting y'all again.
No, I was about to ask him a
He ain't
serious
gonna show
question.
you no source on nothing. So y'all can't really take Darvin seriously, man. He ain't gonna show you a source on shit. Nothing.
I would.
You dig
I
what I'm
would, but
talking about?
I'm
He just
on
gonna
the phone.
tell you. He just gonna tell you about his opinion.
So let me ask you a question, Cause girl. Did I say something wrong? But then not people come when we're not dealing back and forth through navigations before the 1500s. So you came up here as a cheerleader, or must be on some Jack Darvin shit, my nigga. But am I lying about what I said, King?
Yeah, you lying. Show it.
So we wasn't do. So you thought that we put navigating before the 1500s?
Show it.
No, I'm asking you a question. Were we navigating
I'm saying
before
you
the
lying.
1500s?
I'm saying you lying. Show it.
Was we navigating before the 1500s? I'm not showing you shit, nigga. I'm asking you a question.
I know you know.
Well, that's cool. Listen, man. If you come up this motherfucker to find something to argue about, my nigga, I understand that's y'all personas, y'all done building this YouTube thing. That's y'all thing, King. We talk about some information. If you feel like you disagree with what I said,
I'm saying we
talk
about information. It's just the fact that you don't have any information. You just be lying.
I don't have no information, my nigga.
No, you don't have no information whatsoever, sir. And
so
then
basically, listen. This we gotta do, Cosmo. This is what we gotta do.
Why you can't just show us these Indians? Why you can't just show us these Indians that was coming over here before coming over to Europe or whatever before the 1400s or whatever? In the 1450s.
Because I'm on a fucking phone, nigga. Because I'm on a phone. And it's a common sense thing. Everybody understand basic history, know that. Yeah, because if you don't understand that history, then
nigga, it ain't
you're in the wrong fucking class.
Across the Pacific.
All the other shit, my nigga, listen, all the other shit, man, you know, there's an argument, nigga. There's no fuck games like that, my nigga. I don't feel like arguing with grown men. I'm a fucking man.
No,
men don't do this shit, my nigga. We don't feel like this. Not real, man. That nigga must be ain't been around in your whole life, something.
You just be
lying. You have an issue with me because you come up with this motherfucker. You call me a liar about what I said off the damn dick, my nigga. You got an issue with me for whatever reason. Then me and you can get together. We'll talk about that face to face.
It's an issue with liars.
Man, listen, it don't really matter. Listen, but I mean, you should listen. I mean, we should get together and talk about it face to face, mano a mano.
Yeah, we can get together.
And we get all that out like that. Arguing over the fucking internet that what girls do.
When you see me face to face, you still gonna be a liar.
Nigga, you won't be if I see you in my face, nigga.
Nigga, you not gonna do nothing.
That's what I'm saying, my nigga. And you want to have a little argument? Grow up, my nigga. This is girl shit, nigga. You act like this real Atlanta some shit, man.
But look,
nigga, no the fuck you wouldn't, nigga. Shut the fuck up. No the fuck you. No you wouldn't. No you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. No, you
Listen,
wouldn't. No, the
it's
fuck you
okay.
wouldn't.
Listen, I ain't gotta threaten you to expose that you're a
Cool.
liar. You can't.
All
You
right, then
can't
fuck it,
prove
then,
one
man. Fuck
source.
it. But you ain't proved me lying yet.
Yeah,
Prove I'm
yes,
lying,
I did.
motherfucker.
Show us
Prove
these
it then. Prove it.
Indians, liar.
What?
Show us them Indians that came over there to Europe.
No, you gotta prove. You said I'm lying, nigga. Prove
Before
I'm
the
lying.
time of colonization.
That's not how
Liar.
this shit work, nigga. If you say
Yeah,
I'm
you a
lying,
liar,
then
bro.
prove me lying,
It is
nigga.
how it works.
You can't do that.
You just be
And
lying.
when you able to do that, but then I sit down and listen to that gay
lying,
ass shit
bro.
you talk about. But you
You a
can't do
liar.
that. No, you a
just be
liar.
capping.
All right,
You
whatever
need
the
a
fuck, nigga.
sombrero.
Man,
You
listen. No, you just want to argue, my nigga. Listen, go find.
You are this fat liar. You fat greedy liar. Nigga, why don't you pull a source for once in your life, you fucking degenerate? You just gonna get up here and lie to the people with your fat, stinking ass. All right. I just be calling fake niggas out, man. I ain't really have nothing else to say.
This is what we can do, right? If you don't mute this nigga next time I see you, nigga, I'm gonna shoot you. Word. I don't know who the fuck you think you playing, your bitch ass nigga. You big old sorry. Man, listen, but come see me, nigga. No, you ain't, nigga. You was a girl ass nigga that wanna argue on the internet like that make you a gangster, nigga. You know what make you a gangster, nigga? When you out there these fucking streets, my nigga. Come out in these goddamn streets, my nigga. You know all that information, my nigga. All this gay ass shit about arguing, man, I ain't got no time for that. And OTK, if you allow OTK, you been coming talk to me like that, my nigga. On this motherfucking platform, you got control of that nigga, and you ain't check that nigga, then you got a problem. Because I can't find that nigga. I know you.
I bet you his fat ass
Man,
won't source
cut that shit short.
Yeah, I bet
that
his
shit
fat
short.
ass won't source up.
Cut
Yeah,
that
all
shit
that tough
short.
guy shit, nigga. I a wolf ticket, nigga. Darvis, you would have to shoot me. I would be on you like a wet t-shirt, boy. And you know
No,
you
you
got
wouldn't,
titties
nigga. No, the
already,
fuck you wouldn't. You know when you fight, nigga. You ain't no man like that. Stop that. You don't do that kind of shit, nigga. Because if you was a man, you're real eyes, my nigga, dog.
We're not on that.
If you was a man, my nigga, then you be
We
coming trying to
are
find out we
not
on that,
on
man.
that. Man,
I know,
shut that
why
bullshit
you making
down.
that shit like that, King?
Shut
You
that
making that shit like
bullshit
that, right there,
down.
man. I don't got no
He
time for that
making it
bullshit.
like
Y'all
that.
boys
He
bad,
making
man.
his
Word.
That bullshit
Word.
down.
No, because the way y'all
Don't
faggot
do
niggas
that.
talk, nigga, a nigga supposed to cut your fucking tongue out. That's how I can tell you in the streets, my nigga.
Man,
But you
shut
be a
the fuck
dead ass
on
nigga
up.
by now. Word.
He ain't
Shut
gonna
the
fight
fuck
or
on up.
source up. He ain't gonna kick sand at the beach or pull a source. Nigga, we
Then you
don't
better ask
believe
you.
your
Listen,
fat
you better
ass.
ask that nigga who you got there pumping
Nigga,
behind
we
who the
don't
fuck I
believe
am,
your
nigga.
fat ass,
Ask
nigga.
that
I
nigga
don't
who
believe
that
your
nigga who know me if
cut
I'm
that
out that
shit
you
nigga.
a fat liar.
How about that, nigga?
Shut
The
that
fuck you
shit
talk
down.
about, nigga?
Lying ass up. You
Listen,
fat
man,
liar.
y'all brought this nigga here up
Your
here, man.
musty
Listen,
ass neck. Y'all bet
nigga,
your
listen,
neck is
man.
that
Shut the
down.
fuck up,
sweating.
faggot, man.
Nigga,
Stop.
you a lying ass
Stop.
nigga. You a liar
Nigga, you a
in your
lie.
soul.
Listen, man.
Stop.
Listen, dude. You gonna make
Stop.
me kill
Man,
your ass,
man,
nigga.
shut
Stop
the
playing with
fuck
me
up
like
and
that,
pull a
my nigga.
source.
We're not gonna do all
Word,
that,
man.
man.
Pull a
Stop all
source.
that. Don't talk like that. Don't talk like
Listen.
that.
Well,
It
then
ain't
go
even
show
that
your pants on
serious.
then, bro.
So
Well,
you
then,
can't handle no criticism. You
no,
can't handle
we
no
don't play like
criticism,
that.
nigga.
No,
Huh?
I can't.
You can't handle no criticism. You can't. A
No.
motherfucker can't talk to you. Huh? That's what you trying
He
to
can't
say?
pull a source, so how he gonna
Huh?
throw a punch?
Hey, straight
Fuck you
calm
talking
down.
about?
Gang.
Stop that
Nigga
shit.
can't.
Stop
Calm the
that
fuck
shit.
down when you
Source,
talking
how
to
he
me,
gonna
boy.
throw a punch? We don't believe that nigga no way around.
You know what, man? I'm about to be out, my nigga.
No
OTK,
way
I'll
around,
see you
nigga.
now. Listen, I'm gonna send a message to these faggots through you.
Yeah, whatever, nigga. We don't believe you, nigga. You ain't gonna send shit. Lying fat.
I ain't hearing none of that. I ain't hearing none of
He
that.
ain't gonna listen, nigga. I'll buy wolf tickets. Nigga, ain't nobody gonna do nothing to cop. Nigga, tougher niggas than you didn't try. They ain't here. Nigga, you better check my fucking record. Nigga, don't threaten me, nigga. You a pussy. Nigga, let's get that understood, nigga. I eat niggas like you for dinner, nigga. Chew on your fucking spoon with some fava beans and a nice Chianti, motherfucker. You don't know me. You just mad because I called your fat lying ass out. You lying piece of shit. You Moorish piece of shit. You a dirty Moor. Nigga. Wanna be Israelite. Wanna be Moor. Wanna be Indian. Wanna be NOI. Pick one, you dick rider. Huh?
Oh, how you doing, Kyle? What's going on, Cal?
Yeah, I'm good. Salute to my dog Smokey Dokey, man. I just heard I was tired of this whole ass nigga lying, man. He don't never source. This nigga been up here since OTK had this channel. This nigga ain't pulled one source never. Funky lying
I'm gonna sit here.
motherfucker.
I ain't gonna even. I'm gonna sit here. I'm not even about to sit here and lie.
Nigga smell like
I'm
a
not even about
goose
to
in
sit
a
here and
creek,
lie.
nigga.
Hear me
You
out.
ain't
Stop.
from Goose Creek, nigga. He ain't from
Hear
Goose
me out.
Creek. He smelled like a goose in a creek, nigga. Fat ass nigga.
Hear me out. Hear me
All
out.
that shit.
Hear me
Go
out.
ahead, Smoke.
Hear me out, cuz.
Man.
Hear me out. All I can say is this.
Y'all,
All I have ever
shout out
done was
goddamn
one
pork
thing.
chop and the yellow rice and the green beans, man.
You don't know nothing about that yellow rice.
I was fucking starving, man. What the fuck was
Okay, I'll stop.
What you say, Smoke?
What the fuck happened?
I'm gonna say this,
Oh,
and I
I
mean
just
this.
called your fat ass lying ass cousin out because he up here lying. Talking about, you know, we
Y'all
went over there before.
Y'all got into that Moor shit again, and to the Christian, the religion
I
shit.
don't know what they was in, but I was tired of them lying. You dig what I'm talking about?
Okay.
That's all I was saying.
Can I tell you what the fuck it was about, or we gonna keep going in circles?
No, I mean,
All
I know
right.
what he was saying, Smoke. I know what he was saying, but the nigga was capping.
Hey, bro, do me a solid. That's why I stopped talking. All right. You're not about to tell me. You're not about to tell me that everybody in America was no fucking Moor. It's not gonna happen, dog. It's not gonna happen, dog. Hold on. I'll prove my point. What was the biggest scalp that was taken?
Cuz be using more sometime also as a color now.
Okay. What was the biggest scalp taken?
I look at more as a color, so you know what I mean. So boom.
What
he
was the
like,
biggest scalp
I got
taken?
no problem with that.
What was the biggest scalps taken?
The thing is, though, when you start dealing with history, man, more becomes more than a color. It becomes a people at that point.
I'll say this again. What was the biggest scalps taken?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. Which ones?
The ones that went against the grain.
So what you saying? The Moors was selling out?
No, they are the habitual sellouts. They are the habitual sellouts. We didn't fuck with them like that. Are you fucking serious? You already knew their repertoire. That's what they came to do. To be able to talk to you and your people to say, oh yeah, you should trust them. Who do you think was the first people to get killed? Huh? The fuck is wrong with y'all? We was able always to pinpoint who sold us out. We was always able to do that.
Hey, Smoke, this go into what me and you was talking about. That's what I was saying. The caste system, the social constructs, and the politics is all one. That's the same thing you were talking about what a caste system do. That's what the conversation was about. One person trying to be superior to another person by using a color. You trying to use the hue of somebody's body to be the dominant and say y'all, you know what I'm saying? It's always gonna be like that as soon as you use the hue and politic words. The politic words is like more Muslim, Hebrew Israelite, Zionist, with blah blah blah, whatever. Them is politic words. Social constructs are black, colored, Negro, mulatto, all that stuff. All of it tied into one of so everybody gonna always feel like one is superior than the other because you're trying to put yourself in the category.
Hold on. It's called identity politics.
Facts.
It's called identity politics. They only rebranded everything for you to say and identify yourself. That's all they wanted you to do. They're showing you that. They're showing you that. We need you to self-identify yourself so we will know what is the gambit. We got to cover the gambit. So we need everybody to self-identify. If you Negroes self-identified as American Aboriginals, they have a problem because they already know the fluent history thereof. They already know it. Do you understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying? If
I
you
think I
did
hear
that,
you saying, I think what I hear you saying is that before somebody tell us what we is, we ought to tell them who we are.
say it again one more time.
All right. That
Are
before
you gonna put?
somebody tells us who we tell them who we are.
Are you gonna allow somebody to name you, or you gonna punch them in their mouth?
I mean, shit. You dig
I'm
what I'm
punching them in
saying?
their mouth.
Yeah.
I
I
just
mean,
did it.
you dig what I'm talking about? I got, you know, never been scared of no scuffles. You dig what I'm saying?
I
But the
just did it.
thing is, there ain't no, what we gotta understand is there is no fight.
No,
There is no fight. We just
no.
say what it is, and guess what?
That's that.
That's what it is.
Hold on, Cosmon. You want to hear one better?
Hmm.
Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Your word against mine. You're gonna have to bring up your documents to show that I'm an African slave. Bring up your
Right.
documents. How about that?
And then,
Let's go.
and see, the thing is, you must have my documents. Go ahead, show 'em.
Exactly. Exactly.
And,
So
and,
you
and
must
then,
have my
then
lineage already, right? You got me already, right? So show me what you got.
so you must have my land, right? I need you to. I'm gonna need you to proffer up them documents, sir. Oh, because obviously
What's
you
that
must
called?
know me, right?
Hold
Obviously
on.
you
What's
must
that
know me.
called, brother? Hold on, brother. What's that called? Can I
Post
get that
Lamani,
discovery?
put me
Can I get
in my
Can I get that
motherfucking
discovery?
yeah. That's in the discovery. But after that, after we figure out that you already got it, right? And the trick is what nobody actually understands is you can't sell this land. There is no actual bill of sale going back to the
For this land?
1700s to somebody actually buying the land, to somebody actually can't own a deed to it.
Nope. Can't.
Right? So it's the indigenous ties, what they call allodial titles, that tie you back to these lands. And that just extends with time. So you dig what I'm saying? The thing is, you can't nobody tell you who you are, right? And if they do, it's up to you to accept it. If you
No,
accept
it's
it,
up to
that's
them
what
to
you
prove
is.
it. No. Stop right there. Stop right there. If someone has the audacity to tell you who they are, they have to prove it. That's on them.
Jesse told niggas that we was African Americans in 88, 89, and motherfuckers just went right with it.
Okay, I'm not
Nobody check
on
and did
Jesse
nothing.
time.
Didn't nobody check Jesse to say no, we wasn't no Africans, and didn't nobody say a word.
Cal, we ain't on Jesse time no more. You and I both
That's what
know
I'm
that.
telling you. That's what I'm
We
telling
ain't
you.
on Jesse time
It's
no
up
more.
to you. Listen,
Because I know
what I'm telling you
what he did. Now I figured out what he did. And I'm gonna show and prove it to you.
I'm gonna show and prove it to you.
Listen, we ain't gotta go there. What I'm telling
Man.
you, missing the point. You missing
Am
the
I?
point. The point
Am I?
is, yeah. The point is,
Go
what I'm
ahead.
saying is, yeah, the point is that they called us that and motherfuckers accepted it. They didn't do no research. They didn't do nothing. They ain't asked nobody. They ain't do shit. So guess what? When we put our own shit out there, you dig what I'm talking about, and get our own little whoopty whoppy wop wop wop. They can't say nothing either. Ain't no talk back. There's no oh, you're not that. No, none of that exists in law.
You ready?
And as a
You
matter of
ready?
fact, I tell you who the fuck I am. You dig what I'm
You
talking
ready?
about? And you gonna respect it. That's
You ready?
just that on there. You dig what I'm talking about? And I still think this. People gon' they gonna think I'm wrong, but I'm telling you, I'm looking at the big picture. Even though we still a numeric superiority, right? They give us a pocket to play in, right? Called a minority.
Mm-mm.
I say we turn that on its fucking head. Right?
It's not.
Because
No.
they gave civil rights was just for Indians. But then they
No.
switched the word in the end and gave it to minorities. See, the thing is, all that's gonna get switched out. Them niggas getting the gays, the white women, everybody getting kicked out of the people who came over here after 1965 and Civil Rights Act, all that. Civil rights is only for niggas. So when we turn it, so the reason a lot of people didn't understand why they was mad about DEI. DEI affected white women the most, and gays the next.
No. All right. No. All right. I see where you coming from. I see where you coming
And
from.
Because what's gonna happen is they're gonna if you can get DEI out of there, you can restructure civil rights. This is what people not. This is a glorious time,
dude.
You dig what I'm talking about? So I'm just saying, people, you know, be kind of close sometimes, and sometimes you gotta back away from shit to really get a good picture on it.
You hit a multitude of things right now, okay? You hit a multitude of things right now. So I'm gonna address them as I seen them, okay? Is that cool? Cal?
Yeah, go ahead,
Is that
bro.
cool?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
All right. So let's start with the earliest one, and we're gonna work our way back. DEI or DIE, excuse me. I don't call it DEI, I call it DIE. Because that's truly what it is. What you're doing is that you're trying to hyperimpose someone into a position that is not qualified for it. Okay? Period. You're trying to make someone into a position that's not qualified for it, and you're trying to fit it on the merit, on the basis of race. All right? I don't know about you, but I would want the most qualified person flying my plane. Right? All right. Moving along. We
Hey,
have to
Straight
understand.
Smoke.
Yes, sir.
You know, DEI originally started from hold on. DEI started from affirmative action. It started from affirmative action. That's what it really originally was, affirmative action. And they tried to switch it and make it seem like it was for us, but it was for them.
No, it wasn't.
No, affirmative action was for them. That's That was the play. It wasn't for
You're
us.
missing what I'm saying. You're missing what I'm saying, and it's okay.
No,
It's
I
okay.
know what you're saying about the DEI part, but I'm saying the DEI where it came into existence is from affirmative action.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? You can look it up. You can see it
Oh,
came
hold on.
exactly from affirmative action, and then
I
it
understand.
evolved into DEI.
Okay. What I'm trying to get you to understand was this is all a democratic play. You don't. I'm not gonna say what you don't understand. I'm not gonna do that. I'm a student of government. I know how this works. So all it is, it's not anything that you think. What it is this policies that's put in place to make someone get a acceptance trophy, if you will. Okay? Because when you was younger, if your team didn't do the best, you didn't get no trophy. Everybody went home crying. Now they want to give a trophy to everybody and say, good job. You have to understand what you're seeing. The one thing that you're seeing right now, this is the pretty much this is Mao. You're seeing Mao, and I don't even understand. I don't think that a lot of people understand what Mao actually done. You're seeing Stalin, you're seeing Mao, you're seeing Stalin, you're seeing all the actual.
You talking about Mao Zedong?
Yes, sir. What you're seeing right now is Mao. This is what you're seeing. You're not under. I don't know how anybody is not saying this. In other words, I'll give you a point. Ask all your friends. Are they are they hold on, what did I say to my cousin? Are you a globalist? Are you a nationalist, or are you a communist? Ask your people them three basic questions. Hold on, not communist, socialist.
I'm
You
none
can't
of
call
them.
them right. No, hear me out. Ask your people: are they a globalist, a nationalist, or a socialist? I guarantee you, you'll get like at least like 35-45% of people that say they're socialists. I can't make this up. I'm straight smoke, and I know my era. I know my field of study. Man, I gotta clean this pond out, man. I got all these fucking frogs and shit. Oh, hold on.
But
Maybe I should do that. Hold on. Maybe I should do that. Are everybody on the panel? Are you a nationalist? Are you a globalist? Or are you? That's right, a socialist.
I'm not either one of them.
Gotta be
I'm an
one of the three.
American. No, I don't have to be any of those. No, I don't, and I'm not any of those.
Yes, you are.
And huh?
Yes, you are. I
No, I'm not.
guarantee you.
I'm
Yes,
not.
you are. That I guarantee you. I guarantee you. I can't make this up. I'm for
Mm-mm.
real when I say this. Are you a
Listen, every
nationalist?
one of them, every one of listen. Let me
Are
tell
you
you
family
something. Let me
first?
tell you
Are
something.
you family
It don't
first?
matter what
Are
you
you family
saying. I'm
first?
not none of them.
Are you family first?
Yes.
Are you family first?
Yes.
Then you're a nationalist.
No. I don't
Okay, I
mean
don't
that.
know if you know the meaning. Okay, it's cool. It's cool. It's all right.
Yeah,
It's all right.
nationalists. That's not what nationalists mean.
No, okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm just explaining to you. That's you. I mean, I know what you're saying, but you got to kind of let me answer it myself. I'm not none of
Yes,
those.
sir.
You dig what I'm talking about? And while I may have certain beliefs in some of those is that may be seen as somehow socialist, somehow I'm still an American first. You dig what I'm saying? And or really I'm a faithist first, and then I'm American after that. You dig what I'm talking about? Even though it may seem, you dig what I'm talking about, a little nationalistic, but to be proud of your home doesn't mean you're willing to uh, put up with any type of BS just because it's my home. You dig what I'm talking about? There are still things in my home that they don't treat my people right. So it's not that I'm just for the government. You dig what I'm talking about? And yet I'm always for the people. So no, I'm not none of them. You dig what I'm talking about? And even in the highest ideas of every one of them, all they doing is talking about taking care of their people and themselves to the best of their ability. Dig what I'm talking about? So whatever is the next step past that, well, first, the next best step past that is the republic, which we already in. And then there's a step past that, which is brotherhoods, or you dig what I'm talking about, limited government by yourself. And then the next step after that is no government whatsoever. What could be better than that? You know what I mean? So whatever that is that leads up to that path, I call it a faithist. You dig what I'm talking about? And so that's what I would, before you call me a nationalist, a communist, or a socialist, I believe in the great spirit first, and that all things work to a culmination of sorts that in the end tend to work out for the benefit of man, even if it seems negative. So nah, I ain't none of that.
I'm trying to tell them, cause man, I'm to communist. You know what a communist is, though? I mean, like that's even outrageous to even put that in the conversation by itself.
Yeah, I ain't a communist at all.
You know what I'm saying?
And we know
I'm not
we
trying to
know
take over.
communism and Marxism.
Hold on.
We know Marxism birth Sovietism and communism. And we know Karl Marx. We know Karl Marx a small hat. So he ain't got our best interests at heart.
Not at all. Not at
Not
all.
at all.
And I'm not trying to take over. And I'm not trying to take over my own land. Why would I take over my own land for? That's come on, man.
Yeah, it's mine. And
You know,
guess what? It's so much land out here that ain't nobody on. You could actually go build a whole city. You could build a mega city out here and have nobody around you in America. For
that
mine,
is
we
true.
got land upon land.
That is true. It's a lot of unincorporated land out here. A lot of it. A lot of unincorporated land.
So how was everything colonized then? When there's places that ain't even been touched.
Yeah. Well, you did what I'm talking about. Colonization is an ideal.
Yeah. So when we gotta understand is when these motherfuckers was talking about these 13 colonies, some of these states wasn't as big as they are today.
No, the lines ain't right. Yeah.
You know what I
The
mean?
lines ain't right.
These motherfuckers was talking about the state of goddamn state of Georgia. That shit only was fucking Savannah and the towns in between Beaufort, Hilton Head, and until Savannah. That's all Georgia was.
Charlotte, South Carolina was only Charlotte at one time.
Charlotte, North Carolina, yeah.
Yeah, I mean North Carolina. What I say, South Carolina, North Carolina.
Yeah.
Charlotte, North Carolina was just Charlotte.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about? It was just Charlotte. You dig what I'm saying? They had a little piece. They and the Indians had their eyes on them niggas.
Right. Right.
I seen a cartoon one time, OTK, where the
Peace of love, man. Daryl Kyle's mom, man. My dog, man. You can hit the link, Daryl, if you got a second,
in the chat. What up, dude?
Yeah, if you got a second, though. Hey, Cosmo, you did win that ticket, though. The number was 6 earlier. Hell yeah. The number was 6.
Well, give it to somebody, man. You dig what I'm talking about there? You know,
pretty much.
Somebody come through the chat. You know, a good who in the chat? We'll figure it out. Yeah. Somebody be always there. You dig what I'm talking about?
Word. Yeah, I'm definitely, you know. Now I'm gonna give some out anyway to them too. Yeah. Oh, got to show love. Got to show love, man. You know what I mean? Damn, dog, you gotta come up. You gotta drop that in the back chat. I can't pull up nothing out the chat like that. I'm back now, shit. I had to go in there and holler at Mom Dukes for a second, boy, and get me some of that goddamn yellow rice and peas, boy, pork chop cup.
Get your life together.
Motherfucking stomach start calling. And you gotta come back on. You gotta put it in the back chat, in the private chat. Then I can pull it up like that. Matter of fact, damn, why is I'm saying that? Go ahead and what? Damn, boy, motherfucking got to sign in to confirm yourself and boy certain shit now, boy. God damn.
Yeah, this been a good show, OTK. Good night,
yeah,
man.
Yeah, man. You know, I try to keep it on the info, man. You know what I mean? Let me do this real quick, man.
Come on, man. Fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, the niggas trash like some ooh. Try to get back to them slaves. Hey. Try to get back to them slaves. Hey. Fucking slave narrative, they phone it. I had this nigga named Toby and he owed me. When the plot crop and the stock drop on top, them niggas going. Sold to the bitter cotton pickers, then my niggas. I'ma come down, feed them chitlins and them gizzards. Nigga, I'm the mister, I whip ya, I kill you. In the big house, go down with your sister. Send it back to you, then I send for your mother. Y'all niggas look out, I'ma work it like no other. Make you pick cotton to the sun, come and touch it. Till your damn hands and feet, your foot all bust up. Look me in my eyes, I'ma backhand the buck up. Nah. Shout out to Grandma Foo. White man came, she the one that sold you. My crew swam to the show and got you. Good shit, Jesus, man, that nigga came through. Hey, fuck a pen.
That nigga say, shout out to Grandma Foo. White man came through, she the one that sold you. Hey, fuck a Pan-African,
fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African, fuck a Pan-African. Hey, the niggas trash like some ooh. Trying to get back to them slaves. Hey, trying to get back to them slaves. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Ben, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Fuck off it, fuck Lennon, fuck Jeffries, ayy. Ayy. Man, with this shit. Begin.
Gotta get back to
Yo, so PC that.
Hey. Fucking trans African.
Fuck a Pan African.
Hey, fucking trans African.
Fuck a Pan African.
Oh man, shout out to my dog Bellioso. And that was brought to y'all in part by oh man. Man, shout out to the Get Down with the Get Down, man. You know what I mean? That shit was loud and clear too, boy. Oh man. That shit was real loud and clear too. Word. Hey, Milestone.
Yeah.
Man, I hear I hear you still got the babies in the back.
Yeah,
that my
man.
dog.
They on their way to bed. They gotta go to school in the morning. I don't know why they think they because I'm up on the phone and they think they getting away with something. That's what it
is. Everybody tired and sick tomorrow. You already know, man. Hold on. Let me see if this. Hold on, man. Let me see, man. Let me see if this right here. This right here might help, though. Tell baby girl this right here goes out to her, man.
About to play a song for her. Hold on. Say what's up and thank you.
Let me let you get her. You about to get her? Okay. This goes out to you, baby Milestone. Hey, how you doing? Ain't nothing. This goes out to you.
You ain't got the volume on. You heard me, OTK? The volume not on.
The volume wasn't on?
No, the volume wasn't on.
Oh, hold up. All right, let me do this right here then. Let me reshare it then. All right. Boom. Here we go. You good?
Yeah, you good.
I wanna be your statue, baby. But you look at me and say, who is that guy? And I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Shout out to you, baby Milestone.
I can't believe it. This is so messed up, you know I wanted more for us. But it got me looking like a fake ass Morpheus. Who is this guy? Just know that I'm still standing tall, like a statue, baby. I can withstand.
Yeah.
Statue. I wanna be your statue, baby. But you look at me and say, who is that guy? And I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Damn.
Damn. Damn, they really did it, man. But the way got it to the bed, man. Damn, I don't know what to do. 'Cause who is the nigga on my statue? Statue, who's that? Who is that guy? Statue.
Hey, Daryl, I'm gonna trip you out, dog, in a second.
Who is that guy? Statue. What in the Wizard of Oz is
Say thank you, OTK.
Thank you, no.
Oh, you welcome. So, hey, so down Cosmo, you welcome, baby, anytime. So down Cosmo, the whole thing about that was an AI that the dog did. He was talking about Dwayne Wade. Like, damn, who is this on my statue? That ain't me. But this is Dwayne Wade's statue right here. You know what I mean? What they got up. You feel me? And that's why he was like, damn, I look like a fake ass Morpheus. So let's look up. So we go see Morpheus' face, you know what I mean? In one of his scenes, you know what I mean? Let me see if I can find the one where he's screaming. Where he got the face. I mean, all of them look like him, though. You know what I mean? But let's just go to this one. So this is Morpheus right here. So that's why he say they got me looking like a fake ass Morpheus. So that's his statue. And that's Morpheus. It actually is a part, man, where they got, let me see, hold up. Let me look. Let me find it real quick, because I'm pretty sure I could find it. They actually got a they actually got us. Then the artist, he breaks. I know it's a lot to go behind that whole story. Like, man, the artist has some, but I thought I could have found it, but guess I can't. Oh shit! Let me bring everybody back up. Okay, I can't find it, but yeah, that's what that whole thing is about, right there, man. You know what I mean? It was about a Dwayne Wade skit. For real. Like, damn. Who's that? Leave that emperor go to sleep, man. Let me do this real quick. I didn't do this today, man. Shout out to all my people in the community, in the environment, in the neighborhood who showed me love, man.
Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo. Say I'm hustling and I'm grinding. I'm making moves with my money on my mind, and I can't fall short. Always keep it thousand, slow mo.
Yeah, man. Shouts out to everybody, man, who showed me love. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Shout out to Bat, man. Big Aboriginal Power. Debate coming up Saturday, 7 o'clock. Where American Indians / Aboriginals, hunters and gatherers before 11,000 years ago, which is 9,000 BC. Well, if you want to go with this being 2025, you know, you can add the 25 on it. You know, but 9,000 BC, pretty much. I say yes. BAP says no. He said that we had a high civilization during this time. That we didn't have to be. We wasn't hunters and gatherers. You know, wasn't no hunters and gatherers. That created societies or civilization. What did he try to say yesterday? And when he think of the name hunter gatherers, primitive, they are primitive people. So, which is a good stance, because that's the common narrative. When you see that hunter gatherers, everybody think primitive. What is primitive, for one? Or they think of nomadic people who had no stability, because of the narrative. You know, all that's part of the construct, all that's part of the indoctrination that we've been beating our head with. So I'm going against that too. I'm going against the mainstream narrative. You know, so it's gonna be an informative debate. You know what I mean? May the best man win. You know, I'm damn sure gonna give it all I got. Damn sure gonna do that. I don't know nothing else. I know he is, because that's most of his work, man. You know what I mean? Being raised in different places doesn't mean you have that you can't run into people that have that same tenacity, that same will, that same thrive. You know, and sometimes when we meet up in the wild, we butt heads. You know, that's all. We butt heads sometimes. You know, some more bullheaded than the other. You know, but at the end of the day, we bulls. You know, we both men, and that's what's gonna get respected at the end of the day. We both going in there as men. We both gonna walk out as men. You know what I mean? Motherfucker might just have a couple of broken legs and shit. Motherfucker might have a little twisted neck, a little dislocated arm, a little dislocated shoulder here, little elbow broken, you know what I mean? Motherfucker ankle gonna be twisted. You know what I mean? For real. I expect nothing otherwise. For real. Hey man, let me give a shout out to all the ladies out there, man. Without you, there would be no us, man. Shout out to y'all.
Shout out to the mama chief. Yeah, you be quiet when Big Mama speak. What she gave us is a part of me. It flows through my arteries. Even on that journey, that love grows how the garden be. The first to teach us when we sick, the first to heal us. Mama's boy, yeah, you know, her pride and joy. Soul food, yeah, you know, I'm an enjoy. Calm you down just by the sound of her voice. There isn't another feeling inside when they cheering you on at your game and you feeling the pride. You and your siblings fighting, she gon' make you put them feelings aside. She can't lead you down the road, but she can give you the guide. Where you think I get that blissful look in my eyes? I need a side of ice cream with Big Mom's apple pie. You know for sure for Mama Chief, you know I'ma ride. Cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. The greatness, the patience, the foundation, the knowledge passed down so many generations, our motivation. I just wanna thank you for my creation. Cause we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. The dedication, I seen your tears at my graduation. Now look, my your boy that made it. You the reason I'm one of the greatest. Yeah, cause we all need our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all love our Mama Chiefs. Yeah, we all ride for Mama Chief. Now be quiet, let Big Mama speak.
Man, shouts out to all the Mama Chiefs out there. Shouts out to Mama Chief Powhatan. My dog Dre Cars for the 5. You know what I mean? Shout out to y'all. You know what I mean? Shout out to my dog Cars, man. Shout out to my dog Straight Smoke. Milestones. I don't know what happened when I went to get something to eat, man, but a damn Darvis and Cars always running their dead and straight, but you know what I mean? I hope he come back up or whatever, man. Cause I wanted to, he had drop a link, and I do want to pull the link up. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, what's going on though?
I can do the most. I can do the most. You know what? I ain't gonna even sit and lie. I can't do the most, but I choose not to. I just genuinely choose not to do the most. I'm gonna allow everybody to have their own opinion because guess what it is? It's an opinion. That's it. I'm not about to sit here and say that you're wrong or someone else is wrong, this, that, and the third. I'm not about to do that. Everybody has their own point of opinion, or what do you want to call that? What's the word for it? You have your own way of thinking, or I mean, you know what I'm saying. I'm not trying to do nothing about that. I don't care. I don't care. Has nothing to do with what I already know. It has nothing to do. I'm not about to challenge you no more. You know what? It's over with. Y'all got it.
Not everything needs to be challenged. Some things need to be broken down and understood from a level to where you maybe can understand why that person has that opinion. See, we so quick to say, no, that's not it. No, that's not it. But you got to remember, you was there once, opinionated like a motherfucker, until you went and started doing the research and learned what you know. That's our problem. Everybody want to be this advanced motherfucker, but nobody want to act like they started from something. That's a problem.
I concur. I concur. Okay.
So now when you have this level of understanding, when you speak, you wouldn't necessarily speak all the time in absolute, because you will leave room for somebody else's opinion. That is a conversation. That is getting to know what other people think and why they think the way they think. So now once you understand why people think the way they think, now you can find out how to help them unthink that, or maybe you can understand why they think that. Maybe that's their field of research or their level of research that might have skipped past you, or you might didn't know about.
Or how about this? If I don't agree with you, why I gotta be a bitch ass nigga? How about that?
That should
Why?
never come
Hold on.
into play.
I'm gonna ask you this one question. I'm gonna ask you this one
Yeah,
question.
that should never
Just
come
between
into
me.
play.
Hold on. Hear me out. When I say this, I think that you're gonna really understand what I'm saying. Why is it that I gotta say what the rest of these people say out their mouth? Why do I have to agree with the circumference of the actual other people? Why do I have to say what they want me to say out my mouth? I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do it.
You
You
don't
got the
have
wrong
to.
one.
That's why it's
I
called
got,
your
you
opinion and
got
your
the
free
wrong
thought.
one.
Yeah, you don't have to. And if somebody do that and say some shit like that, then they trying to force their thoughts on you. It's a big
Exactly.
difference. It's a big
Uh-oh.
difference.
Uh-oh.
So earlier, when Milestone was like, yo, that shit came out of the such and such movement, you was like, no. The first thing you said was like, no, you really don't understand. This is my field. But you don't even know Milestone like that to know if that's not Milestone field too. And he might just be breaking it down to the simplest form and layman terms, but you're going way in above other people's head because that's where you're at on it. But maybe he's
Right
at that
on.
of it too, but he just want to break it down to the beginning.
Okay. I can accept that.
Exactly, my brother. You know what I'm saying?
I can accept that.
Two things can be right at the same damn time.
You want to hear something crazy? 4 things can't be wrong. Have you ever heard that?
4 things can't be wrong.
Yep.
When you're talking about levels like that of 4 things being wrong, it depends on who
4
is
things
what
can't
is right
be
and what is wrong, dealing with the
no,
context.
because there's 3 things that can always be debated. The 4th person is supposed to hold precedence, right? So like in a certain states, I won't name the names of them. There's a 6-man team. The seventh man makes the
Yeah,
critical decision.
he's the deciding vote in case there's a tie. That's why it's never even.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
just like council. That's just like city council, state council. It's always an odd number. If it's an
So
even number, like
you know what I'm talking about.
Congress, if it's an even number, then the vice president has the deciding vote.
You know what
That's
I'm
the
talking
odd
about.
number. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, but sometimes you got to understand what other people talking about.
I'm not excluding that. I'm not excluding that. I'm
Word.
just getting back into it, brother. I'm just getting back into it. Okay.
One step at a time. People learn on the levels that they learn on, and they like me. You can go and you can say some shit, and you can use the words that they use in the field that they in. I turn around and listen to what everything you saying and break that bitch down in layman terms and use different words for other people to understand.
I'm not disputing that.
No, I'm just saying. And then when I be saying shit in regular terms, you can enhance that motherfucker and put it into other words, vice versa.
Right.
That's the gifts
Right.
we have. But we got to understand it's levels to everything.
Oh, we know
It's
it.
understanding levels to everything. We can't be automatically thinking like everybody is on the same level in that
There's
field.
no way.
In that
There's
field.
no way.
There's no
There
way.
is no way.
There's no way.
There is no way. Because guess what? You're not going out to go deer hunt with me. You're not going to fish with me. Uh-oh.
Now it's a way for everybody to know something about everything.
I'm not saying that. Boy, I love you. I love you. I love you. I don't know if anybody told you that today. I love you. You know why I love you? At least you're a very honest guy.
Shit, that's all I can be. Some people don't like that shit though. Some people don't like honesty. Shit, it's like I take that shit. The fuck? I take that shit and better myself off that shit. Okay, well that person see that. But shit, don't be mad when I tell you my honest fucking opinion.
I want to hear the very honest of everything that I ever come across. You know why I want to do that? It only makes me a better person. That's the part that no one understands. Whether you agree or disagree, you still have to have the conversation. You still have to engage in the conversation. Because guess what? You may not agree, you may not see eye to eye, but the one thing that you can always have, I kid you not, is an honest conversation. An honest conversation. That's it.
That's it. I mean, if I'm looking through the world through my lens, through my perspective, it's my subjective thoughts that
Are
I'm
they
portraying.
subjective?
Yes, because it's my perspective, it's my thoughts on how I see the world. Now,
Okay.
it's some
So
things that I can say that's subjective that can be objective, but it's still subjective at what I see,
okay.
what I portray it to be.
Nigga, you're lying because you pull up a lot of good facts. It don't make sense. You see what I'm saying? It don't make sense. It don't make sense.
It do after a while. It don't make
Okay.
sense right then.
Oh, okay.
You know what
So
I mean?
we
It don't
saw the
make sense.
movie Idlewild, right? Idlewild, huh?
That's my shit,
It
man.
makes
Ain't nothing
sense.
stick to a
It
can of
makes
oil.
sense. Idlewild, huh?
Yeah, ain't
Okay.
nothing
I got
sense to it. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I got
Or let's go with get rich or die trying. You know when
Let's do it.
when I feel like I'm
That's
wrong,
what I'm
I'm
saying.
really right. But when I'm right, I know I'm wrong. But it's just that feeling that when you know you're right, you're just wrong. But
Yeah,
when you're wrong, you're right.
right. Something
Word.
is
It's
just
like
not
that.
going to go the way I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And you know what? It's all good. It's all good. But you know what we need to have? A clean conversation. Clean conversation. Why can't we have that? What you think, Milestone?
I think you can. I think you can, long as that you keep your opinions of your whatever your affiliation is and your allegiance that you feel like you have an allegiance to. to the side. That's mostly what everybody get into arguments about, like like when somebody say they are more, and then somebody hears somebody talking about uh what they really is, and then they get into their feelings and be like, well, blah 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 blah. And you know what I'm saying? You gotta learn to put that to the side, because it's just a not a belief, but a suggestive thought of yours. You know what I'm saying? Basically an illusion that you trying to put yourself in, and you know it's not making sense. That's why you arguing it in the first place. Because if it don't make sense to you when somebody's saying it to you, it just means that you got yourself in a space where you just like, you know what I'm saying? I already know, but since I'm not gonna admit to it, I'm gonna just keep on going forward with what I already know and what I was taught. You feel what I'm saying? Instead of just subjectively be like, man, that might can be, you know what I'm saying? Let me, you know what I'm saying? Let me tap into this and see if this could be something substance to it. You feel what I'm saying? Like something I can bite into and then take the labor of the fruits from it. You feel me?
Right. But it's the way that
All
I
right.
I come across. It's the way that I deliver it and I bring it across to you. Whether I'm trying to force it or whether I'm just trying to say it to put this on your mind. So I'm gonna tell you like this: when it comes down to this, this is what causes a major problem, bro. Let me tell you like this: when it comes down to this term "more," because see, you got the MSTA Moors of America, who have a whole different beginning, but then they tie themselves into the Moabs or the Moabites or whatever. But then you have these actual Moors that came from Al Andalus, or what is today Spain, Portugal, and France, shit like that, who came from these areas and who really breeded in with some royal bloodlines of American Indians. Now, these people can actually say that they are the Moors. They have Moorish bloodline in them. You understand what I'm saying? But the problem comes in at is when you conflate it and say everybody, because now we see Moor is being used in 3 different ways. The real Moors, as far as like a religious, why they got the religious in their color terms from Al Andalus that came across here. You got the MSTA Moors, you know, that started over here, who try to who separate themselves from them. And then you got the Moors, that's a term as in black or swarthy or whatever. You see what I'm saying? Now, this will cause a problem in history to somebody who does not know how to dictate how the context is being used. And you understand what I'm saying, Milestone? I think that's what causes a lot of problem, because you know, saying Moors ain't no different than saying Christian or Islam. We know this shit was real when they
Say
brought
it
it across.
again.
Well, to them,
Say it again. Hold on. No, hell no.
you understand
Say
what I'm
that.
saying?
Say that
Yeah,
again.
it's no different. Like, these are real people who saying that they are these people when they come across here. You
Can I
understand
go?
what I'm saying? So it's not a fable per se, because they are these people with who they saying. Now they doctrine, they doctrine, they doctrine is the shit that gets us. That's the shit that hold up. But other than that, your actual bloodline could have ties to some royal bloodline of the Black Europeans, Black French, Black Dutch, or you know what I mean, Black Spanish, Black Portuguese, and even the white ones, the ones that they would claim white. Because
Oh
in
God.
order for them to call people black, it had to been another different color. Or it's no need to describe a person's complexion if it wasn't something to compare that complexion against.
Hold on.
Say
Say that last
word.
part right there. Say that last part.
Go ahead. What part?
That last part you just said. Say that last part
Yeah,
one more.
anytime they got to give you a description of something, that's because they're comparing it against something else. It's always a comparison. If it wasn't a comparison, you wouldn't have. If it wasn't comparison, you wouldn't have black or white. You wouldn't have light or dark. People would just be people. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. And I conclude my studies for the night.
What you was about to say, Milestone?
Oh no, I was saying you right, man. You know, that's basically what I'm saying. You know, people just got to catch the context of the words. You know what I'm saying? That's just like when you reading. You know what I'm saying? It might jump into something that real quick into like to throw you off, and you read it one way, but it meant another. You feel what I'm saying? Like
Correct.
Yeah, you just gotta keep your focus on everything. Everything in this world is a learning experience. That's all what it is. Why you here? You here to learn, to learn, to learn, to learn. You know what I'm saying? And it don't never stop, regardless of how much you think you took in. It's still another learning experience. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of words that I found out from me just messing with people I never heard or never really actually paid attention to. You know what I'm saying? Like majority of them I never paid attention to. And then when I looked them up, and you know what I'm saying, you know, you gotta look in all the dictionaries because I looked in all of them, the Britannica, the you know what I'm saying, the regular dictionary,
Etymology too.
etymology, all of that. You know what I'm saying? So I got a different comparison of all of them, and majority of them start throwing them nuanced words, the social construct words in them because they've been rewritten. You know what
We
I'm
got to
saying?
understand too, these people who was writing these dictionaries were in competition with each other too.
That too.
Oh, wait
You
a
feel
minute.
me? That's why you would
Hold
see
on, wait a minute. Oh,
if
stop right there.
everybody
Stop right there.
definition was the same, why do you need more than one different dictionary?
Because you have the one person that put out the thesaurus.
Interpretations, transliterations, all of that. That's why you have more than one different.
Because you have the person that put out the thesaurus.
No, because it's from the it's from the people who was writing.
Do not take anything away from the thesaurus.
Yeah, even that's written by man.
All I'm saying is that I'm trying to
the stores. We gotta question everything now. We can't just we can use these shit as sources, but our job is to question everything. At least find 2 or 3 more things that say the same. Like you know what I mean? At least do that. Now, if I read a Webster dictionary and then I look up this same word in the Britannica, and then I look up this word inside the World Dictionary, and I get 3 different definitions. What am I supposed to do? Exactly. Like shit. What are you supposed to do? You know what you're supposed to do? A real person will consider all 3 and say, look, I got 3 different definitions. I ain't saying which one is true, but now we have to look at these people who's doing the writing and where they was at, where they came from, because their definition 9 times out of 10 depends on their area and where they at and where they came from.
Right, and you can't knock out this part of the game too, right? Everybody is describing somebody that they're coming in contact with. Like if you never seen this person before, how would you be able to describe them?
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? You can't
Correct.
just be like, and these are just words that you learned among your people. So you take that word that you learned among your people, and you try to interact it with the word that somebody else is speaking. You feel me? That's how words is changed. That's how words is changed. You know what I'm saying?
And that's how the vocabulary grows.
Exactly.
That's how the vocabulary grows, bro. This so you know how they like to say American English is Germanic?
Right.
Oh, and then they like to say, oh, Germanic don't mean it's German. You know how they like to say that?
That part.
But German people are called Germanic. The problem is these motherfuckers don't know how many places these German people went after this war. All right. So when they came across here after this war, we let them start coming across here. This is when you start seeing Germanic words getting entered into the American English vocabulary. When they say Germanic, they're not necessarily meaning it's all German. No, it's actually a combination of things, because where it's found at is a little ways from what you know what I mean, what we call Germany today. You understand what I'm saying? But
Well, we got to break it down a little bit lower for other people to understand that's learning and don't know. Basically, it's like you coming in contact. Okay, like say you don't speak a word of Spanish, and you came in contact with a person that speaks Spanish, and now both of y'all trying to figure out how to communicate with one another. So you can find one word that means something, and that just gets you halfway there. You feel what I'm saying? And now you're trying to put it in context that y'all can both learn that word from one another to make it as the same word.
well, that's where pictures come in at.
With sign language too, you can't forget the sign
Oh,
language.
you know how I love my sign language, bro. You know come on, man. Come on, who be hitting on that sign language in that picture, that American Indian picture right more than me, man? Come on, bro. You know what I mean? Fuck niggas head up with that shit. I bet you ain't no nigga come back yet and say DeSoto ain't teach his son that.
Right.
I bet you a nigga ain't say that. And I bet you nigga say all sign language is American English. It's American Sign Language, huh? You seen anyone yet, Milestone?
Hey, I be trying to. Hey, I got into it with your boy Sean P about that. Like, you trying to discredit what the words is, but show me somebody else in the world that speak exactly the same language that we speak up out of our mouth. The exact, I mean, splitting image. And you say it come from the other side of the world. If it come from the other side of the world, where is that place where they speak the exact same language that we speak?
Yeah. These
You know what
niggas
I'm
be
saying?
using modern day. They be using modern day scripts that they see. And let's be for real. These Indian schools, they was teaching them our lifestyles. Why does American Indian has to go to school to learn how to plant shit or learn how to do agriculture? Why? That don't make sense. I showed y'all the curriculum on my show. Why do they have to teach? American Indian would teach them. I don't need them to teach me how to plant corn or to plant this or to plant beans and no. That shit don't make no sense. Why was this in the curriculum in American Indian school? Why was this need to be taught if they already known this? I mean, let's make it make sense. Now we talking logical right now.
You know?
That don't make no sense. You know what should have been in the curriculum? Teaching us European customs and ways. Because it was about conversion, right? So they should have been teaching us all about European conquest, the wars, and all of this right here. No, they didn't do that. They was teaching them agriculture, farming, basket weaving, language. Huh? How y'all gonna get taught a language y'all already know? Huh? This shit ain't making no sense to me.
No sense.
Ain't making no sense.
And who speaks thee, thou, and they? I never heard nobody here say no thee, thou, and they.
Man, ain't nobody had no vowels. Nobody had no vowel system, bro, but us. A-E-I-O-U. We had this vowel system. They didn't have that. Listen, some of their first writings was Kemet, correct?
Exactly.
How did they spell it? K-M-T. How the fuck you get Kemet out of KMT? Y'all speaking, y'all making word, y'all sounding out words with vowels without the vowels in it. Make that make sense. But you come over here, you can see Kemet plain as day. You might can see it. Somebody, if you would have seen it, K-M-E-M-T, Kemet, or however they want to spell it, spell it. But let's just use K-E-M-E-T. We got the vowels in it when you come over here. Now, when you come over here, you ain't used to this letter E. This letter E used to be in that beginning of words or at the end of words. This shit ain't used to being in the middle of words to you. You don't even know how to sound it out. We had to show them how to sound these words out. If we didn't, you wouldn't have an American English, American Indian grammar. A step-by-step booklet for you to understand American Indian language. Let's go.
Oh, it's over with. It's over with. Ain't no going back.
Yeah.
Ain't no going back.
Now, when you come over here, right, you see that Kemet, but that shit gonna be K-E-M-E with a T-H or something, or with a maybe another E-T at the end, but you're gonna see hyphens in between where you wouldn't see it, but the way we pronounce it, you will see they will put hyphens. So when you come over here, you ain't gonna see K-E-M-E-T all together as one word. You know what I mean? Well, it will be one word, but the way we pronounce it, you will actually be looking at it like it's separated. So it would be like Kamehi or Kamehe. You know what I'm saying? So
right.
This is how they learned these things. How we use vowels. Like, oh shit. So you know what I mean? It still said Kemet, putting all the words together, but the way we use it, our vowels, you know, we be saying the same English word, but the way that we use it, Kemehe, you know what I mean? Or you know what I mean? But them boys might just put, you know, it just got put together as like Kemet, because that became the modern, that just the trade language, put everything to fucking together. You know, this is when, you know, that cursive writing, put everything to goddamn together. You know what I mean? Hey, shout out to Gooner, man. Peace and love, man.
Hey, what's going on, good brothers?
Salute.
Just stumbled across the channel. You actually had one of my friends up a couple weeks back, so I subscribed and, you know, just liked the vibes.
Oh, okay. Who was that?
Lottery Milk Dollars.
Okay. What he was talking about, his sister?
Was he?
That's the one who was talking about his sister was half mixed?
Yeah.
And he always wanted to know how it was to be with somebody of color or some stuff. So you feel you like that too?
What do you mean?
You feel the same way he feel?
No.
Oh, okay, okay.
I
All
mean,
right.
Friends with people and different opinions, right?
Right, definitely. Go ahead.
So I'm just like whatever he was saying, whatever wild stuff he was saying, or
That doesn't equate for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, right. All right. So where you from?
I'm from Houston, Texas.
Oh yeah. Okay. What part of Houston?
South Houston.
Oh, okay, okay. By way of what?
What do you mean by way of what?
Like where was y'all at before Houston?
Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas. Where was y'all at before Austin? I mean, like where y'all came from?
Out of my mom.
Oh, okay. So far as you know, y'all like 5, 6 generation Texans.
No, absolutely not. I don't look into my history like that.
Oh, okay, 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 okay. All right. So what are you known to you do any genealogy?
No, sir.
I advise everybody to do their genealogy. I don't care what race you call yourself.
Yeah.
I you know what I mean? Because you might find some interesting things in it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you have to kind of want it. In other words,
That's one thing I notice about other races. Other races don't care to know about their history because they find these bad dark secrets, and it's like, I don't want no parts of that. Or you might find out some shit that might hurt your feelings or some shit like that. But the thing is, you got to take the good with the bad. Life is life. You don't know what times was like that back then, or what the fuck people had to go through. You know what I'm saying?
You bring up a good point. Yeah, maybe I should just do it. Like,
yeah, man. I mean, it don't hurt, man. Just go ahead and do it because you never know. You know what I'm saying? Like, shit, Quincy Jones related to Jimmy Carter.
Really?
Yeah, my sister did a show on that. They like second fucking cousins.
Wow. Small world.
No, it's a big world. Just small beginnings.
I like that. I like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, you got a channel or anything like that?
Yeah, give me 1 second. I got to switch to my computer.
All right. Milestone.
Yeah.
That's how you break down a troll. That's when a troll is trolled.
That quick.
I'm surgical with this shit, Jake.
I'm listening. I'm listening to the voice. I know it's some that's like that got that, but yeah, you're no. It's just too much in you. You can't hide it. You can't hide it.
Hey, word. Even if he was coming, even if Gooner, and I let him back up, even if he was coming to troll, he couldn't troll. Even if he was to try to say some outlandish stuff, he couldn't do it because I hit you with some real shit.
What real shit? What do you mean?
Like to go do your genealogy.
Well, yeah, I got to do that.
Yeah, definitely. Because you never know.
Having a conversation. I didn't think you were being a faggot about stuff.
See, there we go. Now you had to get. Now you had to come back.
I do it.
Hey, listen, Milestone.
No, like I don't get it. What do you mean? You did what?
Nothing, man. Nothing, man.
We're having a conversation. I come back and then you're like laughing, like.
Yeah, man. Because I'm saying, I'm not saying you was a troll,
brother.
But if you was a troll, I stopped you from trolling from the jump by having a conversation with you. It's no sense to troll when you can have a conversation.
Bud.
All right. Listen, man.
Hey, man, that was straight Andy Griffin. That was
Word.
Indigenous, man.
You niggas
Stop
go
playing.
straight out of comic book, man. Good word, man. Niggas go straight out of motherfucking comic book, man. I ain't lying, man. Yeah.
Man, I was already on it as soon as he said the little weird dude. As soon as
Yeah,
he said about the little weird, man, come on now.
yeah. Let's see, motherfucker ain't think I was gonna remember that, but I'm already on it. Oh, the one that was talking about his sister.
Yeah.
My fucking brain just kicking high alert. Like, okay, yeah, I remember him. Word.
Just like earlier when I got up, your boy came back. The one that said, give me the them papers. I said I had an Appalachian. That was him.
Oh,
I
okay.
remembered that Amazon. I remembered that Amazon name.
Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah, he had came up on the panel and said something.
Yeah.
He used N-E-R word, the
Yeah.
E-R.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that Amazon name.
Yeah. I need to get in contact with Slavic King. So when they come up, I'm gonna let Slavic King handle their ass. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know. We thought Rob Notches was gonna be that motherfucker to start doing that, but Rob Notches head bad as shit. He's a pale trans African. He believe in the out of Africa theory, but he pale too. He want red. He want him too.
Hey, but funny that you say that, right? You know it's a such thing as one.
White trans Africans?
No, a pan pale person. Real talk.
Oh.
I seen it. It says, okay, this is the three I came across, right? I came across a pan Indian,
Yes.
a pan pale person, and a pan Asian.
Yes.
Blew my mind. It blew my. I was like, what? And it had the whole definition.
Yeah, that pan Indian is crazy work.
That is wild.
That pan Indian, what is that? South America, Central America, North America, or is that Hindustan?
No, it's Alaskan. It's Alaskan. Hindu.
So that's the Asian line.
Yeah. But how they get the pan Asian though? Where the pan Asian come from?
That would be Japan and China. So because India is split. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
That motherfucker is part Asian, part Europe.
Okay. I can feel that part, but still, how would you make a pan Asian?
Part Europe is Indian. That's all the conjoining islands over there, man, in the Pacific Ocean.
Man, it gotta be something. It gotta be.
Oh, we need to see if the rock in that pan Indian. Word, like for real, that might give us a clue, though. You know what I'm saying? He might be in that. But I know them boys don't think that they came from Asia. A lot of them Pacific Islanders don't think. They think that they went over there and started civilization over there now.
Well,
they went back and forth over there and chilling with those people over there or whatever like that. They've been breeding and been mixing in with those people over there, like in the Philippine Islands and shit like that,
Well, it's a large population of still the indigenous ones. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, his the Rock Dead is an indigenous Hawaiian.
The thing is, though, by the time they find out about an indigenous Hawaiian,
I'm telling you.
Who's to say they was indigenous?
Hey,
you understand what I'm saying?
The proof in the pudding. The proof is in the pudding.
Let's see. I know of an indigenous islanders that came on land, and you know what I mean. They call them the old group that's still recognized as like Negroes, and that's the Digger Indians.
Right. I heard of them.
Yeah, them boys like Alaska, Hawaii. Them boys was all over. And then
Yeah,
they was island hoppers too in the Pacific, bro.
a lot of them still got that they carry that fro. You know what I'm saying? Like in Fiji. You know, like in Fiji, because you know, like the ones in Fiji is the ones that's mixed with them.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, the ones in Fiji is the ones that's mixed with them. You know what I'm saying? But everybody in Fiji, you know, like some of them is like New Zealand and all that stuff. They got them what you call them other ones up over there.
I mean,
the ones that look like Negroes, they look like Negroes, but they not Negroes. You know what I'm saying? Melanesian.
Oh, Melanesian.
Some of them got that Melanesian and Arabic blood in them. You know what I'm saying? You can see the Arabic mix within that Melanesian.
Okay. So you talking about like Persian, Turkish?
Them type of people. You know what I'm saying? They got that blood stock in them.
Some of them are India, people from India too. India and Pakistan are connected. You understand what I'm saying? So this is where your boy Abraham comes into play at. Let's go religion real quick. See, okay. Abraham, you connect some fucking dots. Abraham came, he was Hindu,
right?
Learned Kemetic, and he also knew the Phoenician way.
Right. What you'll call your modern day Polynesians, your modern day Polynesians.
So this dude right here was like all three. By the time they start writing about not writing about him, but by the time they talk about Abraham was about to be the progenitor of many nations, it's because this had Hindu in him, he had Kemeticism, he had a little bit of that Catholicism. This motherfucker had Islam, and Judaism.
And you can, but
he had damn near all the isms.
And it's crazy, and you can see it. You can see it in their face. You can see it in the face of their people, just like the Australians, just like them Australians. I believe they Melanesian because they look more like Melanesian people. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the stock that they come from, because they say they're not from Africa. They never been to Africa. They always been there. And you know what I'm saying? Like, you got like certain people over there from off them jump off islands up over there. They all say the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Even though their skin is dark skin, but they all got a distinctive look to them.
Listen, man, that's people's problem. They don't look at topography or none of that, man. You gotta look at this topography. Dog, do you know how many islands there is just off the coast of? I'm gonna just give you this. Do you know how many islands there are off the coast of Africa?
Man.
That's called the Canary Islands.
Man.
You feel me? You know how many islands there are off the coast of California, Asia, South Carolina, all up the East Coast, all the way down to the South? You know how many islands there are off of South America, off the backside of Mexico? off the bottom of floor. Man, listen, man. This shit here is bigger than what people think.
Way bigger.
That's why I came out with the name Open to Knowledge, bro. Because after it got to a point, I say this shit bigger than me. I never get to the end. So the whole thing for me to do is not trying to get to the end, just try to learn as much as I can learn.
That's all you can do. That's all you can do. That's what you're here for, man. You know what I'm saying? I really actually think that's what you really actually in this world for. To learn it, put it out that you was in that moment of time, and you know what I'm saying, and make sure that it's among the right history. And you know what I'm saying? I think that's what you're here for. You know, I think you here to leave your footsteps. I think that's what the meaning of that footsteps in the sand is. You know what I'm saying?
You go.
To me,
Right.
that's why I believe that's what that meaning is. You know what I'm saying? You march your way through life with the footsteps of gaining knowledge. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right. And let's look at that. Let's look at that whole little scenario at another lens. You got to understand, you only seen one set of footprints because I was carrying you. So in other words, I'm letting you know, no matter what within you, it's within you. When one half of you ain't acting right, I'm gonna carry that. I'm gonna carry on through.
Man. Hey, that's righteous right there. That's righteous.
Word. It's letting you know you got dual being within dual spirituality, what they will call right and wrong, good or bad. You need this to balance yourself. Now, this is what they call, man, you know that shit ain't been right. Or you know what this is what they call when you about to do something and then your other side say, man, don't do that shit. That shit ain't right. You don't need to know nobody to tell you what's right or wrong. You know it's not right because you know you wouldn't want that done to you.
It's already in you, and you think everything is outside of you. You think everything is outside of you, but it's already in you.
It's already in you. So I think that these religious texts got used in the wrong way. Well, I don't think it got used in the wrong way. If these religious texts was used to try to bring the best out of man or woman, it would have been golden ticket. But since it was used in the way that it was used, we got to look at that shit at a whole nother level. Fuck that. I don't want nothing that's bad for me. Yeah, you got some good stories in there. You got some good stories in there now, but I just can't believe it. But if you would have been pushing it out from the jump, like, look, it's not real. It's real. The stories are real because these situations are real in some aspect, but it's for you to help bring out the best in you, the inner you, in case you don't know that you have a dual well, how do I want to put it? Dual spirituality within you.
Right. All right.
You know what I mean? Remember them old commercials back in the day where they used to have one devil come up on the one side and then the angel come up on one side and one ear and the devil on the other ear? There you go. It was letting you know right there that you got your conscious deals in dual. It's supposed to. When it don't deal in dual, you off balance. Your equilibrium is all off.
Hey, you know what, OTK? It's 2 movies. I'm out of my lifetime.
Equilibrium is one. That's a good ass.
It's 2 movies. It's 2 movies. I mean, for sure. I felt like talk to me. You know what I'm saying? And it made me see something. It was Unusual Suspect and Lord of the Rings. You know, and Lord of the Rings. Follow me on this Lord of the Rings. All right.
That's
Okay,
my
and
shit.
Lord of the Rings. Right.
That's my shit.
You know they was fighting the what was the main thing they was fighting for?
The land. Oh, the crown. Bloodlines. Who was the successor of the throne?
No, the main thing that they was fighting over was that ring. The ring
Oh, you say
was
the
the
Lord of
heart.
the Rings. You know what? I'm thinking about the Game of Thrones.
Yeah. Yeah.
My
I was
bad.
talking about the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, so the Lord of the Rings, now that we know, in the ones that first came out, yes, it was about the rings, but now we know that the rings got created because of something.
It was the heart of man. It was the point to show the evilness of the man. You know what I'm saying? Like the evilness and the greed of the man. You feel what I'm saying? That's what it was about. It was the greed and the evilness, and when you gain that power, you know what I'm saying, it turns you into that little ugly little thing. when you got so attached to it, it turns you into the other. You know what I'm saying? You out here screaming, "My precious!"
That was Hobbit. That's some hobbits. Oh goddamn Smeagol, me precious.
Yeah, you out here screaming, "My precious!" You know what I'm saying? Because you're thriving for that power. Everybody want that power, but the power don't lie in it. You know what I'm saying? That's why it got destroyed, because it's a tank to your spirit. You feel what I'm saying? It's like a
altered
just like
reality.
that part. You know what I'm saying?
It's like altered. It's like a altered reality of what your mind perceives.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And that's crazy. And that's crazy. In other words, to me, it's like a point of bringing dreams to reality, or things that's unaccomplishable in this lifetime to reality. And by by doing that, it can also alter your reality and your mental state. And that's what happened. It caused mental health issues with Smeagol. You know, he killed his best friend over it. They was out trying to find some food. Now he killed his best friend over a damn ring.
Hey, you know the new style of it, what it's called, right?
Go ahead.
Pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Pull yourself up by your bootstrap.
Pull yourself up by your bootstrap. I never really understood that analogy. You understood it? Go ahead and break it down for me, man. I never understood it. When somebody tell me some shit like that, I look at them like, man, what the fuck you trying to say? You know, pull yourself up by your bootstrap. Like, go ahead.
Basically, it's like saying, get on my level. You know what I'm saying? Like you at a position where I'm greater, but I'm lessening you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to make you feel like you're gonna be at where I'm at. I'm making you feel like that you're gonna be at where I'm at. I'm your whole time on this world, you're gonna keep on chasing and chasing and chasing and try to be where I'm at. But when you get where I'm at, you see it's all stardust and trickery. You feel what I'm saying? Because the most richest person, the most richest person is really actually the brokest one. You know what I'm saying? Because he's generating only from a penny of the money that he had from the beginning, and he's transferring it with everybody else's money. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got so many people that's a Ponzi scheme that be doing them Ponzi schemes, and they get caught because they the lower level ones. They the lower level ones. They learning the game, but they ain't learned it, and they getting the money too fast, and they don't know what they're doing with it. They not like the other ones that's taking a little bit and letting it gain to a bigger perspective. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm out the galaxy with it. I'm out the galaxy with it, but I'm really down here. You feel me? So I'm gonna let the other people go out there and think that they the ones, but you really just searching and trying to gain something that's really not there. Basically, you just really trying to reach for something that's really not there. You feel what I'm saying? Because you can already reach the
So
peaks.
in other words, you chasing for something else when you're already there at the highest point, but you're looking for something beyond the highest point, but it's not nothing.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right. I understand that. I appreciate that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So in other words, then the way I feel when somebody tell me that shit, I'm like, what the fuck? Nigga, fuck you talking to? Nigga, get on your level. Get on your level for what? When you stagnant it, you ain't getting no farther with the level you on. So why should I get on your level? If anything, I'm trying to go beyond your level. I'm trying to add to what you call levels.
Exactly, because you know, at your level, I gotta do strange things. I gotta do strange things, and then I gotta hide. Basically, I'm subjected to your type of terminology. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now I have to do the
never
strange
go
thing.
above. Yeah, you can
You would never go above me.
in your thought frame. In other words,
Exactly.
I'm you up underneath me.
Yeah, you would never go above me. I'm gonna give you the illusion that you is. I'm gonna give you that illusion, but you know what I'm saying. You're never gonna be at that peak. You know what I'm saying. You're never gonna soar the things because the whole thing I've been giving you is an illusion. You know what I'm saying. You just feel in my pocket. You feel in my pocket. You're not feeling your pockets. Because the more you gain, the more you put in, the more I'm taking. You know what I'm saying?
When it should be the total fucking opposite. It should be once I gain that stature to get on your level, now me and you both need to get this shit going till we can go and grow together on a whole nother level. If it took you that long for you to get there, it took me this long to get there. Now that we both here, it's gonna take us a short amount of time to get to where we need to go because we understand now. Let's advance this shit. But niggas don't want to do that. Niggas always want to be at the top of the totem pole. And then when you got motherfucker like OTK that come and start chopping away at that fucking totem pole, like, man, let me knock this shit down. So now once I knock this shit down, now we all on a level playing field.
You know what I'm saying? You like, come on, man. What makes you feel like I need to be subjected to you in any shape, form, or fashion? It's not even in regular nature. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You have animals that want to have a hierarchy. You know what I'm saying? You got the one that challenged the other person that's already in line, but the reason why he's challenging you because he see your leadership is not taking them nowhere, and the vision that he got is might take them a little bit further, but it's not directly, but it's gonna get them out of the position that they already in.
So in other words, bro, once I take this herd to a certain fucking point and we done advanced some, it's time for somebody else young to lead now. I done did what I had to do. I done played my role. Now it's somebody else turn to step up, which usually is the youth because the herd gets younger.
Exactly.
But
you know
people don't like that though, bro. People don't like that when they know that all changes comes from the youth. All changes, bro. I don't give a fuck how you want to look at it. Civil rights for sure. During this era, those was all young goons back then. Snitch.
Hey, and they tried to hide their movement. It wasn't even the point that what was going on. It was the point that they tried to hide their movement. Just like when they were talking about when they threw the rocks at Martin Luther King. They threw them at him because you came and stepped in when they was trying to really actually get something done, and they had it done completely. But
Yeah,
when you
shit,
come
they
through
just
with that
throw 'em
civil
at
rights,
Martin. They threw it at some of the one of the two SNCC leaders. Remember, the two brothers was at odds. Some of the first starters of SNCC in that place. They was at odds. One wanted to follow Martin, the other one didn't. The other one was like, man, we did all of this.
Hey, I'm
But
telling you, man.
Story, though. But that's another story, though. We can get into that one day. You will do something on that, man. Shout out to
one thing I want to throw in. One thing I want to throw in, right? You got to understand. People got to understand when they doing them marches, they already went down there to the county building to go get a permit. That's why the police is there. That's why the police is there. That's exactly why the police is there. When you see them protesters and the police are there, that's because they already went down there to the county, got a permit, so they wouldn't be considered as an insurrector.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying?
They only needed. She's talking about facts. That's what she's saying, Milestone. Baby Milestone back. They talking about facts.
Hold on, right quick.
But listen, they only needed these permits when they was going on streets that they know that would cause traffic delays or anything like that. But any place that had like sidewalks or roads that they could have walked on the side, they was good. But they needed those permits to go through certain areas. And they did go and get these things. They certainly did. Where you at, baby Milestone? You supposed to say facts. Baby Milestone on it, boy. I can tell you got them geared up. She already.
Yeah.
I can see her in school.
I'll tell you, man. That's how you gotta do it, man. They gotta start learning. You know what I'm saying? Like your mind don't have to be subjected to a train of thought. You know what I'm saying? You only there to learn certain things and not gravitate to everything.
Yeah. I mean, Milestone, imagine if we went to school with full confidence, not saying, oh, we know we got Indian in us because our grandma told, but the history that we was getting taught backed up what we was saying. Do you imagine that, bro? Instead of the telling us something different and we didn't agree with it, we accepted it. We didn't agree with it, but we accepted it. It just, that shit that they made it sound real good. They made it sound real good, bro. But imagine if they was telling us teaching us our true history, what we already know. They made it look like our fucking grandmamas then wasn't shit, and they was lying.
They granddaddy too. Don't forget them, man.
And Papa, hell yeah, they wasn't teaching us that shit. They told her, man. I came out when they threw that, when they really started putting that African shit out there with Roots. I came out doing, when 5th grade is the first time I seen Roots. And I was in Chicago. And they played it during Black History Month. Good word. 1980, 84, 85. Yep, 84, 85, 86. Up in that area. 87, 80, somewhere up in that area right there. Or it might have been 88. You know, I might have been a Cayman.
I mean, I ain't that far behind you. I remember them showing Shaka Zulu on TV when they showed Shaka Zulu and all that stuff. I remember all that.
Right. Now, check out the bullshit though with the narrative. They showed you roots. They showed you that you came from an inferior people. Oh, you Mandinga, but you couldn't fight your way out there. They show you was inferior to the white man. Then they turn around and show you Shaka Zulu like, yeah, boy, you come from greatness.
Hey, but you didn't even peep the play. I mean, we didn't even peep the play, right? So it was about South Africa, and they was trying to throw West Africa at, just like how the South Africans all of a sudden want to jump in the conversation. Dude, nobody never said that they got no type of so-called slaves from South Africa. So why would you think that somebody taking your culture or somebody saying that they're a part of you? I don't even get why you even try to get yourself into the fight. Like, what you trying to get yourself noticed for? What? You know what I'm saying? That was crazy. That was the craziest thing of the year. That was the craziest thing of the year right there.
Yeah.
That was the craziest.
Word, man. That's some crazy work, man. Matter of fact, what is it? What area did Shaka, not Shaka, matter of fact, what area of Africa did Kunta Kinte come from?
West Africa. They said
came from a Gambia town of Jeffrey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeffrey.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. And then another thing about the history that always made me think about it too. You know what I'm saying? If my auntie was alive, she'd tell you. I've been tracing this stuff for a minute, man. You know what I'm saying? Because it never made sense to me.
Hold on. Check this out. Why is Gambia called the land of Kunta Kinte? Once known as James Island, Kunta Kinte Island was a holding ground for captured slaves before they were shipped to America. The island is named for its most famous slave, who later was immortalized in the book and then many serious roots. This was 2015. Kunta Kinte Island. Yeah, can't make this shit.
Man, you cannot.
I never heard that.
And if you wasn't focused, you would believe it too.
Right. They most famous slave, yo.
I know your boy like that. He was like, yeah, that's another proof that we from there.
But hold up, though, bro. Hold up. Ain't Kunta get a foot cut off? What did Kunta do that was famous? Please tell me, bro. In the movie Roots. All I know that I can't remember nothing, but he came and lived a long life once he met Louis Gossett Jr. Boy, don't you say that Africa stuff around here, boy. We ain't them people.
Hey, and why nobody never paid attention to that? Through that whole movie, they made a distinction. They made a distinction of the African and the American through that whole movie.
Right. But the thing is, these motherfuckers thought they was coming from Africa, but they was coming from the Caribbean. That was see, we gotta understand. Indoctrination took place inside the islands. You feel me?
Yeah, I believe because look.
Check this out. Make this make sense to me real quick. Now, we talking about the Bible and in the Quran, and all of this was out way before they thought about coming across here now. All right? Now, we ain't talking about no illiterate people. these so-called slaves that they was bringing across here, dog, they already knew the Bible, and a lot of them already knew the Quran, because damn near all of African was either Islamic or Catholicism or Christianity. So they knew the teachings. They was non-illiterate. Why did they have to teach the Bible after they got across here to America? Please tell me that, if they already knew it. Make that make sense. Now, let's deal with logic now. You understand what I'm saying? Did that question make sense now?
Yeah.
That's just like the Indian schools, right? Why do we need to reteach them something that they already know? No, they didn't. They were some of the ones helped spreading this shit. Hey, them motherfuckers look like us. Tell them boys about the religion. You can help us.
I mean, you can look at Morocco right now and they tell you what the whole jingle jangle was. You feel what I'm saying? It was just a whole play, man.
Man, them boy holy wars was something serious. It's either get down or lay down. Either you convert or die.
Yeah, and you know
that's
them
how
Christians
they was playing, dog. That's how they was playing. So by the time they came over here, them boys been all mixed up. Them boys was Islamic. Them boy had Christian in them. Them boy had Catholicism. Them boy had Judaism. Them boy had Islamicism. Man, Hinduism. Them boy, hey, listen, them boy could have go either. No, you laughing, but I'm telling you straight up, bro.
I know.
Go either direction. They was not illiterate, bro. They might have been illiterate to the landscape, but the people that was coming across here from the east, I ain't saying they were slaves or whoever, not slaves. I ain't just saying them, but all of those motherfuckers, they was not illiterate, bro. They was illiterate to American English, but they was not illiterate to no religion. They knew what religion was. They got that shit beaten in them. And the parts that didn't get touched by religion, you don't hear nothing about no slave story coming from there. Like you talk about South Africa. All right, let's go. Shit, the Congo. You don't hear too much about the Congo, man. The only time you really hear about Congos or some slaves coming out of Congo or whatever like that, the Congolese people went and got them. But that don't mean that those people directly came from the Congo. They might have gone to another tribe and snatched their ass up. You know, because they had inner wars too, which still go on to today. You know, they got tribal wars, rather. Tribal wars. They got tribal wars that's going on. You know.
In the Congo?
Yeah, I mean, in Africa, period. I mean, it ain't no different than like what we used to have going on with our neighborhood wars. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I heard about the Congo. I heard when them pink people used to come up in there, boy, they used to hop up out of trees on their ass and get them together real quick on the real.
Some of the major key players out of Africa came out of the Congolese. I don't like how them boys portray it like it's all jungle. Yeah, but it's not all jungle, but they do have a lot of jungle. But Congo is a vast area. You got people like Idi Amin. You got Joseph Kony. You know what I mean? Shit, them motherfuckers, they was serious.
Idi Amin, that's the coldest African ever. Hey, I
call himself the last king of Scotland.
Man. Hey, I went back and really actually studied, dude. He was on that time. He was on that type of time for real. He was really on that type of time.
Shit, what about the other motherfucker? What was the dude that came before Coney, or I mean before Edie, or either after Edie? This motherfucker here used to get like epilepsy, like get dizzy and shit, and go into a whole nother world and come back like he was somebody totally different. Man, they had so much warlords like that out there, man. I'm trying to tell you, cuz that intertribal wars, fam. Intertribal wars. And guess what they're fighting for? Who's the real king of the throne?
Say word.
Families fighting against families, no different than what Europeans did, dog. Britain and Scotland and Scottish and the Tudors and the Stuarts, all the same family, but they all fighting to say who has claim to the throne. One also rolls with the Pope. The other one just believes that they are of God. I don't need no Pope to give me no divine message. I get my message directly from God.
Yeah, that's something I never knew. But you know, so like I said, the stories. You know how they throw the stories at you, and some of them Congo stories. You know what I'm saying? I then got into them, and you know what I'm saying. And the the pink people that call themselves the Boers or the whatever they call themselves, right? Over there, that say they the original people up over there. Them was the ones. Them was the ones who they was born with.
The Moors are not original people though.
Huh?
They came from original people, but the Moor name is not
No,
original.
not the Moor, the Boer.
The Boer?
Yeah, the white people that's the pink people that say they're original to Africa.
The Berbers.
No, the Boer. They're called Boer.
I heard of the Berbers.
I gotta put you up on that then. Cause look, hey, they at war with the South Africans right now. They telling them that that's their land.
Oh, you talk about that white tribe, that white tribe.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking
in the
about.
middle somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I heard about that.
The ones that's talking about they trying to take over South
What's their
Africa
name?
right now and kicking every.
The
They
Boer?
call Boers. Boer I can't think of the spell the name right now, man. I'm thinking too fast, so I ain't gonna even try to spell it.
Nah,
But you know what I'm saying?
Go ahead. Okay, yeah, I heard about that all white, and them motherfuckers saying they been there.
Been there, yeah. That's them the ones I'm talking
As
about.
long as they can remember, they been there. They ain't come from nowhere else. I know what you talking about. I just didn't know that name. That you threw me off. That, but then when you said ancient white tribe, I'm like, hold up, the Berbers. I know. I like fuck people up when I say that. The Berbers. Yeah. But okay, yeah, the Boers.
Yeah, they right now, I mean, like right now, I would have brought the clip with me to show you. They over there in South Africa right now telling all South Africans they are on notice. They gonna have to find somewhere to get out of South Africa. The mixed breed ones, the Khorasan, the dark
Khorasan
skin.
is one of the oldest bloodlines.
They telling
in
them
Australia now.
They telling them they got to get off that land. That's their land, and they're about to take that land over. You know what I'm saying? They over there tripping. They over there tripping.
So South Africa consists of places like what? Zambia, all that, Cape Cod. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I gotta
holler at JP about that. JP.
Yeah, next time you on, next time you on, I'm gonna bring you that clip, man. They over there talking that mess to them. You know what I'm saying? Telling them what they call them darkies. They say all the darkies. They say all the darkies don't have to get off this land. This is our land.
You
know what I'm saying?
You know that language that they speak is African. It's called African. A lot of people don't know that. Something them people speak a language called African towards that south. That's their national language or whatever. It's called African.
Yeah, I seen it in that movie Serafina. You remember Serafina?
Yeah, I remember Serafina.
Right. And you remember that's what them the pink people was speaking up in there, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Some of them understood it and some of them didn't.
Right. That's That's why I say, man, his and her story is a complex story because it's two sides to every story. You know what I mean? Sometimes some stories like a fucking octagon. That bitch got 8 sides. Like, damn. That
Straight
motherfucker
up.
get bigger. Word. Like, God damn. But that's why you got to stay open, man, and don't just accept. When you find something, you just accept it and just stop right there. No, take that shit deeper. Find out why they saying the things that they say. What led up to that? And let me tell you something, dog. Famine and land is something that caused a lot of wars over there.
Yeah.
That caused them to indulge on other people's territory and their lands because of famine and disease. Sickness. We can actually say that that's one thing they damn sure brought to over this motherfucker. We know that for true. They brought their sickness with them. They sicknesses.
Yeah, that's proven history, you know what I'm saying? Especially with the pink people.
Yeah, that's not nothing that we fucking throwing up. That's proven history. Every sickness out today, its origin is over there.
Yep. 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 Yeah, that ain't no cap, you know what I'm saying? I seen all them diseases that we got here came from over there. Hands down.
1800s, it been out just by a different name. Just
Yep.
like this, it's like that strychnine. That shit been out. That shit killed a bunch of motherfuckers a while back. People just didn't know the story though. That shit damn near wipe out a whole goddamn community at one time, you know.
Yeah, it was the end results of the Black Plague. It was the end results of that the Black Plague. What they call the Black Plague. You know what I'm saying?
So filth, waste causes diseases, and germs causes diseases and shit like this. So when you got people living around animals in their household, shit like this, they living around species, whatever they call it, man. And you just living around this filth and this shit like this right here. This is where the word asbestos, you know, comes from. Man, it was just a sick time. I remember seeing videos of New York at one point and some of these communities when these people was coming across here, how they used to throw their shit out the window down there on the sidewalk, on the street. So if they came across here doing this, imagine how they shit had looked. Man, shout out to the military. If it wasn't for the military, a lot of fucking places right now will still be uninhabitable.
Hey, you know they did it to the New Mexicans too. You know the New Mexicans, they used to throw asbestos and boric acid on them when they first came across that bridge for them to get up in here, man. They used to put a mixture of it. It was like boric acid and asbestos, just because because they be having they be having bed bugs like pink people. You know what I'm saying? They get bed bugs and stuff, and they start to have a big affection. They had killed the infection of bed bugs a long time ago with certain groups of people. You know what I'm saying? But when they started coming up over here, they started bringing new bed bugs, and they couldn't kill them at first. You know what I'm saying? So
just like roaches.
Yeah.
They got different type of roaches. We know about a palmetto bug that come out the woods out tree bark and shit. But these motherfuckers brought roaches that was living in houses that fly now. They
That
German
fly.
roaches and all
Yeah,
kind of
them ones
shit.
that
Like,
fly.
what? Damn. Your fucking roaches fly? What kind of shit y'all got going on? Motherfucker got taken over down. Motherfucker like, yo. All the time, these shit come on these cargo ships.
Yep. That's
A
how
lot of
the rats and roaches got here.
They call them stowaways. A lot of animals, a lot of shit, a lot of insects and shit come across on cargo ships too.
That's
But
how the mice and the rats got here. You know what I'm saying? Like hey, I was looking at a documentary one time of Australia, right?
Ben had that wood rat, boy. That wood rat, that motherfucker, that wood rat can get to the size of a cat, boy. I think we've been had that motherfucker, dog.
Okay.
I ain't lying. That wood rat now.
Okay.
That's a different type motherfucker. Now, did he breed? I think and now the mouse or the rat problem in New York, yes.
Yeah.
Them motherfuckers chill on the sidewalk with them boy. Them boys snatch them boy food and shit. You know what I mean? I think one of the boys made a video like, man, that motherfucker came and snatched my motherfucking plate one day. Like, what? Word. Now, down here, we got a thing called a wood rat. We don't really got rats. We got wood rats. Like them bitches live in the woods.
Okay.
And them bitch can get to the size of little baby cats, boy.
So it's like a possum or what's the other thing?
Get the size of a fucking possum if it lived that long. But they just stay in the woods. They don't care about coming in the house. If they come in the house, they come in the house to get something, or maybe to drop their babies, and then they out. They gone. Because snakes always hunting their ass.
Yeah.
We got a big snake population too.
Yeah, that's the only thing about down south I don't like, man. I can't get with them damn snakes.
We got chicken hawks. We got fucking owls. We got all kind of birds that'll pick your ass off too.
Oh yeah, I ain't seen them big ass owls. I ain't seen me a big ass owl. I didn't even know owls even get that big. I never knew.
I've been telling Swordfish today. I said, Swordfish, boy, I got an owl that come on my goddamn tree, dog. This motherfucker here spread his wings out. This motherfucker been the size of this bitch the size of my truck window. My Dodge Ram truck window when he spread his wings.
Man, yeah, them things get big as hell. I didn't even know. Like, you know who gave me the first glimpse of an owl, of a real one, instead of me seeing it on TV? Big Boy. You know, Big Boy got a big ass collection of owls. You know what I'm saying? He got like every last different type of owl, and you can tell the difference of them because they go from small to big. You know what I'm saying? Like he got one that's big as hell, nigga. That's damn near,
yeah.
The top of his torso to the size of his head. You know what I'm saying? That owl just that big. You know what I'm saying?
Word, cuz I'm trying to tell you, cousin. Look at, and them bitch been hunting in the daytime this year. Well, last year, because of the habitat, all the building, they got moved out their habitat, and they trying to find new spot. And listen, cuz them bitch been out in the daytime flying around.
Damn. Oh, it's all bad. They change it from nocturnal to day. Oh,
because their habitat got destroyed, so now they got to find a new place to readapt. All the building that's going on, just like the black bears right now. These black bears getting pushed out. These black bears, damn, they coming in people's back doors, knocking on the door and shit.
Well, I know up here in Minnesota, we got them hawks. You know what I'm saying? We got hawks in well, they ain't originally from Minnesota. Some people been setting them loose. You can tell the difference because I know them hawks get big as hell. Them hawks get big too.
Yeah, we got chicken hawks the size of eagles, bro. We got eagles here too now. Yeah, we got like eagles. That right here in Goose Creek, we got eagles. You know what I mean?
Man.
Like and down, we got chicken hawks too. Them bitch pick up little puppies, boy. Them bitches snatch little puppies, little kittens. Them bitches snatch
Yeah.
them up. Yeah, shit, yeah. We call them chicken hawks. We got chicken hawks. Them
See, I
bitch,
never
big boy.
I ain't never seen none of them. I ain't never seen none of them birds in real life. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I know majority of them get big as a motherfucker, man. I know they get big, like
They
big.
undisturbed because you got to think now. They're the top of the food chain.
Right.
Ain't nothing hunting them. They just as big as the eagle. Ain't nothing hunting them. You know, and there's so much water here. Shit, an eagle ain't got to hunt another bird. It's so much planting and food, fish here. Shit, them eagles set up their nest right over the water.
Yeah, I think
chicken hawk over land. He looking over land for his prey. The owl too, because the owl, you know what I mean, that's a rodent killer there.
Well, you,
yeah, man, I love the wildlife though, bro.
Yeah, they say a hawk can pick up a baby too, can snatch a baby.
Shh, listen, we got fucking bats that fly by lights, like the street lights.
Yeah,
we got them bats that be flying around the street lights.
Oh yeah, I seen that. I seen that when I was in Little Rock. When I was out in Little Rock, it was like that.
Those ass up, them big mosquitoes that eat the mosquitoes, them big ones, man, them bitch be tearing them boys up, boy.
Boy, they was happy when I came out there. I promise you, hey, somebody told me, I promise you, I wasn't even paying attention, right? The whole back of my shirt had nothing but mosquitoes on it. Until somebody had spotted them off, that's when I felt all them bites on my back. I wasn't feeling them mosquitoes biting me from nothing. I didn't even know them things was on me. And boy, I'm telling you, them things, them type of mosquitoes down south, they sneaky, man.
Yeah,
You
we
don't
got
feel it, but then after
we got
they
Confederation.
done, all them things hurt. All them mosquito bites hurt. Them things feel like somebody punched you. Oh, I'm just thinking about them right now. The feeling, boy, that felt like somebody had punched me in my back.
We got swamp flies. We got horse flies. We got a
I ran into horse flies when I was in Indiana. I ran into some horse flies when I was in Indiana. I never seen a horse fly before.
Boy, them bitch chill out. Them bitch chill out by water.
And they bite. They bite too.
They bite. They feel like a bee, but you can kill it. Man, they give you a sting. Oh man, listen, man. That's how I know.
Yeah, they real slow. That's only what.
Man, them boys could not deal with the life. Their life expectancy was a year and a half coming across here down there through Charleston, because it was worse than what it is now. It was worse. It was way more swampland. Charleston was all swamp from Georgetown to Beaufort. That was all rice. Wild rice, that was swamp. That shit was below sea level. Like, they had to keep building Charleston up. You know what I mean? Keep building Charleston up in order to be over the flood zone. And even right now to this fucking day, that bitch can still flood. It's still flood downtown with too much rain. Word. All the houses built on a slant down there. So they don't get below the water level. I need to do a show, and that motherfucker might think I'm tripping. Like, hey, the house is built on a slant. Yes, bro. The slab is on the fucking slant. The house might be square, but the slab is on a slant. Word. And we got a lot of houses that's turned sideways. Like the side window is facing the front of the road. And it's because And it's because at one time, taxation of windows was in effect. So the more windows that you had facing the road, the higher your tax will be. So when motherfuckers they say, you know what? Well, I'll put all my motherfucking windows facing sideways, and I'll put 1 or 2 windows on the outside facing the road. So when you go to a house, instead of going straight up the sidewalk off the road into the front door, nah, you gotta walk around the back, like you walking around the back of the house. And the side of the house is where the front porch is at. I'm gonna show you that shit. I'm gonna show y'all that shit. For real, for real. I'm gonna show y'all that shit. Y'all gonna be like, God damn. So this is when you see different times of different factions coming in here. So French, British, you see what I'm saying? They was trying to leave their style, they imprint. Like, yeah, we was here. You know what I mean? So they got the American Indians, the boys, the build their structures. You know what I mean? And along with these indentured servants, you know what I mean, too. But yeah, because we had to know how to make brick out of clay. You know what I mean? We had cobblestone road. We still got cobblestone roads that we made out of stone with mortar in between. We got a brick called Charleston brick that 90% of Charleston was built off of. And they built on top of these things. So when you go and do work down there, like you go and do some concrete work or anything like that, you might find a mortar shell. They're going to shut down that site. If you find any Charleston brick, if you excavate that shit like $12 a brick. Last time I checked.
What?
All clay brick, $12 a brick. And you find it like about 4 or 5 feet deep in Charleston, up underneath another place, something else that been built over it. But when those foundations crack, they got to go back down to the original form in order to frame it back up to pour these new. And that's when they be finding these shit and find out that these buildings was built. These newer style buildings was built on top of older style buildings because of reconstruction after the war. A lot of shit got tore up during the war. A lot of shit got tore up from hurricanes too. That's why they moved the capital.
Yeah, that's just like up here in Minnesota. You know, we still got a lot of roads that's still a brick road. You know what I'm saying? They still got them old-fashioned lights to them.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yup. That shit serious though. Our shit 100% fucking clay, cuz.
That's what's up.
And hard as a motherfucker. I need to make one of them bitch real one day, but I have to get a heat that hot. You know what I mean? I know how to break it down into a paste form, but to get it to solid back up, you know what I mean? The stuff that they use, the grass-like material, wheat-like material that they use to help keep it together is hard to find now. So I probably can use something like maybe like some fucking pine straw or something. That might be closest to it. I might can use some pine straw to mix in with it to help it lock up, help it hold together. Gotta have some kind of binding agent. Like,
so it's like rocking. Yeah, so it's like re-rock. You know what I'm saying? You gotta combine it together to make it solid.
And the plan is the soda. The plan is the soda. Right. And the baking part is when you lean it to the side and add a little cold water. You know?
Right. Okay.
And words of Young G. And words of Young G. Lean to the side, add a little cold water. Yes. It ain't that, man. You need some type of binding agent because if not, it'll just break apart. But if you got, and that's what you call that water whip. You know what I mean? You don't want that. That's that blow up. It look good, but it has no stability. You handle it the wrong way, everything can crumble.
That part.
Same concept. You put the right chemical mixture together, you have you a sturdy brick that lasts forever. And that's what that's the Indian concept of the red brick. And it was red too, bro. Damn near all the buildings in Charleston. Red brick. Oh, they love red brick here. Oh, yes. Yes, red brick, and we had a little darkish reddish brick. But yeah, they love that. They just started changing colors of buildings, but everything was damn near red.
Check that out.
Word.
Well, you know, like I said, we can find our imprint of America everywhere. You know, like I was trying to explain to Straight Smoke earlier, you know what I'm saying? We got structures everywhere around this world. That's why they were so dependent on, dependent on coming here, you know what I'm saying? Because they already seen like certain things, you know what I'm saying? Like the structure in France.
Stories. A lot of them heard the stories. America was like a myth to people. That's why the whole thing was to get here. Oh, I'm going to the New World. Have you heard about the New World? No, is it true? Yeah, I heard it's the land of milk and honey, riches. Anybody can be somebody there.
Yeah, that part too, but you know what I'm saying?
What you gonna do, bro? What you gonna do? Boy, I'm starving over this motherfucker. Bitch, I'm out. Bitch, I'm out. Excuse me, baby master. But boy, I'm out. I'm out, dog. Good word. I'm gone. I'll be back, y'all. I will be back. If I make it, I will be back. But I'm gone. Man. I'm out. Man. I'm out. Yep. But it wasn't that easy. When it happened, it wasn't that easy though. Like how people made it for them. It wasn't
not at all. Not at all. And then you know, like I was saying, like how they chased us down, because if you look at the columns that's over in other countries, them is corn stalks. You know what I'm saying? It's the corn stalk peeling down. It's if you look at it, you see the corn at the top of it, and you see the stalk peeling down. That's what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was like, cause I was looking at somebody, I think that was like 7 years ago. I forgot dude's name, but he was breaking it down about the buildings that we was going to different countries building, and you could still see them. And the reason how you can tell that we the ones that did it is because if it looks like a column, but it's not a column, it's really a corn stalk. And you know what I'm saying? He showed how you could see the corn in it, and then you could see the stalk coming down up off of it like they was peeling it off the corn. You know what I'm saying? Peeling that husk off the corn.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah. Yeah. I mean, I often wonder. That's why I say it's some archaeological and anthropology that backs up some stories that they had to have contact with over here because of the corn, and what we know a date when we took it over there, the corn and the potato. But the way this shit is, it was way before that. You see what I'm saying? As far as archaeology, and then you got cocaine and these mummies. Like, so that's a whole nother level. And then mummification, period. You understand what I'm saying? So do I think that people was on a whole nother level? Yes. Was they people who are? I'll just tell you like this: whoever they was highly advanced.
Highly. And didn't take no shortcuts neither.
Or maybe we think we so fucking smart to where we think we should be on that level, but we're not that as smart as we. Maybe we're still primitive.
Or maybe we reverted back to being primitive.
Let's not use primitive because that means first. Maybe we're just downgraded, which I truly think that we when we started doing certain things that we definitely stop adapting and stop changing our environments and helping our environments grow to just being comfortable and satisfied.
Right. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I'm catching what you're throwing.
Yeah. So I don't want to say de-evolve when we started doing certain things. I don't want to say de-evolve because I don't believe in evolution as far as man. Now we know some things go through evolution. You know what I mean? We know some things go through evolution, but I don't believe in evolution as far as man coming from ape. You know what I mean? And none of that. I believe in adaptation. You know what I'm saying? So
Well, you kind of gave me the example of evolution. You just told me them owls is flying in the daytime. You know what I'm saying? And we all know owls is night.
yeah, that's adaptation though. That's not evolution. Evolving is going from one thing to another, like a caterpillar to a butterfly. That's evolution.
Right.
Now,
Okay.
owl going from being nocturnal to hunting in the daytime is just adapting because he was forced into this. So they're adapting to their situation and their surroundings. You know what I mean? By a lot, and they eating damn good because they big as shit.
But wouldn't that be evolving at the same time though?
People
Because
use it as evolving, but that's
adapting.
not evolving. That's not evolving to me because they're not changing. They've been born as an owl and they've been an owl, but now a butterfly name don't start off as a butterfly. It starts off as a caterpillar. But then they change into something else if they make it that far.
Okay, man. Okay, man, you got me, man. I was just trying to pull a fast one, and you just.
That's my thought. That's my thought, though. That's my thought. That's my suggestion on evolution. What I think evolution is. Now, do some people call what you're describing evolution? Yes. Yes. You know what I mean? They call it like going from knowing nothing to knowing something. And you know what I'm saying? Yes, that people call it evolution. I don't like to use evolution because that shit go too much with you know what I mean, with that fucking pseudoscience shit.
Well, I ain't trying to get into your words is that's why I wasn't trying to say things that invoke your what you got coming up, because majority of this intertwined with that. So you know what I'm saying? That's why I wasn't really trying to, but I was poking though. I was poking.
Yeah.
You know,
Good try. Everything good, man. Word. I'm a work in progress, though. I'm a work in progress, man. You know what I mean? Every day I get a chance to build with the brothers and sisters, man. It's a work in progress, man. Shit. That's
yeah.
But man, it was good kicking it with you, man. I'm gonna go ahead.
Yeah, for sure.
Down, man. You know, it's 1 o'clock my time.
Yes, it's 12:17 on mine.
Yeah. Shit, that goddamn 7 be right here quick.
I know, and she's still trying to stay up because she see me on the dang on phone, keep on coming, running up in here because she hear me talking.
Yeah, nah, don't you blame that on me now. OTK messing with you, you set my daughter up. I take a hit for the babies, though. I take a hit for the babies, man. For sure, man. But man, you know, always a pleasure, Milestone.
Yeah, always love, man. Show,
Yeah.
man.
Go ahead, man. You want to say some last things, man?
Man, you already know what I'm coming from. America first, ain't no turning back. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's all.
No, say that's it. That's all. You know what I'm talking about. That's it, man. The only way we can make America great again is if we put the first and real true American, even if you don't like that name, uh, the first, the first of these lands, put us back into place, and not put us back into place, but just get the fuck out the way and let us claim what's rightfully ours, and put ourselves back in place, because we don't need nobody telling us who the fuck we is when we know who we is. You know what I'm saying? And
Yes, sir.
in case ain't nobody told y'all out there that they love y'all, man, just know a brother like OTK love y'all. Good word. You know what I mean? And to the world blow, man. I catch y'all on the other side, man. Milestone, peace and love to you.
Peace and
Peace and
love.
love, peace and love to baby Milestone them. Peace and love to all the brothers them and the sisters them who came up on the panel today. Of course, you know what I mean. The cleanup crew and them boys, definitely. Bellioso, you know what I mean. Partner in crime. Shouts out to Mama Chief Powton, you know what I mean, with the fire song Mama Chief. The dog Dre Cobbs with that. You know what I'm saying? Man, like I said, man, make sure y'all tell somebody else out there too that y'all love them. For real, because they need it. And shouts out to the armed forces, man. Those who serving, those who been serving, those who plan on serving. Thank y'all for keeping us safe out here, but we can walk out our door. We can choose whether to go left, right, choose religion, or not to choose religion. In other words, free will. Some places don't got that. And then, boy, if you ever get trapped off in those places, you will kiss this girl. You probably eat the dirt over here if you make it out that type of situation. Real talk. So to all of y'all, man, from my side and my sister Cherie's side, y'all already know. Peace and love.